and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
And welcome back. Now we turn our attention to the critical issue of the imbalances in the global political economy, laid bare by the recent COVID pandemic. This esteemed panel asks and answers the question, what are the systemic macroeconomic challenges in each region of the world? Our wonderful moderator, Aishu Balaji of Regions Refocus, helps this panel explore the analysis and find answers to these questions. Over to you, Aishu.
Hello. I'm excited to welcome you to this panel on imbalances in the global political economy on day 2 of the inaugural Gender and Development Forum. A big thank you to our hosts and organizers at the University of the West Indies in Barbados, led by the incredible Professor Udine Barito and Dr. Tonya Haynes. I'm Aishu Balaji from Regions Refocus, which is a co-chair of the Gender and Trade Coalition and a member of the Gender and Development Forum Consultative Committee. From the Philippines, we have Joan May Salvador, who is at the Gabriela Alliance of Filipino Women and the Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development. She will discuss finance and investment. From Argentina, we have Corina Rodriguez Enriquez from Development Alternatives with Women for a New Era, who'll discuss COVID-19 and the systemic economic issues it's revealed. And from Guyana, we have Wanda Radzik, the co-founder of Red Thread, who'll discuss the care economy. We'll kick off with Joan first.
So thank you, Aishu, and good day, everyone. And I thank the organizers for this occasion to speak. I have been asked to speak on systemic macroeconomic challenges related to finance and investment, specifically about imbalances in the global political economy, as it holds true for the Asia-Pacific region. So let me begin by saying that for all it's worth, let us all be reminded that the matter of global trade and investments is a political issue as much as it is an issue of women and gender. Our current global economic system and the ways with which we as peoples from our own regions, from our own countries, from our own communities, navigate this global economy and live and survive as human beings, as women, came about as a result of geopolitical forces. Who gets what, when, and how much is as much a matter of political decisions as they were by economic choices. So at this point, I'll say that our current global economic system is a battleground for competing interests, and always who wins or loses in this battle is determined by who wins in the struggle for power and influence. And from here, maybe let me talk about the Asia-Pacific region and its place in the geopolitics. As we all may be aware, Asia-Pacific's share in global foreign direct investments inflows, there is a current trend of a downward trend, inflows dropping from 45% in 2018 to 35% in 2019, and even more so today or now, as we find ourselves right smack in the middle of a global pandemic and the resulting economic crisis. But nonetheless, the region remains the largest source of global outflows, even as it is today during the pandemic. But at the same time, the Asia Pacific region is a strategic battleground in the struggles for power. And regionally, it is now called as a US-China rivalry for competing markets and influence in many of the economies in the Asia Pacific region. And as such, there is a rising militarization and economic capture by many of the world's power over the economy of the Asia Pacific region. But at the same time, the whole politics and the relationships between and among the bigger economies of the global north and the global south are influenced and driven by the neoliberal globalization project. And after more than 3 decades of it, it has been increasingly acknowledged that austerity, privatization, the regulation of finance markets and corporations, and trade and investment liberalization, which are cornerstones of neoliberal globalization, have had a devastating and discriminatory impact on women. Neoliberalism has a discriminatory and adverse impact on the world's women, and it is simply incapable of supporting gender equitable and just sustainable development. So globally, at the same time, there are more than 3,000 bilateral and multilateral agreements that govern global trade and investment. And of course, recent large multilateral agreements such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the CPTPP have sought to expand the scope of agreements to provide for global governance over an increasing number of economic issues outside of the UN and World Trade Organization systems. But these trade agreements, designed primarily to enable unhindered flow of global capital, are a significant barrier to the realization of the human rights of women. Well, and some advocates would even argue that trade agreements are designed to reduce barriers to trade and level the playing field by ensuring foreign investors are not negatively impacted by national laws or regulations that preference locals or that impact on foreign investors. In reality, however, trade agreements are designed for and by large multinational corporations who are able to displace smaller local businesses and who use their political power to gain significant advantages. And while trade agreements may provide benefits to people who have the capacity to capitalize on new market opportunities and workers classified as highly skilled, however, as women are less likely to hold large amounts of capital, are most commonly engaged in the informal sector, are less likely to have secure land rights, and are more likely to benefit from public expenditure in health, education, water, energy. Trade agreements have discriminatory effects. And in addition, trade agreements expose a large majority of the global population to violations of their human rights. And in fact, I would like to recall a 2015 statement made by the Human Rights Council mandate holders who voiced their concerns over the impact of trade and investment agreements on human rights, jointly as well as in their separate reports. And the collective statement, of course, warned that trade agreements are likely to have a number of retrogressive effects on the protection and promotion of human rights, including by lowering the threshold of health protection, food safety, and labor standards, by catering to the business interests of pharmaceutical monopolies and extending intellectual property protection, which I think now that we are in the middle of this pandemic rings also true in our current context and situations. And as such, there is now a race to the bottom, with women unfortunately at the bottom. Neoliberalism promotes labor competition but does not protect labor rights. And of course, trade agreements such as the WTO, RCEP, are designed to facilitate greater market competition and freer flow of global capital, enabling increased access to resources and cheap labor in signatory countries. The promotion of export-oriented economies rather than the promotion of domestically focused economies. Nearly 2/3 of women in Asia Pacific, therefore, work in vulnerable employment, lacking basic security, benefits, and decent working conditions. Women also comprise an increasing percentage of workers in export industries, and they are most likely to experience the downward pressure on wages, work conditions, and rights. It is also evident that the current pandemic has exacerbated many of these existing negative trends, from rising income inequalities to what is now, as many call, a gaping digital divide. COVID-19 has laid bare pre-existing weaknesses in governance and social protection provisions in Asia and as much as globally. And alarmingly, the pandemic and the current economic crisis lays bare the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on the livelihoods of millions of informal employment who have become newly unemployed or underemployed. And the pandemic has highlighted what many of us already know: the weak foundations of Asian labor systems, restrictions on the movement of peoples, and the sudden stoppage of severe downscaling of economic activities, and the sudden to contain, of course, the spread of the virus, are having a strong impact on informal workers and also even among informal workers. But again, the sectors worst affected by the pandemic, such as accommodation and food service activities, including tourism, wholesale and retail trade, transportation, and construction, all have a particularly high proportion of informal labor. And may I just note that about 70% of those belonging to the informal labor are women. So, as I have said, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the downward trend already recorded in recent years in the Asian economy as a whole, and it has laid bare the gaping divide and extreme social inequities that the current neoliberal system provides for us. And at the throes of this pandemic and this crisis, countries are racing to secure foreign direct investments. And in the Asia Pacific region, the US and China are playing up and are securing more and more power and influence over strategic investment opportunities in many of the Asian economies affected by the current crisis. But apart from infrastructure investments, military aid, vaccine trade is also an emerging issue in the geopolitics of investments in the Asia-Pacific region, with China, of course, securing many bilateral vaccine trade arrangements with many countries and economies in the Asia-Pacific region in exchange, of course, for greater leeway to secure foreign direct investments in these countries. But of course, the question is at what cost? More becoming unemployed, more becoming poor, more being robbed of their access to decent work and decent wages, widening and deepening inequalities. So to end, let me just say that there has to be, and in the face of all the uncertainties that the current situation brings us, there has to be a better solution to the crisis we are all in. And many of the peoples of Asia and other underdeveloped countries have known misery and desperation like the back of their hands. The system has failed them, has failed us. We all need to work towards a more equitable, more just, and more humane development strategy. An economic system that does not put corporations or the powerful few even richer and powerful, while majority of the world's peoples race to the deeper bottom. So thank you, and may we all work towards the dawn of true development for all.
Thanks, Joan. Karina?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to share this space with the colleagues. I will focus my presentation on reflecting about how the COVID crisis face new challenges to systemic challenges. And the first thing I want to say is that we can understand this COVID context as a mirror of systemic issues. And I would like to mention 3 or 4 of them. Something that this crisis made very clear is the vulnerability of life and how essential care is. Something that feminists have been said for long. The COVID crisis made it very, very clear. Care work, care for everyday lives is essential and should be at the center of the economic and social organization. The other issue that this context made it very clear is the heavy the heavy feature of inequalities, both between countries and within countries. We have faced very unequal conditions to face the health crisis, very unequal conditions to avoid being infected by the virus, very different conditions to be able to support living conditions during periods of restrictions that limited economic activities. The situation has been very different for formal workers than for informal workers, than for people who mainly do unpaid care work. We have faced inequalities to access to health care. And something that the pandemic also made it very clear is the key role of public policy. And it has also mirrored the impact that long-standing processes of marketization and privatization of social provisioning has made. And it has also shown the implications of the corporate capture of social provisioning, the impact of private interest governing the provision of health, the provision of basic social services. And it has also shown, thinking about the space for public policies, the impact of these structural adjustment policies that in the South, many countries have faced for many years and even decades. But I think that the pandemic also showed that there is a possibility to challenge the mantra of austerity, because many countries, both in the North and in the South, have invest resources to face the crisis. So I think it has been made clear that when there is political will, we can face the austerity mantra, we can use heterodox ways of financing public policies. But of course, the policy space between countries have been very different, and there is also a question about at what cost countries were able to implement public policies to face the crisis. So I think the context have added new challenges to the usual systemic issues. I think there are new challenges for global economic dynamic, for global trade. I think there are new challenges that bring new questions about migration trends, and migration is key when we understand global value chains, but also when we understand global care change. And I think there are new challenges for the economic recovery that we are expecting after this crisis. There are countries where their main economic activities may still remain very challenged with the new situations, countries that base their economy very much on tourism, for example. And I think there is something that has become very clear and can be understood as an example of systemic issues, that is the whole issue of access to vaccines, that we can think about it in a broader way on access to medicine. I think what is happening with the distribution of vaccines in the world is a clear example of something that at dawn we mention as the fierce new world. And it also shown the limits of multilateralism. The project of the COVAX mechanism to distribute vaccines to poorer countries has failed. And also something that Joan already mentioned, this whole horrible idea of the geopolitical battles over people's lives, over people's access to healthcare and to vaccines. So I think this context and these new challenges brought by the crisis make systemic transformation more urgent than ever, but also more difficult. And I think that when talking about the future, when talking about the needed systemic transformation, we should ask whether what we are expecting is a gender equality recovery, a gender-sensitive recovery, or rather we want to push for a feminist transformation. I would very much push for the latter. And I think if we are pushing for a feminist transformation after this crisis, we need to think about how to build not only a care economy, but a care society. We need to put care at the center. We need to put people over profit. And this is a very radical and systemic transformation. We need to challenge the growth model, because also we have just read about the climate change report, and this is also very urgent to challenge the model of production, the model of consumption, the growth model that lead economic dynamics. And for that, I think we need much more global coordination. We need a global response to the crisis. We need a global coordination to regulate those who have gained a lot with the crisis, for example, the big fintech. We need to push coordinating it globally for global tax structures on corporations, on wealth. We need to finally push for transforming the global financial architecture, and of course the global regulatory institutions as the WTO, but also the state and investment dispute settlement mechanism. I think there is a big call to challenge the access to medicine, and I would like to call the attention for the Feminists for People's Vaccine campaign. You can Google it and see the actions that we are taking in this field. And I think it's time also to globally coordinate in order to assure that every country can build social protection floors that can guarantee basic living conditions in terms of access to income, but also access to basic social services. And for this, and I will finish here, I think global organizing and mobilizing is key. We can only push this feminist transformative agenda if we work together, if we discuss what are our common values and we push for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corina. Vanda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Udine, Dr. Tonya, our host Marcia, moderator Aishu, and my sister panelists for the opportunity to participate in this historic UNCTAD conference. So my topic is the care economy. Well, there's no country in which the unequal access to resources has not been exposed and where women have not been impacted by the collapse of financial systems. We live in a world where women's unpaid labor underpins the entire world economy. We in the Caribbean have suffered 500 years and more of colonization, enslavement, indentureship, racism, and sexism, all anchored in capitalism, and now its new face and language: free trade, globalization, neoliberalization, all of which means exploitation. COVID has exposed the very ugly underbelly of this beast. Women, we know this reality, as over the centuries, the fight for equality has staggered under the inherently unequal burdens of patriarchy, privilege, greed, and growth. The literature is exhaustive on the failure of the old capitalist growth model that assumes the free services of nature and all of her assets, as well as the free labor of women, that assumes that her caring work, household labor, and the upbringing of the next generation are also free goods and services. Care work is defined broadly as work and relationships that are necessary for the health, welfare, maintenance, and protection of all people, of all genders, young and old, able-bodied, disabled, and frail. Care at its very core, is a basic human need and a necessity. And whether we know it or not, we all participate in providing care work, paid or unpaid, and in receiving care every day. It provisions nurturing, it sustains life. Unpaid care work is not included in our national GDP because GDP only takes into account work that is done for pay in the formal market. Therefore, if we only look at the GDP as an economic measure, we miss a huge segment of the economy. And the economic case is already plain as day. The monetary value of women's unpaid care work globally, ages 15 and over, is estimated at $10.8 trillion annually. Feminist academics and feminist economists have been flagging this issue from many corners of the planet for years. The care economy costs women, and it's high time to pay up. Kachingwi asks the important question of how the overall care economy is being engineered for the extraction of profits. It is a hard question that needs to be asked and answered. She argues against the system simply refining the gendered safety net we already have, which keeps women in the home and out of the workforce. Are we just getting into systems that make this more palatable? Or are we looking at a complete overhaul of the macroeconomic fundamentals? Because clearly, the short-term COVID-19 fiscal stimulus and relief packages have largely failed to address unpaid work, including childcare. Well, economists love infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, telecommunications. They're considered durable, visible, and yielding returns into the future. However, investment in social infrastructure or essential infrastructure, the care sector, also yields returns to the economy and society well into the future in the form of a better educated, healthier, and better cared for population. Oxfam International reports that in 2020 alone, waged women globally lost more than 64 million jobs, costing women $800 billion in earnings, equivalent to more than the combined GDP of 98 countries. Yet, even this conservative estimate doesn't include the millions of women working in the informal economy, domestic workers, market vendors, garment workers, etc. And it does not count the unpaid caregiving work by women, which has exploded in every country on every continent. COVID-19 is a crisis with a woman's face, said the UN Secretary General in his opening remarks at the Commission on the Status of Women 65th Conference in March this year. Additionally, the economic cost to the global economy of violence against women and sexual harassment in the workplace is estimated at $12 trillion annually. And the shadow epidemic during COVID has only accelerated these crimes. Women bear the brunt of coping with climate-related shocks as well and stresses on the health effects of indoor, outdoor, and urban pollution, adding to their care burden. As land, forest, and water resources are increasingly compromised, privatized, or grabbed for commercial investment, local communities and indigenous peoples, particularly women whose livelihoods depend on them, are marginalized and displaced. So I have some conclusions and recommendations, and I'd like to begin by invoking a Caribbean feminist statement in the time of COVID, May 31st last year, titled Organizing to Live. It was dedicated to the late Guyanese activist Kandaye, and it says in part, "We must not return to the business as usual model of Caribbean economic development that is fundamentally extractive, exploitative, outward-oriented, and characterized by poverty, socioeconomic and gender inequalities, and ecologically destructive, making us all more vulnerable than ever before in this Caribbean. It is time to draw lessons from the strengths and achievements of our region. We do best when we take care of each other, when we express our culture, when we support creativity, and when we honor our rebellious history, refusing to be complacent about inequalities. And my other concluding thoughts and recommendations, and I'm sort of targeting these at UNCTAD and its sphere. So, quoting from the policy tool of March 2021 by the UN Women and the ILO on investments in the care economy, I've made a recommendation 1. Where you put your money matters. Some macroeconomists, including feminists, have increasingly emphasized that where you spend makes a huge difference. They are critical of the human and gender bias in classifying only capital and physical infrastructure as investment expenditures. They make the case for spending on labor-intensive service sectors, such as health and education, and for social goals such as gender, inclusive growth, and enhanced human capital. Recommendation 2, UNCTAD. Put your own good words into action, please and pronto. The UNCTAD 2017 background note says, given the employment challenges associated with structural and technological change, and women's primary responsibility for both paid and unpaid care work, transforming care activities into decent work should become an integral part of strategies aimed at building more inclusive economies. Therefore, please consider 1, a gender-sensitive approach, including bolder gender budgeting, to effectively address gender gaps in the labor market that is so intertwined with the unequal distribution of the care burden. 2, reallocate resources towards a social care infrastructure. 3, be proactive in breaking the vicious cycle of the current unsustainable and earth-destroying growth models and move towards a virtuous cycle of inclusive care-based growth with investments in meeting multiple SDGs underpinned by the 2 most cross-cutting of all, Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, Goal 5, and Climate Action, Goal 13. 4, we must not go back to normal. Normal does not work for all workers, especially women and people of color. We now know it will take 135.6 years to reach gender parity. 5, are we collectively, and UNCTAD specifically, are we all intentional about closing the gender gap of having unpaid care work valued and paid for, and using the crisis to fix what was wrong with the system? If yes, and if so, we need to be radical in the best sense of that root word, and to listen to the words poet of my country when he says, what the leaves hear is not what the roots ask. I end with the words of Andaye from her profoundly named book, The Point Is to Change the World. She writes, growing poverty and inequality increase the time and labor that mainly women have to spend in trying to avoid catastrophes for their families. This is why globally, the rising movement against an uncaring market is being led by women in small and large actions. She quotes from the Women's Manifesto of the Housewives of Argentina in January of 2002, which called for a wage and pension for caring work, benefits for each child, refunding of small savers deposits, debt relief for small farmers, employment plans to undergo a social audit by women. And are these not all as needed and relevant and brilliant today in 2021 for our world and our change? The Housewives Manifesto concludes, our power is our autonomy. We will not allow anyone to tell us what to think or do. We know our needs, our lived realities, and those of our families. And therefore, we will find the ways to build a country and a world which starts from people's needs rather than corporate greed. So, what's required, my sisters and all of us in this historic conference today? What's required is, of course, transformative resolve and action. Because after all, as Andaye proclaims, the point is to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanda. And thank you so much to all of the panelists. Before we open the floor for questions from the audience, one question I want to ask you is, how can UNCTAD's mandate and their program of work reflect the concerns you're raising, and what measures can member states take? So this is something that all of the panelists have touched on, but I'm curious about whether you have any further thoughts on this. We can start with Joan again.
Thank you, Aishu. So supposedly included in UNCTAD's mandate is its commitment to gender equality as a development goal and objective. And that means integrating gender considerations in trade policy formulation and implementation. And in this situation of crisis, UNCTAD has been talking about how, for example, the influx of foreign direct investments, while probably not portfolio investments, but greenfield investment may be the key to keep us, all afloat and, survive the crisis. But unfortunately, I would have to disagree, because I think FDIs, whether portfolio or greenfield or brownfield investment, will not make for sustainable development so long as inequality of wealth among countries exists. So long as wealth and resources are siphoned from underdeveloped and developing countries or economies towards the more developed capitalist economies, and so long as people's the wealth and resources are siphoned from peoples of the world towards corporations and elites, there is no real development if the system continues also to perpetuate gender inequalities and does not guarantee human rights of all, especially including women who have historically borne the face of inequality, poverty, and economic misery. So I guess there is, as many as the other speakers have spoken, there is a need for a radical shift in development model. And at this point, I think the current crisis and pandemic we're in comes knocking at us that if there is any best time to have that radical shift, it is now. We have stared misery so much for the past years, and I think many of the world's people, especially the poor, cannot take it anymore. And there is, for APWLD, for example, we have a model of and a demand for transformative shifts through a development justice framework that aims to reduce inequalities of wealth, power, and resources between countries, between rich and poor, between men and women, and also taking into consideration at the center of it greater accountability of governments to peoples. It cannot be, states that are virtually appendages of the persuasions and interests of corporations, especially so big corporations. It has to be states or governments that primarily stand for the interests and for human rights of all, including and especially so among women who comprise the most marginalized in any and all region of the world.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Joan. Corina?
Well, I could ask all members of UNCTAD to attend this Gender and Development Forum and to listen to us seriously. And I think what should push their work plan should be what we are talking about here. People over profit, care over corporations' benefits. From the feminist field, we have been making lots of proposals. Some of them have been already exposed here. And I think that is the way to go. As we have already said, we shouldn't go back to normal. And it's not a matter of, just attending gender gaps. It's a matter of transforming the system. And for that, these values, care, people's life, human rights should be what should lead policies at the national level, and what should lead coordination at these kind of multilateral spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Corina. Vanda, do you have any further thoughts?
I think that Joan and Corina have covered a lot of ground. I think that, yes, I mean, I'm disgusted I'm so disgusted with capitalism, and that we humans, with all our brilliance, haven't seemed to come up with anything, that would really be very different. But I think we do have the solutions. And I think that so long as we have this deepening unequal world within our own countries, where the rich are richer and the poor are poorer, and then within the world at large, we're kind of doomed. I am, the other trend in my life is the environment. And I am so concerned about what is happening the world over. So scientists and everybody, and we women know it, this fossil fuel nonsense, it has to stop. And yet, for instance, in my country, Guyana, we are now being very poor. We are now being touted as the Saudi Arabia of the Caribbean, because as soon as you look at our offshore ocean, oil springs up. And we have the rogues like ExxonMobil and Shell. We have these rogues that are here busy with Guyana. And what tends to happen is that the governments tend to then become cheerleaders. They cheerlead, they waive environmental assessments, they don't consult with the people. It's just like open road, free zone, you guys do what you do. And the protection that we people feel that we need just goes out of the window. So I'm a little off target here, but I want to end by saying that I also am a bit disgusted at the little incremental something. So I've seen these global recipes where they say if you put 0.2% of the X economy into the care economy, and you put 2 point something percent, and it's just crazy. I mean, even ILO have said they can grow up to 420 something jobs in the care economy if everybody invests in the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, I really don't know what that means. Today, when I looked at the population of the world, it was 7.9 billion. And the population this morning of women in the world was 3.9 million. I really want to know how 400 and something jobs in the care economy by the year 2030 is going to help in any way. It is these little drops in the bucket that I believe just adds insult to injury with the system that we have. Mr. Trudeau of Canada, he pledged $100 million, I think the only one so far, at some big conference the other day, that is to invest in the care economy. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Trudeau, 100 million, I guess, US or Canadian dollars. And yet, virtually the week before, there was a report that in India, there are now 100 million plus women that are the poorest of the poor since the COVID. So this $100 million. So what you're going to do, give each of those poorest of the poor women in India $1, and then you think that's going to help the world? To me, the whole thing is absurd. And until we find the mechanisms where the rich of the world are seriously going to invest the billions and the trillions of dollars, as I said in my presentation, that have been lost, billions and trillions. Come on, they have to match that to even get a semblance of equality and reparation, if you like, recompense back in the world. So I'm just tired with all these little small potatoes, small change kind of recipes that are doled out. It's not going to work. It's going to just keep us where we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanda. Yeah, thank you to everyone. I think one key lesson from all of the speakers seems to be the importance of UNCTAD having a broad scope when it comes to gender and development, and not being limited to a narrow agenda around the economic inclusion of women. So this includes questions of trade, finance, tax, debt, the climate, and more, all of which constitute deep power imbalances in the global political economy that really need to be addressed if we want to create a world with prosperity for all. So thank you again to all of our panelists for their presentations. When we come back, we'll open the floor to your questions. Welcome back, everyone, to the panel on imbalances in the global political economy. I'm excited to receive your questions and put them to the panelists. As we wait for these questions to come in, I thought I could kick off with one of my own. Karina, in your talk, you make a really important distinction between the more limited gender-sensitive recovery from COVID and a more expansive feminist transformation, which involves overhauling our financial and economic systems so they put people over corporations and profits. I was wondering if each of you can share examples of policies that lay the foundations for a feminist transformation in your respective areas of finance and investment, COVID recovery, and the care economy. So this could be regional, national, or even local. And we can stick to the same order of Joanne, Karina, and Vanda.
Okay, so sorry, can I have the question again?
Absolutely. Could each of you share examples of policies that lay the foundations for a feminist transformation? So in your area of finance and investment.
Okay. I think what needs to be underlined here is the fact that over the past 35 years, we have seen how the system has failed miserably to address the structural imbalances that pave the way for example, women being at the bottom of those who are at the receiving end of the crisis, multiple crises that we all face. And I think it bears underlining that for us to even be able to talk about how to change the situation we're in, we have to address and recognize the fact that this system is not fixing anything. And this system, the neoliberal economic model, which puts corporate power over the lives of many of peoples, over the power and sovereignty of nations, which puts primacy of corporate profits and power and influence over the sovereign people, is really something that has to be radically changed. And I know that there have been many attempts by social movements, by progressive policymakers to somehow reform or even beautify the policies. But as long as we do not recognize that there is genuinely wrong about putting corporates' interests before the interests of the people, there's just so little we can change in the whole system. So it's really an overhaul of the system we're in. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Karina?
Thank you. Well, I think I can be a little bit optimistic in this point, focusing on what the response to the COVID crisis has been, in the sense that I think that there is one thing that could be the basis for transformation, which is the reaction that governments have in terms of allocating resources to react to the crisis. So I think this is somehow challenging the mantra of the austerity that have ruled our economies for long. So I think that if we can step to the idea that when there is political will, then there can be allocation of resources to relevant policies and to transformative policies. This is a place where we can stand to build better. And I would refer to a couple of very short examples in Latin America. In Argentina, the country where I live, during the first time of the COVID, when there was lockdown and people were unable to work, there were specific public policies that aimed to support people's income, but one specifically to support domestic workers' income. So I think this is a very little example of how the care issue have entered the policy arena and have been made very, very visible. I think the main question is, I'm sure we can find very different examples like this in other countries. For example, in Colombia, in Latin America, we have some good examples of tax benefits with some gender approach. But those were not lasting, neither the example I'm bringing from Argentina, nor the one from Colombia. So I think the main question here is, how can we make these small examples from the COVID time lasting, and whether they are really a base to build transformation, because they have been gender sensitive, but I think the question still remains about how transformative these kind of policies are.
Thanks, Karina. Vanda?
Thanks, Aishu. I think that my two colleagues have seemed to have covered it. Picking up from Karina, no, I think what we've had because of the pandemic and the crisis are some handouts to sort of, but no, I don't believe that they're transformative. I believe they signal a recognition. I love the idea of domestic workers getting some support. That certainly hasn't happened in Guyana. But I think what we've had here are handouts, small packages, very small, for families and that kind of thing. But I wouldn't consider it transformative at all. It's just in the moment. But as I said, I think what it signals is that there is a recognition that certain categories of persons and families as a whole in poor countries are in need of these things. But anyway, no, for me, no, definitely not transformative. Sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Vanda. Another question for all three of you would be, on a global and regional level, what would you say are the biggest barriers to realizing the kinds of transformative policies that you've been describing? Joanne again.
Okay. I think we are currently in a situation where whatever resources we have on a global scale and how to use those resources are determined by only a few of the most powerful countries around the globe. And unfortunately, countries from the global south are, not among those very few powerful and influential countries. Of course, this has been built on centuries of geopolitics. And unfortunately as well, the global south has the most number of people, not only numerically, but I mean diversity, and with it also the interlocking and multiple layers of inequalities that peoples from the global south experience on a daily basis is something that is really difficult, or would really be difficult to handle for as long as the current geopolitical system is something that does not provide the kind of equity and equitable distribution of wealth and resources that is really necessary to even talk about a better or a brighter situation or future for the peoples of the world. And politics and economic policies as they interlock are really things or stuff that has to be dealt with. And as long as these things, the geopolitical imbalances remain, we cannot seem, or we cannot, I think we cannot even look into the end or the beginning of transforming the world. And I think it also goes to without saying that institutions, global institutions like the UNCTAD, for example, would have to address that fact. I think when we say that there has to be that discourse on gender, trade, and development, it cannot be blind to the current geopolitical realities. It's not just about instituting policy pronouncements or policy push to ensure gender mainstreaming and gender or women's empowerment. It has to be, or it has to come from a recognition that there is very serious geopolitical factors that we are facing right now.
Thanks, Jan. Karina?
Yes, I fully agree with Joanne. Besides the geopolitical issues that she raised, I think another big obstacle is the corporate capture of global governance. It's not only the corporate capture of national states, but also of global governance. And I think a very big challenge is to dispute this narrative on the ability of the private sector to lead development. And I think there is a narrative that is in the basis of this corporate capture that is very much embedded in our thinking. And this is something that we really need to dispute, and we need to dispute with analysis, with data, with evidence. And I think from a feminist perspective, we have the tool to dispute this narrative, because we build our analysis and our thinking from people's real life experience. And there is where it is made very clear that this model is failing people, and we really need a transformative approach to this.
Thanks, Karina. Vanda?
Yes, absolutely. The geopolitical frame that Joel May gave is absolutely true. And Karina's statements are absolutely true. We are living in a world, and I think UNCTAD actually buys into this, although we are ever grateful, and we recognize that they have recognized the importance of gender within their own arena. However, it's all a big buy-in to what Karina beautifully says is corporate capture. The private sector is supposed to lead development. So if that remains the narrative, then we're not heading anywhere. We're not heading anywhere transformative. We're not heading anywhere near to a gender equal and a gender just, a socially just world. It's just ain't gonna happen if some of those things aren't fundamentally challenged. So it is a struggle. It is a continuing struggle, and I'm not sure. I will reserve some of my other points Aishu, some of the questions are also asking this that came on the chat. So perhaps we can go to the questions and we can all then elaborate further on this theme. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Vanda. I think Ivo touched on this a little bit, but one of the questions coming through from the audience that could, if you have any more to say on this, is what is your assessment of UNCTAD's fulfillment of its mandate today? And are we seeing a more progressive and transformative UNCTAD now? John.
Okay, maybe let me answer this way. I think the fact that UNCTAD is recognizing that we cannot speak about fair trade or even real development if we don't include gender issues in trade and development is something that is for it in itself, something progressive. We were not seeing this, years ago. We were not seeing this kind of discourse. We're not into this kind of discourse a few decades ago. However, and that's the however, I think UNCTAD has to still, make that leap from its usual framing that trade and investment rules can be reformed without really recognizing its inherent flaws. I think the way, for the most part, the way global trade is structured right now, it's really providing not really a level playing field. It's really providing narratives that foreign direct investments, for example, is apolitical and that it can benefit everyone. I think we have there is a good thing coming out of the discourse, and I would like to also, of course, credit women's movements around the globe for for putting that discourse right in the middle of the table. But there's still so many things that has to be done to really create an environment and a system that is truly protective of women's rights and promotive of true gender empowerment and equality.
Karina.
Yes, I also think that being here in this forum, the first ever Gender and Development Forum at UNCTAD is a good sign. And I think we can be optimistic, not only because this forum is taking place, but also because there are many feminist voices in this forum. This could have been, another like gender makeup or pinkwashing, as many other global institutions have done. But there are many feminist and critical voices in this forum, and I think that is a good sign. I think there are many ideas that are coming out here that we hope that UNCTAD will follow up from here, and I'm sure that as far as there are also some feminists in UNCTAD, leading UNCTAD, we can have optimism about UNCTAD being more progressive in the future.
Okay, Vanda.
Yes, yes. So UNCTAD is beginning to maybe adjust its lens, but they need a kind of a radical prescription to be able to be part of the, I would say, of the highly proactive change machine that the world needs. This is not there yet. I believe it is true that it is the women's movement, the feminists, the strong feminists from around the world. And I have to give praise here to the Cave Hill Institute for Gender and Development, led by Udine Barito and Tonya and others, for really really pushing for this to happen, and from the Caribbean, and our feminists who are very strong. So I guess I'm not so optimistic. I'm so sorry, Aishu. I would try to be. I guess I have some optimism that this may make a push forward. But as I said, there's some other questions there that I'd like to answer. If you could get on with some of those. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any question in particular, Vanda? We have room for one more.
Well, the second question that came in says, all the panelists are calling for fundamental structural changes to the global economy. Is there any optimism that we will see an alternative approach to development?
Perfect. That's a great one for all three.
So, where there have been fundamental change, and I mentioned the rebelliousness in our own Caribbean region from the days of enslavement moving forward, but where those have happened, they've been revolutionary, and they have actually not been sustained. That the heavy weight of the capitalist and imperialist, colonialist structures come rolling down. So you can just look at Grenada right here in the Caribbean, when there was a genuine attempt at making some change along the lines of social justice. You had women leading in that and all of that. And well, the US Army just came in and invaded and set the whole clock back. Cuba continues to be a prime example where because of huge social injustices, it was called the playground of the USA, of the rich people in the US. They went to Cuba to play in many ways, and then the people changed that. But there you go, the big that dreadful capitalist, colonialist, imperialist structure came crashing down, and embargo, and they even have a base still in Cuba, Guantanamo, where they tortured people. It's shocking. I think wherever you go in the world, we used to have a thing called the non-aligned movement, led by people like Nkrumah and Tito, and it was global. And Guyana was once a part of that. But then the non-aligned movement, again, it was just, this is a really powerful engine that the world is facing. And I believe actually it's getting stronger, because even countries like Guyana, which once proclaimed a sort of a Guyana socialist or a more just way of moving things, even when we overthrew colonialism in 1953 with joint Guyanese joining together, BAPS, what happened? The British came with their boots and invaded with their bayonets, and they suspended our own constitution. So the world is replete with these kinds of things. Yes, we have to look for where those windows of opportunity are to stop this juggernaut that is killing not only our own countries and our people and our women, but is destroying the entire planet Earth with their policies and their industries and this don't care attitude. Everything is for the almighty dollar, and it really cannot go on. So yes, we are all part of this struggle to try to blow that out of the water, so to speak, certainly our own Caribbean waters. But it has a long way to go. So UNCTAD, here we are today with you, and we're asking you to yourselves make some radical proclamations and take some radical way forwards through the mighty UN, which very often just compromises itself. So let's stop that, and let's really, from this point on, find a way to vigorously and authentically move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanda. Joanne and then Karina.
I think we have a society and a history that is replete with alternatives to the mainstream model of development. Vanda mentioned about Cuba, the non-aligned movement. I would like to add Venezuela, and far back, I would like to also mention about at the time when socialist China and even Russia were, on a path of an alternative kind of development. And for however history has, turned out to be, there were periods in time when with the people's strong support and push, governments can and did stand up for the rights of the majority and development through development for the people. However, of course, there are institutions, global institutions, and global powers that one way or another suppress these alternative models to development. And I think now at this current juncture in our common, global history, we have had so many lessons and experiences in the past that we can all look up to. And I think feminists and activists nowadays are, of course, more engaging in how to push for an alternative model of development. So is there optimism that things will change? Or are we looking at a possible future where we can have this alternative to the current neoliberal globalization and corporate capture system that we have? It is a resounding yes for me. There is a possibility. We have hope for the future because we have hope in the fact that oppressed peoples, half of which are women, who have stared hunger, poverty in the face, cannot and will not just receive the kind that there is no better future for any one of us. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Karina?
Yes, I will answer to the question that depends on the day. Some days I'm optimistic and some days I'm really not at all. But coming from South America, I would like to bring two examples to make us optimistic. One is from Argentina, where because feminist movement stay persistent and keep on fighting for, very recently we gained the right to legal abortion, something that some time ago would have been impossible. Because of the persistent resistance and fight of the feminist movement, we got it. And another example here in South America is the case of Chile. There have been a big social turmoil in Chile at the end of 2019. And now Chile is going through a process of changing the constitution, a constitution that was inherited from the times of the dictatorship, something that also short time ago in Chile would have been like a dream, now is happening. And the person who is leading the assembly that will change the constitution is an indigenous woman, a woman from the Mapuche community. So I think those are good examples to make us optimistic. And I think that staying optimistic depends on our strength to keep on resisting and to keep on resisting together. I think that the transformation will only come if we stay together and we keep on fighting for what we think it's the world we want to live in. And Banda and Joan brought some examples from the past where the world seemed that to go to a different orientation that would have been better. I think that today the transformation lies in the ground, in the real experiences of people who are nowadays already building a different economy, a different way of production, a different way of consumption. And I think it is from there, from those real concrete experiences that are already happening in many of our countries, that we need to build the transformation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Karina. It's time to wrap up, sadly, but thank you again to Joanne, Karina, and Vanda for an incredibly inspiring and energizing rallying cry for a feminist transformation of the global economic system. This seems to be the key connecting thread between all three presentations. I think that gender justice isn't just about attending to the gender gaps in the existing system by, for example, tweaking the social safety net or expanding the opportunities for some women within unjust trade agreements, whether it's in finance and investment, COVID recovery, or care work. A more just global economic system requires transforming our development and growth models and moving away from neoliberal globalization. So thank you again to our incredible hosts. I'm really looking forward to the continuing discussions today and tomorrow, and hopefully in future gender and development forums. So thank you.
Welcome to the panel on commodities and gender, agriculture, fisheries, dairy, and extractive sectors. Speakers, Professor Nursel Abiner Abisar of Akdeniz University, Turkey. She's an associate professor of economics with research interests in the field of development economics, labor economics, and the economics of gender. Following, we have Editrudith Lukanga from the World Forum of Fish Harvesters and Fish Workers, which is an international network of small-scale fisher organizations to establish and uphold the fundamental human rights, social justice, and culture of small-scale fish harvesters and fish workers. Speaking on dairy and livestock, we have Azra Saeed of Roots for Equity. She runs this Karachi-based organization that works with small and landless peasants. She works actively on women's rights and peasants' rights. Speaking on extractives, we have Pauline Van Palen of the Third World Network from Africa. Pauline was educated at the University of Ghana with a BA in French and Psychology and the Institute for Social Studies in The Hague, Netherlands. She's a program officer on gender and economic policy in TWN Africa. I am your moderator, Dr. Kayan Skeet of the Sridhar Ramphal Center for Trade at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus here in beautiful Barbados. Please note, each speaker has approximately 12 minutes to present, and we will follow with a question and answer segment. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to the UNCTAD 15 Gender and Development Forum. Today, I would like to give you an overview of gender inequalities that women face in agricultural production and trade, and possible measures to address them. My presentation is based on several UNCTAD studies produced by UNCTAD Trade, Gender and Development Program that I also list at the end of my presentation. I will first start with the role that women play in agriculture, then gender inequalities they face as workers and producers, and finally some areas of policy intervention. Let us first look at the roles that women play in agriculture. Agriculture is a major source of employment for women, especially in low-income countries. It corresponds to around 60% of female employment, and it is particularly the case in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. And we see that women are involved in trade in the agricultural sectors in multiple ways, and mainly as contributing family workers as farmers on their own account. And these are the two forms of vulnerable employment dominated by women. Also as entrepreneurs running on and off farm businesses and as wage workers. And we see that often these economic roles blend together, so it's not easy to distinguish a line. And family farming, traditionally, as we all know, is the major activity of women in agriculture. However, small-scale fisheries, livestock raising, forestry and agroforestry value chains are also important, as we will discuss in this panel today. Women dominate subsistence activities and are less involved in commercial agriculture. And in that sense, we can say that they are more prone to the influx of cheap food imports that lower the price of their own produce. At the same time, there is this shift that we see over the last few decades, mainly from more traditional export crops such as coffee and sugar to non-traditional agricultural export crops such as fruits, vegetables, and flowers. And of course, since these non-traditional agricultural exports are more labor intensive to both produce and process, this shift opens new job opportunities for women outside the family farm. And for example, employers prefer women in pack houses mainly due to gender stereotypes about women's perceived dexterity in handling fragile produce. Let us now continue with the implications of gender inequalities for wage workers in agriculture. In agriculture, women engage with international trade more through wage employment on estate farms or packing houses than directly through the product market. Women also play a critical role as unpaid family workers in cash crop production. However, when we look at wage employment of women in agriculture, we see that it tends to be seasonal and temporary. It's also characterized by a high degree of occupational gender segregation in the sense that women are concentrated in low skilled and low paying jobs as opposed to men who are more evenly distributed across different job groups. And women also experience the gender wage gap. Additionally, women face the double burden of combining paid work with their unpaid domestic and care work responsibilities. As we all know, this type of unpaid work in the reproductive sphere is always women's responsibility in most societies. Despite these shortcomings about wage employment, still most jobs in non-traditional agricultural exports require higher skills and therefore pay more than the alternatives in subsistence agriculture. In that sense, they play a role in empowering women in rural areas, even though, of course, there are issues that needs to be addressed. So it's not that there are not issues, but there is a role of empowerment as well. Overall, we can say that in agricultural wage employment, women's low wages and lower bargaining power make them a source of competitive advantage, borrowing from Diane Anson, for exporting firms in international markets. So in other words, firms manage to stay competitive in international markets thanks to cost cutting through employing cheap female labor. This is what we see on the wage side, wage worker side of the story. When we move on to the case of producers, we see that women farmers face various gender supply side constraints. And these all limit their capacity to produce in large quantities and also to export. Let us look at them briefly next. First of all, due to lack of formal land titling, women often manage land they cultivate it without any land use rights. So this limits their ability to borrow because in most cases, land is used as the collateral to get a loan from a financial institution. Without credit in turn, they have limited access to agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, tools, hire tractors, irrigation schemes, and labor. And this in turn prevents them from expanding production and exporting. So we see a sort of chain of reactions here. Second, women face issues with accessing market information due to limited access to technology and the internet, and also due to their more restricted interactions with their surroundings, given the societal gender norms in most societies. They also have issues in enhancing their productivity without having access to technological tools and equipment. Third, as with technology, women have unequal access to extension services. And this is mainly because these services often target higher value cash crops, which are traditionally dominated by male farmers. Fourth, women have issues with meeting phytosanitary standards as well as product and process regulations, which are required in international markets. They also face market entry barriers, such as private standards or voluntary labeling requirements. Finally, we see that women face time and mobility constraints as well. And this is mainly due to gender norms and societal traditions, as we all know, and they directly affect their capacity to produce. All of these supply side constraints in turn undermine women farmers' capacity to export, and in that sense make them underachievers of competitive advantage as producers in agriculture. After having looked at the roles that women play in agriculture and the various gender inequalities that they need to deal with, let us now turn to what needs to be done. And of course, this is a long list, but I will try to give some examples at least. We know that it's essential to reduce these gender inequalities to be able to support women's participation in trade in agriculture. Here, I will highlight some of the key areas and possible measures that could be taken. We know that agricultural extension services are critical for production in agriculture, and these services need to be scheduled and organized, taking into account women's household responsibilities and cultural norms. For example, childcare facilities could be provided at the training sites, and hours of training could be adjusted according to women's needs. Also, female extension agents could be employed to reach female farmers more easily, and this is especially important in more traditional societies. Producer organizations and cooperatives play an important role in rural areas in terms of access to capital, marketing channels, and technical assistance. Therefore, we need to encourage these entities, and also we need to ease membership procedures at these entities, for example, by reducing the amount of paperwork, which is a bigger burden on women because of their lower education. In terms of structured supply chains, context farming arrangements could link procurement to women's participation in production. That could be a way forward. Also, public procurement schemes could give priority to small-scale women producers. In terms of infrastructure investment, transportation, storage and processing facilities, irrigation schemes are all critical for agricultural productivity. And such investment also reduce women's time burden and helps them close the gender gap in productivity. So these investments are critical to support both men and women, of course, in agriculture. In terms of training and skill development, technical training programs, for example, on post-harvest handling and processing techniques are important to increase the capacity to export. This is a major constraint faced by women. Business development assistance, for example, on marketing and accounting, could also be helpful to overcome market entry barriers in foreign markets. And in terms of access to land and credit, land tenure systems need to be made more gender equitable, and land use rights need to be expanded for women. Also, access to credit could be expanded through government guaranteed lending programs, also through structured supply chain finance schemes in the case of contract farming, and through trade finance programs. Of course, I'm just giving some highlights. Each of these titles require more time. And to reduce the unpaid work burden of women, public child care facilities need to be introduced and expanded also in rural areas. So they concentrate in urban areas, as we know. And in terms of trade policy, tariffs and non-tariff measures that hurt women need to be addressed. Tariff protection is a tool that could be used selectively for food security purposes, for example. And another trade policy measure, trade facilitation measures, could aim to reduce the cost of trading also for smaller firms and not just large companies. Hence, this way they can benefit more women. And of course, trade policy is important, but it's not sufficient alone. They need to be complemented with targeted domestic policies to reduce gender inequalities in each relevant area. So it's a holistic approach to policy making and not just a single one, in my view. And another important issue to keep in mind, last few points to address, policy intervention should go beyond traditional female sectors and should also target higher value-added agricultural sectors and ease women's access transition to them. And finally, in terms of wage employment, there is need for globally accepted minimum labor standards at the minimum or international cooperation to avoid the race to the bottom. I know it's a big separate discussion, and probably it is the hardest item to realize, but I think it's important to keep in mind. These are some of the points that I wanted to raise, and thank you very much for your attention.
Next, we have Dr. Saeed speaking on dairy and livestock.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. I will be speaking on the dairy sector, as has been mentioned, and its critical importance, especially the livestock sector to women farmers, especially landless farmers in Pakistan. In Pakistan, almost 80% of employed women are in agriculture. And what is of importance is that we have 4 provinces, of which one province, Punjab, is the biggest in terms of agriculture production. It has 80% of agriculture production of Pakistan. And it is estimated that in this province of Punjab, 90% of livestock is taken care of by women. Please note that almost 70-80% of Pakistan's livestock is in Punjab. However, livestock is of critical importance to women in every province. At the same time, the situation of landholding needs to be highlighted. Currently in Pakistan, according to the government of Pakistan's data, 5% of large landholders are in control of 64% of the total farmland. And that in our country is known as feudalism. Only 65% of small-scale farmers have control over only 15% of total agricultural land. And even more horrendous than all of this data is that women's ownership of agricultural land is no more than 1%, only 1%. So the reason I'm concentrating on livestock is because of regulatory developments in the dairy sector in the past few years. However, before I go into these matters, let me highlight the interconnectedness of women's lives to land, livestock, and livelihood. As I said earlier, almost all farmers, especially women, are landless. So livestock is a critical asset which has multiple benefits for women. Livestock reproduces, and hence the increase in livestock through their offspring increases women's assets ownership, which we know they use in emergencies to sell, in death, in a healthcare problem, in dowry needs, whatever they have. They have no cash. We all know that our rural economies have no cash there. It's all still in kind. And so in order to have access to cash, selling livestock is the most commonly used form of gaining access to cash. So apart from that, dairy cattle is also a source of rich nutrition for rural households. There is milk, there is what we call lassi, it's a yogurt drink. There's butter from milk, and then there is clarified butter from milk, all of which is often used as a sole consumption for rural households with either roti or what we in English call wheaten bread, chapati or roti. So the women's household food security needs are through the milk from dairy sector, and even also a source of daily income, because the surplus these women will sell for their daily income for obtaining other products like vegetables, sometimes even for buying small bits of household goods, sheets, or whatever clothes. During COVID-19, we observed across the country that the women were using dairy products for their daily consumption. They had no access to the market, and milk was the only fallback they had. And if there had been no milk, we would have seen much more dire hunger and poverty in the country. We also observed that during the lockdown, women would come walking across the streets in the rural communities, calling out to ask people if anybody wanted to buy butter or clarified butter. So we know that they were using this dairy product not only during COVID, but this has been the pattern since the history of my country and even beyond, because Pakistan is a very ancient, part of a very ancient civilization, the Indus Valley civilization. Again, the government failure can be seen that women have no source of energy for cooking or meeting other daily needs, such as heating water or whatever, wherever you need energy. So across the country, women fall back on either using wood or animal dung from their livestock, which they burn for their cooking stove. We have also seen that women would go to the bigger landlords or people who have more animals to take up the dung and make the cakes for them, the animal dung cakes for them, and they don't get paid for it. They keep half the dung, the cakes for themselves, and give it back to the owner, half of them. Secondly, they don't have land, so they will actually lease land, which is extremely expensive, to grow fodder, because animals are of extreme importance to them. 1 acre of land will yield about fodder for about 8 livestock. So again, I make the point that land, livestock, and livelihood are closely connected to women's daily lives. The forces of feudalism and patriarchy have made it very difficult for women to access either decent livelihood or even food security. And since trade liberalization in the 1990s, with the onset of neoliberalism, especially the formation of the World Trade Organization in 1995, things have become even more difficult. One can say it is the final straw on the camel's back. The government of Pakistan has implemented pure food laws since 2011, replacing older laws from the 1960s. These laws are directly connected to the WTO through its agreement known as the Sanitary Phytosanitary Agreement, or generally just called the SPS agreement. What does SPS has to do with livestock? These agreements regulate all international standards for trade, especially of products from plants and animals. So hence the livestock meat or the milk now has to comply with certain international standards set through the Codex Alimentarius, which is what the WTO recognizes as the body which will govern the international standards ordained by the SPS. In essence, such regulatory standards means that only mega corporations like Nestle, Friesland Campina, and others meet the set standards according to the Pure Food laws. So now, just before COVID-19, the government of Punjab, which also complies with the Pure Food laws, has said that by 2022, they will ban sale of all loose milk or fresh milk in the markets. What does that mean for women? What does that mean for all our small farmers? It means that they will lose meat, access to meat. They will lose access to cash. They will lose access to nutrition, milk and other dairy products. And they will also lose access to a form of energy which is there for their food. A farmer in the northern parts of Pakistan just said to us in a meeting, so how do we eat our food? Do you want us to go hungry? Do we eat meat raw? What is the government of Pakistan asking us to do? And so that is exactly the sentiment across the country, and the people's movements, the farmers' movements, especially the women farmers' movements, have stood up and said that we will not allow the implementation of the Codex Alimentarius standards on dairy products. Please note that this is not the only diabolical agreement within the WTO. The TRIPS agreement also impacts the livestock sector because the semen of the livestock is now being traded by big countries like the United States and across Europe and even New Zealand and Australia. And we will see the same history of losing our indigenous seeds to be repeated with our very, very precious ancient lines of livestock. We have some of the most precious genetic resources in our region in Pakistan. Now, if they start using the TRIPS law against the semen of livestock, the same thing will happen in a very few years. In a matter of 5 years, we lost indigenous seeds in my country. And the same thing will happen with the SPS. What does it mean? It means that mega corporations will control milk, they will control butter, they will control clarified butter, and also fodder and fodder seeds. I will just give you a very small example, and that is that due to the European and the American markets, regulatory systems, they are saying about 10% of ethanol has to be used in fossil fuels, in the gasoline which they put into their cars. And a country like Pakistan, which is extremely water deficient, is now growing sugarcane crops all over the country so that they can make ethanol out of sugarcane. So we are losing land to food. Sugarcane is extremely high on water consumption. And who will lose? It is the women, because they will not have access to land. They do not have access to land in any case. And now, because sugarcane stands for a whole year, this is even further problematic. So when we talk about the SDG 5, when we talk about attaining SDG 5, how can we attain SDG 5 when we have international organizations like the WTO who have given the entire control of food and agriculture into corporations? And we know that there is a big movement right now in India, in many of the countries, and also against the UN Food Summit. For this very particular reason, that the corporations are being given so much importance. So a set of recommendations from the women's movement in Pakistan, from the farmers' movement in Pakistan, is that women farmers are the guardians and caretakers of livestock through ancient times, and this needs to be absolutely safeguarded. Second, women must be given, there has to be an equitable distribution of land with women in the forefront of being the beneficiaries of equitable distribution. We are asking farmers' movement to push for food sovereignty and debunk the private sector, the corporations who are emphasizing that they need to control food and agriculture, especially the livestock and the dairy sector. We need to, of course, build the people's movement, the women farmers movement, but I would like to say that the almost a criminalization of farmers across the world, especially in Asia, has been a real problem. And that means that women who also are faced with patriarchy and feudalism need to further go back. You know, women in Pakistan are already so cut off into private spheres. The crackdown on the government is further creating problems, and that is a major concern. And the government is doing this on the behalf of course, the corporations. We really demand that the government helps our small producers in transforming food systems that are based on traditional farming practices. If they need to promote agroecology and quit promoting neoliberal agriculture, which has now claimed not only lives and livelihoods of women farmers, but is also a major contributor to climate change, which is now a climate emergency. And in this week, we have seen the impacts so clearly. There is a key demand, of course, which I've already said, is equitable land distribution, but also seed sovereignty. Lastly, when we talk about the health of farmers, because they're saying that the farmers, the milk sold by farmers is unsafe, is contaminated, is of poor quality, then how we have survived from the Indus Valley civilization to this day, because in Pakistan and parts of India, milk is such a valued nutritional source. If it was unsafe, how did we overcome these many millennia of living on milk? So we are saying that people-led science needs to be used for safety and health standards of the people, and not corporate profit-oriented science, which is meant to grab control over productive resources, which include, of course, land, livestock, and seeds from farming communities. With these recommendations, I finish, and I urge everybody to look at the livestock dairy sector, which is being overrun by corporations from the northern parts of the world, and this will further disbalance the many problems that we already face in terms of equity, in terms of equality, in terms of women's rights, in terms of people's rights, hunger and poverty. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saeed, for your informative presentation. As we move on, we have our final panelists. Speaking on extractives, I invite Ms. Pauline Van Palen from the Third World Network in Africa.
So thank you. I'm very happy to be part of this panel. Now, when we think about UNCTAD, given that this is happening as within the context of UNCTAD, we need to remember that UNCTAD was created in response to the dissatisfaction on the part of developing countries at the time with the global trade order, which was very heavily skewed in favor of developing countries. And UNCTAD's mission then was to help rebalance international trade relationships, which were weighted against the global South and developing countries. Now, since then, UNCTAD's mission, as we can see, is involved in supporting developing countries to transform their primary commodity export-dependent economies and help promote domestic production. Now, as we look at the world right now, we think that this mission is even more critical. As in the period since structural adjustment, efforts by African and other developing countries to transform their economies and industrialize have been brought to a halt. Many African countries have since then become dependent on their extractive sectors and primary commodity exports as sources of revenue. And with the COVID pandemic, which has left many of our economies much weaker, we see our countries focusing even more on the extractive sector as low-hanging fruit, which they can tap for sources of revenue. Now, since the colonial time, I mean, the political economy of mineral extraction and other resources has been dominated by transnational corporations and transnational capital. And these are coming predominantly from advanced and developing countries. Now, that domination from the colonial time was reinforced by the structural adjustment programs, which had the primary focus of attracting foreign investors and foreign direct investment. In our case, particularly within the extractive sector. The extractive sector was a particularly attractive sector for foreign investors. Now, what this did, the effect of this, was wide-ranging in terms of financial flows out of poorer countries, the weakness in developing domestic linkages, and it affected domestic production and impacted livelihoods of the local people. Now, for us, one of the most insidious, one of the most affected areas in the extractive sector was in the marginalization of domestic small-scale mining activities in favor of large-scale mining corporations. And we saw that artisanal and small-scale mining activities in particular were particularly targeted. For the longest time, artisanal mining activities were made illegal. It's only in recent times that the governments have seen that artisanal mining is an important mining space and it's in need of attention. But for this presentation, I'd like to focus particularly on Ghana's small-scale salt mining sector, because salt is a particularly interesting case in point. As we all know, salt is very much a renewable commodity. And in Ghana, although we are known quite a lot across Africa for gold production, in the West African region, we have a dominance in terms of salt production as well. In Ghana, salt has been produced by artisanal and small-scale women miners for hundreds of years. According to some statistics, women dominate the sector by nearly as much as 80%. And you find them in the different parts of the in different roles. We have women as buyers, from concession holders, those who actually participate in the mining itself. I mean, they go along the value chain. And we have produced not simply for our local markets, as I said, but we have been exporting to countries along the west coast of Africa. Now, even during the colonial times, the recognition that salt was important, and therefore the attempt to gain control over salt saw the colonists trying to import salt to crush the local salt production. But that didn't work, and in a sense, the local salt production stood its ground against imports, and actually is still ongoing today. But what we're seeing, and women have been producing salt as part of cooperatives. It's very much a community effort. So communities are dependent on salt production. Communities are seeing livelihoods. People are gaining education. It's an intrinsic part of various communities. But our salt sector also offers us a very clear and tragic example of how small-scale women producers are being pushed out by the state, who not only support their efforts, but also in seeking to attract foreign direct investment, are actually trying to crush the activities of small-scale salt producers, and it's going to their detriment. Now, what we have seen is that as governments are trying to broaden the types of commodities that they are producing, there's a renewed interest in salt, because as you might be aware, salt is used in virtually every industry that we might think about. And our salt production has been used both for the domestic and industrial uses. But instead of supporting and encouraging artisanal and small-scale salt, which has sustained the industry all this time, rather government is looking to bring in foreign and large-scale producers, and in doing so, they are restricting the spaces, and in some cases completely taking the space over from the women salt producers. Government is giving concessions to investors that seem to ignore the already ongoing salt production. Just last year, although trade was affected greatly by the bans on movement as a result of COVID, in one of our largest salt producing spaces, the Adarsongo Lagoon, government granted nearly the entire lagoon as a concession to one company, which has not had any experience in salt mining whatsoever, under the notion that that company was going to bring in jobs. Now, in a space where over 20,000 people are working, the company is promising jobs of up to about 5,000 and maybe at its peak 10,000. How it's going to account for the rest? It's offering to put women into spaces where they have no expertise, they may have no land, they may have no access to resources. And bear in mind, our women have been producing in very hostile territory. They have no access to any formal means of finance. There are very little protections by way of policy support for them. And they're essentially making their way by their own. And so this move by government, very reminiscent of a structural adjustment type move to introduce big companies to take over the space where small people are, is extremely worrying. Now, beyond simply government taking over the space, we're seeing increasingly government using the state security forces to quell dissension or to harness those who may be resistant to change. Just this week, we've seen a number of arrests taking place, and even one was ours, simply because government working essentially on the part of the large-scale company is trying to quell dissension. Now, this is important as we're looking at the upcoming UNCTAD meeting for a number of reasons. We must see new commitments from our governments for policies that protect and enhance access to productive resources, particularly for small and medium-scale domestic producers in general, and women producers in particular. And that would be something that we will be looking to see during this UNCTAD meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pauline, for that informative presentation. As we look to conclude this panel on commodities and gender, we've heard presentations on agriculture, fisheries, livestock and dairy farmers, as well as small salt mining. One thing that stands out has been the role of trade, but specifically non-tariff measures, sanitary and phytosanitary standards, and how they continue to inhibit trade, specifically in the global south. My question to the panelists: with the theme Prosperity for All, what would you like to see for the UNCTAD 15th mandate in the areas of trade, of agriculture, dairy and livestock farming, fisheries, and the extractive sectors?
Thank you very much for this interesting panel and the presentation. In terms of the mandate, actually, when I think about it, I have a very broad one, not very specific one, but I think it's important to keep in mind at all stages of policy making, just to remind ourselves that any issue that we look at has a gender aspect. So there is nothing gender neutral in these policy areas that we look at. So in the case of agriculture, I would be happy to see that there is this emphasis on taking into consideration the gender inequalities and gender aspect of agriculture and trade issues while designing programs, projects, and government interventions, and also while implementing them. So just reminding ourselves that we need to have a gender lens whenever we approach any project. I know it could not be easy in certain areas because it's not very direct, but just to remind ourselves the need to have lens is very important in my view. So that is one thing that comes to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
I already made my recommendations earlier.
Yes.
But with respect to livestock sector, we cannot, I think that is the problem with capitalism in essence, that it really is very deductive. And agriculture is very intertwined with livestock, with crops, with vegetables. And it is almost an internal system where one input is used as an output and the other output is used as an input. It's very circular. And so when you disturb that system, the whole thing crashes down and it creates markets for corporations. Like if you take away, if you put regulatory mechanisms on milk, then the women will have to buy milk and butter and ghee and everything from the market. And that's really good for the corporations. But we all know that they do not have the buying power. So for us, agriculture and livestock is not different. It is a complex one unit system. And first and foremost, there should be no intellectual property rights agreements which control seed or livestock, number one. And because they are both part of biodiversity, that is what they are doing. They are controlling biodiversity with the crashing down of the climate systems. I think that is really, it will hurt the entire humanity and the ecological systems of our world. We will not be able to live as we have lived over the millennia, number one. Second is equitable distribution of land is critical. Across the world, and especially in South Asia, land distribution is highly tilted in favor of very big landlords. And with the new liberal laws that have changed, allowed corporations to come into our land and access and grab land, it means that the entire land market is open to corporations apart from the feudals who already control land. So we really need equitable distribution of land. And that is part of the GR34 of the CEDAW, as you know very well. So it's not something new that we're talking about. We're talking about asking for equitable distribution of land in the name of women. Everybody knows that in order to empower women, that is one of the most powerful tools that we have in the hands of our governments to ensure that women have access to land. It has a whole range of impact on livelihood, on nutrition, on empowerment of women, fighting against patriarchy, and so on and so forth. So that is very critical with the dairy sector. And lastly, the regulatory mechanisms cannot be controlled by the corporations. They have no right to tell us how we consume anything. I mean, the kind of fast food that these corporations are selling in the markets, the processed meat that they're selling in the markets, the milk packs. I mean, the rural women ask me all the time, when we have fresh milk in the house, even when we are very clean with the milk, we take so much precautions, it doesn't last more than 12 hours. How can they keep milk for 3 months in a pack? Is that nutrition? Chemical filtered food, is that nutrition? So we must ask for fresh, locally grown food products, including milk, and giving access to our rural communities to this freshly produced food products, which they produce in any case. But because of the poverty, the landlessness, the corporations, they are the last to eat. And they should be the first to eat. So we think that all regulatory health mechanisms have to be internally decided by the people. The government of Pakistan is not providing clean water to its communities, urban or rural. It is not providing health sanitary systems to the urban or the rural. So why are we suddenly talking about milk, which is already fresh, nutritious product? They have really no right to come and tell us that their milk is safe and our milk is not safe, it is contaminated. Those are very skewed policies and regulations. Thank you.
Access to resources is critical for women, especially women and small-scale extractive sector producers like the salt producers I was describing, without access to finance, without access to markets, without access to all the needed elements, it becomes a challenge. And when there is no policy support for their work, it's a huge challenge. So what I would hope to see is our governments thinking much more concretely about how to support domestic producers, how to build domestic capacity. Let me say that.
Thank you so much to the panelists. We learned a lot about the injustices in the sectors of agriculture, salt mining, fisheries, and livestock farming. And now it's the opportunity for you, the audience, to pose your questions to the panelists. Good morning again. Thanks so much for joining us as we now have our question and answer segment. I encourage all of you to submit your questions. First up, how do we get international development institutions to shift from an almost charitable approach to women or a primary focus on micro-enterprise to an approach which promotes and recognizes women's agency? Any concrete examples of how panelists managed to achieve that shift would be welcomed. Over to the panelists. Who wants to go first?
You want me to go first?
Dr. Saeed, you may.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's a very difficult question. When we say what have we been able to accomplish, I think what we have been able to accomplish is to make certain that women's voices from the grassroots are heard in every panel, in every possible face-to-face or nowadays with COVID-19 raging online webinars. And I think that has been an extremely important and extremely critical achievement. What we have not been able to do is to shift the policy in favor of the landless, in favor of the small farmers, the landless small farmers, men and women, the indigenous people, the fisher folk. There are very few examples, I think, across the globe where that has been achieved. And that is because of the power of the corporations and the G7 and the other first world industrialized countries who are not really willing to shift from a neoliberal framework to a people's-oriented framework. The UNFSS, which just happened right now, just 2 days ago, is a clear testament to the power of the corporations and the unwillingness of the industrialized countries to actually give space and voice to the people, especially to women. So it's a very long fight. We will not give up. There's no way we will give up. It will continue. And the key tool is to politically empower women, meaning very intense political education programs at the grassroots, to connect the issues of the people to the market. The milk issue was very clear that it was a local communities issue. But to connect it to the WTO, to the Codex Alimentarius, to the pure food laws is something which activists need to do. So the very strong bonding between the grassroots political activists to those who are more savvy and can come to these spaces like the UNCTAD and the UN and others is very, very critical. And I think the women's organizations have been extremely powerful in Asia in making those linkages. And my salute to APWLD for ensuring that the local grassroots women are connected to the more higher regional spaces and the international spaces.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other panelist wants to give an attempt to the question?
I would like to add a quick point.
Sure.
I think the key is trying to go beyond traditional female sectors as well, and not just focusing on sectors where women. So both trying to reduce gender inequalities in agriculture in various areas that we discussed during the panel, but also to take measures that support women's shift to higher value-added sectors to break this segregation. Otherwise, we continue to reproduce the existing gender inequalities. I think that's also an important one to keep in mind.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, and possibly just to add that, I think, as Dr. Said said, it's an extremely difficult question, but you're seeing increasingly international frameworks, for instance, the African Mining Vision, making specific reference to the need to support women and small-scale extractive sector producers. The African Continental Free Trade Area is very specific about its need to include women and gender issues as part of its dynamic. So I think there is an increasing recognition that gender is an issue and it needs to be addressed. As to how effective how we can address that, it remains a challenge. So just add that.
Thank you so much, panelists. We have a question now. How would you counter-argue with those in trade policies that frame gender inequalities and women's economic empowerment in a box? How would you address a narrative in which the causes of gender inequality is laid in national contexts, especially cultures, and outside the direct scope of trade policy?
Would you just clarify the question?
Sure. So we have the question from Gia Maris. How would you counter-argue with those in trade policies that frame gender inequalities and women's economic empowerment in a box? How would you address a narrative in which the causes of gender inequality is laid in national contexts, especially cultures, and outside the direct scope of trade policy? Yes, please, Dr. Said.
Thank you so much. I love that question. And I would say that this whole issue of cultural paradigm, and for instance, in my country, I'm from Pakistan, the context is religion and the context is patriarchy. So more religion as a tool for saying that patriarchy cannot be overcome because it's embedded in our religious doctrine. I would say a very bad word, and I will desist, not say the bad word.
Cute.
But I would say that the religion doesn't come to stop men from entering trade rules, which are not at all in the doctrine of our religion. Mm-hmm. They would engage in land distribution based on absolute negation of Sharia or the Islamic rules, which lay down what is the distribution of land for men and women. So religion doesn't stop them from having extremely patriarchal values, which are totally in negation of the religion. Mm-hmm. So how come suddenly trade rules cannot be stopped? Mm-hmm. Cultural values change with the mode of production. In my country, I'll give you an example. Water is a religious right. Giving somebody water to drink is a very big honor. And now with Nestle Corporation selling all this nonsense of mineralized water, nobody gives water anymore to drink to another person, to another Muslim. And that is against religion. I keep on pointing it out to everybody in my country. How come you're selling water which is against the very norms of the religion in this country? How are you allowing corporate rules to determine who's going to sell water and who's not going to sell water, who can afford clean drinking water? So cultural practices have nothing to do with it. Cultural practices are used by feudals, by capitalists, and by patriarchy to ensure that women do not get their rights. And we, women in the forefront, challenge these norms and challenge all these absolute untruths, all falsifications, false narratives, and they have no basis at all. National boundaries are not responsible only for women's disempowerment. It is a combination of feudal values entrenched in the national context and capitalist values which are entrenched in the international context, and they work hand in hand to ensure that women get the worst of all deals. I can go on, but I will stop since maybe other people would also like to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. Ms. Pauline, Professor Nursel.
I think Dr. Saeed has said a lot, but it's always interesting that it's only the negative parts of culture, which, of patriarchy, which are inimical to women, that are recognized as culture. But those aspects of culture in which women are the very strong, dominant leaders tend to be forgotten when we're discussing international trade. And that's extremely interesting, because you can go throughout different areas of culture and you realize that women have been at the forefront in the economic sector for years and decades and centuries. So it's always interesting when it becomes the paradigm, ignoring what has been the lived reality. And I think it's always important to start from the national, because it's at the national that you translate to the global and the whichever. But it's always important to begin that conversation, not just because it's from the national that you're able to influence the policy at the national level, and therefore hopefully influence global policy. And I think that's what we've been trying to do for the longest time.
Okay.
I would like to add a different dimension very quickly. I think it's also important to keep in mind the importance of domestic policies while dealing with gender and trade issues. It's not trade policy itself only that can address gender inequalities that we see in the context of trade, but most of the time domestic policies, education policy, finance policy, infrastructural policy, all of them are very critical for reducing gender inequalities and supporting women's empowerment in the context of trade. So I think it's also important to have coordination between international policy and national policies at the same time, and have a coordination. So bringing women and gender experts into all different areas that are relevant for gender and trade issues.
We're cognizant that countries don't trade, but people do. So how do we ensure that women in the agriculture, dairy, and extractive sectors and their communities benefit fully from value chain employment opportunities? Panelists, what combination of measures or policy options should governments or international agencies like UNCTAD propose for the future? Any takers?
Dr. Skeet, you want me to go first? I feel bad going first every time.
No, Dr. Saeed, that's perfectly fine. Feel free.
Okay. Number one, women, progressive women, liberated women, do not believe in value chains. Value chains are for corporations, not for us. If there is a very powerful person and a weakling who has not had meal for a month, who will win if there is a fight? We know that answer. And so we refuse to enter spaces where the corporations hold the right to do whatever they want to do. So value chains is a word which has been introduced in the context of amassing profits on the blood and bones of the women and the men of my community, of all our communities in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America. And so we refuse to let our blood and bones be used by corporations, of our children's, of our coming generations. Our response is we totally 100% believe in trade. We believe in cooperative trade. We believe in trade which will create decent livelihood, will create opportunities for true growth, industrial development, and safe and nutritious food. I'm speaking of agriculture, livestock, fisheries. Our demand is safe and nutritious food. Our demand is not value chains where we are forced to drink chemicalized water and milk and every darn thing that the corporations put on our tables. So the paradigm are two different paradigms. One is of equity, of justice, of accountability, of distributive justice, of equality between the genders. And the other one is of controlling powerful people and corporations and institutions in place to extract and extract and extract from us. So UNCTAD would be very, very helpful to the women's movement to bring the voices of the communities, of the rural communities, of the fisherfolk communities, of the indigenous women to the forefront and say that our demands are based on food sovereignty, are based on demands of development justice. If those parameters are not, we're not talking about Mars or Jupiter or any other planet which is outside this Earth. We are talking about our own Earth. And the only way to save this Earth in face of climate change, now climate emergency, to save it from hunger and malnutrition, save it from extreme violence, domestic violence and state violence, from war and conflict, is to ask for cooperation amongst the weakest so that we can strengthen each other, not for competition between the weakest and the strongest. So our language in APWLD totally nullifies words such as value added, or value chains, or assembly chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saeed. Professor?
I would like to talk more about just adding a few points about the ways that we can improve women's position in the current environment that we have. I think this is a bit different from Dr. Saeed's approach. So trying to understand the ways how we can support women as workers and also as producers in global value chains. Because we know that as workers, they are segregated into low-skilled and low-paid jobs in most agricultural value chains. And as producers, they hold the lower end of the low value-added segments of the value chain. So we need to find ways of upgrading these women into more profitable and higher value-added segments and activities, and as workers, higher paying and higher skilled positions. So trying to again break this segregation. So I think at the end of the day, the root causes are still in overcoming the different forms of gender inequalities that women face as workers and producers that I try to highlight also during my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to add that I think it's important that women producers are supported and to help improve their ability to work, to access, as I said, to access resources, to access markets, to be able to gain fair prices within those spaces. to be able to negotiate effectively with different markets, to be able to reach the different markets across the region. So, I mean, policies that address the gaps or the bottlenecks they face would be critical. How do we support women access financial resources? Women producers constantly face challenges. How can we get stable financial access to finances? How do we get women being able to strengthen their businesses? Yeah. It's not simply a matter of leaving them to their own, as they have been doing right now, because the situation in which they're producing is slightly changing. So how do we support them even as cooperatives to be able to produce in a way that brings much more concrete benefits to them and their communities is something that I think policies need to address themselves too. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pauline, and I will stay with you for the time being, because in your presentation, you spoke about the genesis of UNCTAD and the purpose of UNCTAD. As we look to the future, post-pandemic future that is, what would you like to see UNCTAD perhaps propose as an agenda or work program to help advance the issues of the Ghanaian salt miners? What can UNCTAD do as an international agency to help perhaps bring greater change, or positive change, I should say?
Well, because I think one of the things I said in my presentation is that you find that national policy in terms of extractives doesn't necessarily identify small-scale salt producers as a sector which needs to be supported and therefore advanced. And therefore, as an international agency, that helps governments, understand some of the challenges that they face. How would UNCTAD support, let's say, Ghana's government to recognize the important role of small-scale producers in an area such as salt? How would it advise our governments to provide not just financial, but also other resources to salt producers? Is something that we would hope we would see in the future, because we know that UNCTAD offers that learning facility to our states. So how do I would hope that UNCTAD would focus on something like that, because it's not just simply a question of the extractive sectors, but how do small-scale extractive sector producers, who tend to be on the marginal side of policy, get drawn into a policy framework such that policy protects them, and not simply a policy that seeks to introduce large-scale and corporations, but also supports smaller scale activities. That is what I would hope that a future UNCTAD would address itself to.
Thank you so much. So thank you to all the panelists for a very critical panel on the key issues which continue to confront us. We are in the final minutes of this panel. So my question to the panelists, you are all calling for fundamental structural reform. What does it take to move us closer to this reform? Professor, would you like to start?
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion and panel. I am very happy to be here. I think all of these proposals that we put forward are challenging. So it's a big challenge and long road ahead. As you said, they all require reforms in various areas. But I think advocacy is very critical for moving forward and supporting women's organizations, and as also Dr. Said raised earlier, bringing their voice into these different policy-making areas. I think it's critical to move forward and realize some of these changes more easily. Yeah. This is one thing that comes to my mind. So I think supporting women's organizations' participation in policy-making process is critical. which I think is not very central at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say that I think something that this Gender and Development Forum is a critical part of that, what we would like to see. I mean, creating space in policymaking, at the policymaking tables and policymaking fora for women's voices to not just be heard, but to take part in that whole discussion, to take on board some of the issues that women and men who recognize the need to address gender imbalances is a critical thing. And we would hope that this initial forum would be one of many, and it would be a much more constructive engagement between women and gender organizations and UNCTAD going forward.
Thank you. Dr. Saeed, the final word.
Thank you, Dr. Skeet. I think what is very important for us in terms of how UNCTAD can help in paving a way for a more humane society. We have the GR34 as part of the CEDAW, which gives land rights to women, to rural women. That is a United Nations document. It needs not be fought for in a very big way anymore. If the UNCTAD can raise the rights that have already been given to us through the CEDAW, which we have fought for over generations, that would be, I think, very instrumental in bringing about a more equitable society in our countries, wherever we are. So land rights, I would say that the fight for land rights is very critical and is the base for food security, food sovereignty of the people, of the women, of the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, panelists, and thank you for the viewing audience. This brings us to the end of the panel on commodities and gender, looking at agriculture, dairy, and extractive sectors. I am your moderator, Dr. Kayan Skeet, and it has been my pleasure. Thank you so much. Take care.
access to transportation that is more accessible to persons, to women and men, to get to work. I also want to put on the table the issue of the green economy, decent work, which means more jobs, better working conditions, but also creating an enabling environment for workers to actually participate in decision-making around their working conditions. We've heard also about land reform. So the care economy and the labor situation has to address the inequalities in access to land, to finance, to business, training, but also look at procurement policies of government, which would enable more small farmers, women farmers, marginalized farmers to actually participate in trade. One of the things I argue for strongly is for policy coherence. So we have made a commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, the last round that we're using to promote sustainable development. But if we look at what happens and what has been described in the various groups and presentations, we're seeing lack of policy coherence. So for me, concretely, one of the things that we need to look at is how do we promote policy coherence? How do we mainstream gender in very practical ways, right? To promote more equity and economic development, but also support the caregiving work and redistribute caregiving work. And lastly, for now, I would just say we need to strengthen legislation and mechanisms to promote gender equality and the empowerment of women. So I wanted to just put those issues on the table as opening remarks, and we can have a further discussion around it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dunn. And we're now going to turn to Dr. Jillian Marcel. And again, Dr. Marcel's extensive bio is on the Gender and Development UNCTAD website, so please do check that out and make sure, as well as all of the other presenters for today and for the forum generally. I will share a little bit about Dr. Marcel's work and just share that Dr. Marcel leads Resilience Capital Ventures, a boutique capital advisory practice specializing in blended finance. She has a proven track record in attracting investment and focuses on telecoms, fintech, renewable energy, and regenerative agriculture. Her specialty is the design and implementation of blended finance strategies that often involve partnerships, ecosystem strengthening, and designing architectures for transformational change. And she has a long list of places that she has taught and completed research around the world. And so we are in good hands for a conversation about debt and finance. Please, Dr. Marcel, share with us and lead us in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nixon, and for the opportunity to join this conversation. So I'm actually not going to be talking about debt because, in fact, one of the ways that I want to shift the conversation is to bring in the private sector. And I know that that is something that we have to work at within the feminist community and also within the UN family. Because as we said in a panel that I moderated yesterday, one of the, to my mind, the most pressing issue facing the feminist and gender development community is to change the face of finance. And what do we mean by that? Right now, we have a global financial and investment system that, quite frankly, is dysfunctional. It has been dysfunctional for many years. And what are some of the indicators that I use to support that claim of dysfunction? Well, first of all, the estimate for the gap in financing the SDGs is now up at $100 trillion US. So let that sink in. 100 trillion US dollars. At the same time that the US stock market, which is still the largest stock market in the world, has had a significant bull market over the period of the pandemic. So you have a complete decoupling from the needs of the 7 to 8 billion people in the world and the performance of our global financial markets. In the last week, I probably have had 3 emails come through about funds that have raised $1 billion for private equity, in some cases for venture capital. And yet, in the largest and most advanced capital market in the world, which is also in the US, the number of Black women who have raised $1 million is still less than 100. So let that sink in as well. There is a single firm called BlackRock that has assets under management of $8 trillion, almost 1/3 of the entire GDP of the United States. And 5 tech firms have a value that is more than the purchasing power of 7 billion people around the world. I could go on, but I think you get the point that there is dysfunction. And so in the panel yesterday, we spoke about the ways in which we need to actively treat with that dysfunction. And we identified 3 main issues, which I want to bring back to this group. The first is that we have to change the paradigm around what is finance for. And I do extensive work on this because my thesis is that unless we are actually deploying financial capital in combination with other forms of capital, we're going to continue that kind of dysfunction. So the entire thesis of what is finance for and how it gets deployed needs to be turned on its head. The second issue is, and this comes back to changing the face of finance, even within the United Nations, the folks that I had on the panel who graciously agreed to join me on the panel are not the people that you see the UN holding up when it speaks about engaging with the private sector. It is much more likely that when the United Nations speaks about engaging with the private sector to solve the SDG challenges, it will be a middle-aged white man. So let that sink in as well. Whereas in yesterday's panel, we had $50 billion of assets under management, and we had very good representation from the Global South, political Global South, and from the global majority. And we also had Jessica Espinoza, who is from the 2X Collaborative. So who is sitting at the decision-making tables when financial facilities are being designed in the private sector? Who is being brought into the conversation when our very governments decide on the ways in which they will do blue economy strategies or orange economy strategies or debt for nature swaps? Requires that in addition to feminists speaking about identity, all good issues, that we realize that feminism needs to address finance and investment. Because otherwise, we are leaving it up to others who have actually contributed to the dysfunction. And so finally, where we left the discussion yesterday is that there is work to be done. There is work to be done using UN language to speak about multi-stakeholder collaborations. And there is work to be done that brings in many of the people who are on this call, which I'm assuming from some of the interactions that we've heard, come from academia, because we don't have the research on what kinds of financial facilities are required. And we have to move way past seeing issues that feminists should be engaged in with respect to finance as being about microfinance and how we support micro enterprises. Those are important issues, but if we leave it up to the people who have so far been assumed to have that credibility, that authority, that gravitas, we will continue to have the dysfunction that currently exists. So thanks again for the opportunity to be part of this breakout session, this conversation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marcel. And up next, I just want to welcome folks who are just joining. Thank you for being here. And please do, we want this to be interactive. So add your questions and thoughts and reflections as we think about specific topics and really push our conversation on coming up with ideas and recommendations around finance, investments, care in the labor economy, and COVID-19, the crisis, and the other topics we really want to get in for our remaining time. And so up next we have Dr. Atiya Waris, who is the only professor of fiscal law and policy in Eastern and Central Africa. She's the first female director of research and enterprise at the University of Nairobi, and we are so thrilled to have you with us. And her extensive bio is on the Gender Development Forum website. And so I just want to share as well that she's an advocate, company secretary, an arbiter of over 20 years standing, and was the founding chair of the Fiscal Studies Committee. And she teaches in the law school of University of Nairobi in Kenya, and she's taught at other universities and places around the world. And so we are very pleased to have Dr. Waris with us to talk in particular about debt. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angelique. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know people are joining in from all over the world. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. When I was asked to talk about gender and debt, I kept looking back at the entire fiscal system. All the sources of, call it money or revenue, floating into a national budget, a regional budget, or even a continental budget. And then, of course, global budgets also exist, institutional ones. And then the sections coming out of it, the revenue, that how it is used, the debt and how it is used. And unfortunately, when money comes into a budget, it isn't always separated. So while it's great to talk about debt specifically, for me, the bigger issues within gender touch not only on debt, but touch on a whole host of other things. And so I'm going to not speak for too long, but I'm going to try and walk you through what I think are the bigger concerns facing gender inclusiveness, gender parity, gender recognition within fiscal spaces, including debt globally. So when we talk about principles of fiscal systems, we talk about fair systems, we talk about equitable. Very often people hear the words accountable, transparent, responsible. Those are the good governance principles. The people talk about efficiency and effectiveness as well. And when I look at the framework of financing, including debt, I think three things are missing, three principles. One is an element of justice. And I think that justice needs to really underpin everything within a system. And the second one is the question of equality. And there's a lot of debates, equity versus equality. But when it comes to numbers and value for money, then it's less about an equity discussion. It's more about an equality. Money must get spent, dollar for dollar, pound for pound, euro for euro, shilling for shilling, whatever your currency is, on these different needs of different peoples, but also when we take money out from them based on parity as well on that side. And then the third principle I think is missing in this whole framework tends to be a recognition of differences. So although I say justice and equality, a recognition of differences for me is where the issues around equity come to start to play when we talk about gender. And so this is the first set of things I think we really need to consider when it comes to debt. The second set is things about objectives. How are you raising the debt? How are you redistributing the debt? How is the debt going to affect how your economy and your society operates? But also, how are we changing the prices of goods and services when we take on that debt? All of these play a very key part. And one example that I think all of us are probably going to be able to resonate with is the issue of debt that's been taken as regards COVID and vaccines. And when you look at that debt, where has the debt come from? How are we using the debt? In some countries, that has been a very structured use of the money, the debt that's been taken on board. But in other places, they've noticed that it has not been used the way it should be. There have been procurement scandals in many countries. There in some countries, there's talk of COVID millionaires, but also that results in the goods and services and an economy changing prices as well. And debt has a direct connection as a result to the raising of living standards in different spaces and the release of people from vulnerabilities. But also, how does debt sort of recognize the space in which it operates in? And almost like a live system, it adds into that system. But also, debt should represent the needs and the purposes of citizens and states as residents, as taxpayers, as people operating in that system. And when I try and look at where's the gendered space for that, again, there isn't a gendered space to debt, very clear. There hasn't been a leveling of the field based on needs. So those are two objectives, I think, that are missing in the overall spaces that I look at. And when you look at the overall space in which people operate in, there's always a big question mark as to who pays for that state. When we take on debt now, we don't actually pay off the debt now. We actually take it on board for the future. The result of taking debt on in spaces like that is you hear statistics that say that, for example, a child born in any given country in the developing world could be owing almost $2,000 at birth. And that's a question that I think we really need to unpack, because if my child tomorrow is born and is born in debt, who pays that debt? Can I go to the state and give them $2,000 and say, please release my child from this debt? These are connections that I don't see being made on a basis of the human being at the other end of this debt transaction. And so these are things that I think we do need to think about. I think they're very important. And the one thing I think is that we all have different histories when it comes to issues around gender, but very often I hear a Western understanding of gender and a Western understanding of how debt takes place. But I think that more and more we need people from the global south and from other countries apart from those in Europe and North America speaking about the gendered history of debt in their countries, because it tends to be very different from what I see in the global north. And colonization has a lot to do with that. The historical background around it becomes very important. But that is not to say there wasn't a similar history in the past in the global north. There's a similar history across the world. But when you open up all of those issues, then you start to see bigger and bigger problems. So if I were to conclude, because I really want to hear your thoughts about what I've been thinking about, I see that the principles are missing. There isn't a clear gender perspective when we're looking at issues around debt. I think in addition to the decision to take on the debt and a lens of gender to that, there also isn't a gendered lens to how that debt is then going to be utilized. If we're going to build infrastructure, it's building infrastructure. It doesn't talk about infrastructure that's going to facilitate needs of the specific parts of a society. And the third part, and this one does tend to have a space for discussion and debate as well, is what falls under gendered rights or women's rights for the purposes of financing. Everybody has this different basket of needs and rights. And I think it's very important that we start to unpack that more and more. And I'd like to stop by saying that it's my favorite African proverb. If you've heard me speak the past month, I've said it a couple of times. Poverty without debt is wealth. And I think the fact that that phrase resonates now with a lot of people is because so many are also in individual debt, if not only national debt or regional debt. And I think that those are very, very critical issues. So Angelique, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm delighted and honored to be here. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juarez. And I'm resonating with all that you said, especially in relationship to what Dr. Marcel and Dr. Dunn said. I think we are making connections, even though we didn't plan it, we are making the connections very clear. And you know what you just said about poverty without debt equals wealth just made me really think about the enormous amounts of debt, of course, across the global south and in our Caribbean region especially. And we have some of the most indebted countries in the world, and we see what the havoc that has brought on to so many countries in the region. And so thank you for bringing that up. I think that is such an important point for us to make the connections then to how we think about investment and finance. And I'm going to take chair's privilege and share a little bit some of my thoughts about the COVID-19 crisis, because I think it follows so well from what Dr. Juarez just raised. Because of course, in this period of the pandemic and the crisis, all of our greatest issues and pressing concerns have all been exacerbated. And so I want us to think about the ways that poverty and the economic crisis and insecurity continue to be exacerbated by the pandemic, issues related to gender-based violence, the climate crisis, neoliberal agendas that are, of course, infused into the neo-colonial and colonial and imperial structures that still dominate so much of our conversations about development, about trade, about how we think about the economy, issues related to injustice, racial and economic, LGBTI discrimination and violence. So many things continue to be exacerbated, and I think it's been a constant reminder that inequalities continue and are exacerbated in moments of crisis and disasters. And I think we also need to have a conversation about disaster capitalism and how in these moments, when we think that we have an opportunity to create something different or to push for transformation, some of the same old models of development continue to be brought up as if that is going, to create the change that we need, or they are the solutions. And so I just wanted to share a little bit that, in the early months of the pandemic, I argued that, we had this opportunity to radically change our structures and develop economic recovery plans that were grounded in sustainability, in gender and class analysis, food sovereignty, local investment, and regional mutual aid. I thought deeply and reflected on the South-South interdependence models that we've seen some of our Global South economists and really radical thinkers and scholars and activists have said, let's try to do something different. And I thought with the supply chains being disrupted, we had this moment and this opportunity. Well, I couldn't be further wrong, right? All we've seen in the last 18 months to now going on 2 years is more of the same. And frankly, what's terrifying for me and our region in the Caribbean is that we continue to push forward tourism as our model for development in the midst of tourism quite literally being put to a halt. We still, are looking towards foreign investment, and we're still looking towards tourism development, which is unsustainable and frankly, absolutely degrading to the environment. It does not create in any way sustainable development, yet it remains the solution to our crisis. And I have been, frankly, really disturbed that continues to be the solutions. And so I wanna raise here in this forum that, you know, we need to continue pushing for different kinds of systems, and that the COVID-19 crisis continues to show us how urgently we need new ideas, and in some ways not even new. I think South relations and the issues around mutual aid and how we might want to think differently about trade have already been a part of the thinking of how we can do things differently. And so I just wanted to raise those, and I want to hear what other people are thinking around the world. What are ways that we can create decolonial visions of regional mutual aid and South-South interdependence? Because as we continue to see the economic fallout, which very likely across our region and indeed the global South, we are going to feel the impacts of the crisis for years beyond, I think, the global North. And I think that's one of the things that I hope we can talk through. How do we create different relationships across our countries and regions that do not depend on foreign aid or loans or World Bank and IMF debt? You know, and I wanna pause here, and then we can continue. I see Dr. Marcel has her hand up, and Dr. Waris is shaking her head. So I think we have some questions we can dive into. But with the earthquake that's just happened in Haiti, and I want to just, you know, pause for a second and just send so much, you know, love and light to people who are struggling right now with that earthquake, and also to our Haitian siblings who are at the border of the U.S. Texas, the border of U.S. And Texas and Mexico, experiencing quite literally, right, this trifecta of the migration crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, and the crisis of debt and economic and political insecurity, as well as the climate crisis. We are seeing our folks being treated inhumanely at another border crossing at a place, and we know it's happening around the world. And so I just wanted us to think about that, because I think that really showcases all of the places that we've been talking about today. Dr. Dunn talking about the care economy and labor. Dr. Marcel raising the question of what do we invest in and how do we deal with finance, and Dr. Waris's pressing concerns around how we deal with debt and how gender is so often, I would say gender, race, and class are so often at the center of these. And so, Dr. Marcel, please jump in, and then we're going to bring in Christina Hines, Dr. Christina Hines, to the conversation.
Sorry, I'm not sure whether we through with all of the panelists, because I can wait if we have another panelist to speak. I wanted to come in on the issue of COVID.
No, please go ahead. We do have Dr. Christina Hines is our last panelist, but I think because you have a direct question, you should go, or a response. Go
no,
ahead.
let me allow the final panelists to speak, because I can use my comments on COVID to wrap up what I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to move to our final panelist, Dr. Christina Hines, who will be offering some questions and remarks on the issue of commodities, which I think lines up so nicely as we are rounding out our speakers. Dr. Hines is a senior lecturer in political science and head of the Department of Government, Sociology, Social Work, and Psychology at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. And of course, you can see her longer bio and see all of the amazing work that she's done on the Gender and Development Forum website. Just to tell you a little bit as well, Dr. Hines has a book, Civil Society Organizations, Governance, and the Caribbean Community, and has published extensively on the issue of governance and international relations and political economy. And so I now turn us over to Dr. Hines to say some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you as well, and it is really a pleasure to be here among such highly esteemed company. Now, on commodities, there are some different ways that we can think about this right now. Because on the one hand, when we're talking about commodities and the involvement of women, for instance, in the production and the trade of commodities. We can think of women in two ways. We can think of them as employees, and we can also think of them as entrepreneurs and self-employed. And in both of these, and this connects in some ways to what Angelique was speaking about previously, what we've seen in this current period is that women have been significantly affected by this pandemic, both in their roles as commodity producers within corporate settings, as employees, and also as people who produce commodities, whether we are talking about for international trade, so for export, or for the domestic trade, community trade, and so on. And I wanted just to bring in some information that comes from the World Trade Organization. They did a study last year about the economic impact of COVID-19 on women. And there are some really interesting things in this study. For instance, they note that women make up a larger share of the workforce in manufacturing sectors such as textiles, apparel, footwear, and telecommunications products, and they have experienced some of the largest falls in export growth during the pandemic. So what this has meant is that when we think about trade, when we think about commodities as well, we tend to think about these as just things that exist out there without necessarily thinking about the connection between the export of commodities, the sale of commodities, and people and their livelihoods. And what we have seen is that this current pandemic has had significant impacts on women who are employees producing commodities. We also have, and I know this takes us away a little bit from the focus on commodities when we're talking about trade, but I think it's really important, especially from a Caribbean context, to think about some of the significant things that we trade, and these are often services. And we know that women have been significantly impacted by declines in the service sector globally. And in the context of the Caribbean, where we are so tourism dependent, this has had really drastic implications on the abilities of women to be gainfully employed and to contribute to the economy. And if we go outside of women in a kind of box and we think about the gender dynamics of this, often what we can see are that women have to end up in arrangements where during a pandemic, they may expose themselves to some of the risks because they may not be operating. If you're producing commodities for sale, whether domestically or for export, or whether you are involved in a service trade, these are not things that are very easily done remotely. So as we think going forward about the connection between women and trade in commodities and trade more broadly, I would love for us to think about how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected women in some ways that are different from the ways in which men have been affected, and what this means for the global system of trade, production, and all of the social relationships that go along with it. So I can pause here so that we can have a fuller discussion of all of these issues. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hines. We have been in we already have so many important reflections, ideas, and questions raised. And I think that this is a perfect time to now I want to go back to all of the panelists. Dr. Marcel, you are up first to offer any responses, concluding remarks, and then I also want to invite all of our participants on Zoom as well as YouTube. Please put in your questions and thoughts, raise your hand, and of course we want this to be as interactive as possible. So please go ahead and let us know you'd like to share. Dr. Marcel, over to you.
Yes, what I wanted to say is that within the context of COVID, there is also an innovation opportunity. And that innovation opportunity is being taken up by several countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think that it is important that when we speak about the ways in which COVID has resulted in serious challenges, that we also include the opportunities to be involved in therapeutics, in curatives, as well as in the science and technology around vaccine production and distribution. And so there is an opportunity, which is certainly gendered, and it is also not geographically diffused around the world, but together with colleagues in many different locations, including in one particular colleague in Jamaica, David Walcott, we are thinking about ways in which the political global south can be part of that conversation as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Marcel. Dr. Dunn?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nixon and colleagues. Very interesting discussion. I wanted to just add the work that has been done by persons like Dr. Mariama Williams. We had her as our keynote, Marisa Fontana and others, about mainstreaming gender in trade. So we're not starting from scratch, right? I think we also need to be able to share information on practices. So one of the benefits of having this forum is a wealth of knowledge that has been shared, and how can we, moving forward, have greater access to that for those who need it most as models. One of the things I also wanted to share was findings from a study I did for the International Labour Organization on women's entrepreneurship development. It was an assessment, and they have 6 framework conditions. So it looks, for example, at the need for us to have more gender sensitive legal structures and mechanisms. We need to also look at leadership and coordination around our support for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and make them more gender sensitive. We need to also look at access to gender sensitive financial services. So when you look at the financial sector, the assumption is that we're all the same, when in fact, the results show that if you have a more enabling environment for women's entrepreneurship development, you would have different kind of packages, different conditions for loans and what have you. But also the business support services have to be more gender sensitive. So yes, we do have these things available, but gender is not necessarily mainstreamed into them. Access to markets and technology, the whole area of creating an enabling environment where women in small businesses can access and use technology more effectively, where women who are small farmers can use it to be more productive. And finally, broaden the spaces for policy dialogue for women's organizations to influence the national strategic levels, but also regional and international. So I just wanted to add those things. So it's a package of things that in fact can be done to make a significant difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dunn. I want to turn over to Dr. Juarez. Any thoughts or reflections?
I think that different parts of the conversations we're having are at different levels, and understandably so. It is all about where pressure points have been over the decades and where they are reaching to now. But from the perspective of state fiscal systems, I think, to be honest, both the global north and the global south are still lagging behind in inclusiveness of gender in all these fiscal spaces. And there have been so many calls, for example, gender disaggregated data in tax data, having debt being qualified and quantified based on who is getting loans, and do you need your spouse to be your referee? I mean, these are realities of women on the ground when it comes to issues of debt. When it comes to national and regional issues, it's about when debt is taken on and what is that cost benefit analysis. And does that cost benefit analysis take gender into consideration? And so far, I haven't seen it taking place at all. And I think I would like to just say that we need to just be constantly aware and constantly pushing. So it doesn't matter where you leave from today. Walk down the road, go home, sit in your house and wonder about which hand of a woman has had something to play or which hand of a man has had something to play in all the pieces of life around you. And I think when we continue to recognize and are aware, we will end up being more inclusive. Thank you, Angelique.
Thank you so much for that. I think it's so important for us to also remember that gender responsiveness, gender mainstreaming, and gender justice still remain some of our most pressing concerns globally. And also thank you for acknowledging those differences, even as we look across the global south to look at our commonalities. We know that we also share commonalities, especially for gender justice and inclusion and parity, and even issues of just, political representation is something that still remains such. Oh, we are so not there. Yes, we are still, all of us are still struggling. And of course, gender, as it intersects with race and class and nationality and ability and location and religion and, so many aspects of our identity, we still see how inequalities continue to be perpetuated and how they are felt differently across the world. And we have about 10 minutes left. I want to give thanks to Dr. Marcel and just alert everyone in the chat that Dr. Marcel has shared a number of resources and links for us to look at. So please go ahead and click on those and save them for later on. And I want to open up to see if there are any questions or reflections or thoughts from anyone here joining us on Zoom. Please just go ahead and put up your hand or put in a question in the chat. And as we are waiting for that, Dr. Hines, do you have any closing remarks or any responses that you want to share? I think Dr. Hines is reconnecting with some computer challenges, so we'll wait for her to reconnect. And I just want to say that I really appreciated everyone's perspectives today and how we are, of course, we're all thinking about the pandemic. The pandemic has changed so much, and I think, we've had so many important moments in the last year and a half that have changed how we think about the world and how we think about the future. And there's still so much that is uncertain. And I just want to applaud the efforts of the Gender Development Forum team. I know how hard it was to get this organized amidst everything going on, and give thanks to all of the team in Barbados. I know you're working incredibly hard, and we appreciate all that you've done to make this happen. And we know that our work here will continue to offer the important analysis and interventions that we so need, and all of us to increase our efforts wherever we're working around the world. Dr. Hines, please.
Thank you. I'm here using 2 devices because one of mine is not functioning, so I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to say before we close, and I know I was quite brief in talking about trade and commodities, the service trade, which I think is really critical as well. I wanted to say that when we are having discussions during the pandemic about how to get our economies restarted and about how to reset and revision what the world will look like post-COVID if that ever occurs, and how trade and the digitalization that is going along with commodities and the service trade happens, we really do have to start in this reset thinking about women and their contributions, how they're affected, as you said, gender mainstreaming, but not as an add-on. And this is one of my observations, that we collect data and we do things at the end so that we can say, yes, we have included gender, we have included the women, they're included in digitalization, they're the key people who are involved in craft and certain forms of commodities, trading and production. But I would want for us to really have a much deeper think about how we can revision and reset so that we really do take these issues seriously, and not just for the benefit of the economy in dollars and cents terms, but also for the well-being of everyone who is involved in trade, whether it is domestically or at the international level. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for raising those really vital points about how we understand and how we push for the kinds of changes we want. I mean, it's so often in gender and development studies, we argue that mainstreaming can't just simply be about, adding or, the add +1, or even, being careful and concerned about the ways that quotas end up happening. We want meaningful inclusion. I think when it comes to questions of social justice and human rights and gender and sexual justice and racial justice, there are commonalities there and lessons we can learn across movements. We can't have just simple adding on or an add-on or a women and men, but because of course gender is more complex. And we want to think about meaningful inclusion where we can create change, and we think about transforming issues of power and representation. And we have, I want to share, we have one hand up from our Zoom participants, and I just also want to share that we have some comments on the YouTube, on our YouTube channel live stream. People are really feeling the comment about poverty without debt is wealth, saying that's profound. We also have a comment really, building on what I talked about on the people of Haiti and what they are going through, repeating the call to Caribbean governments to make a greater effort to care for our own, from Lucien in comments on YouTube, as well as another comment from Marta feeling the same way about Haiti, Puerto Rico, and the whole of the Caribbean. There is no way the SDGs will be achieved unless women's rights, if countries face these situations which are globally systemic and structural. I think really echoing what we've said here. Yambo Du, would you like to go ahead, please? You can unmute your mic and share.
Okay, then, thanks for the perspectives, and even earlier this morning about from South Asia and other places. And it's a conversation I've been having with Jillian and likely a handful of others here for the last few months, and even longer, ever since the lockdowns hit. But I'd like to bring up here in the interest of extending the solution space, as she likes to say, is that what do you see as some of the biggest barriers at overcoming the biases and there's other impediments towards blended finance? And I'm not saying blended finance necessarily as purely financial, but also blended finance of synthesizing non-financial forms of capital as well, especially across the global majority. And right now, the issue I've been observing is so much of the conversation has been, so for those of you familiar with Jillian's BBB framework, has been on technical roadblocks, those things like what do you call bottlenecks and such, but a lot less has been on the blind spot, as in where are solutions emerging that much of the mainstream, at least in the global north, have not really been noticing, and some they have even missed entirely from the global majority as well. Example, I think what's happening with India with cloud kitchens and such, and those in Silicon Valley treating as if they're something utterly novel, despite the fact that they've been around for quite some while in many other regions. So where do you see the gaps primarily in really overcoming these biases and blind spots and other impediments?
Thank you so much for that important question. And if any of my fellow panelists have any thoughts, so that we have about 2 minutes to wrap up. Dr. Dunn, please take us away.
Right. Okay, I'll just use half a minute. So I'm joining you from Botswana in Southern Africa. And one of the innovations I've seen is ability to use technology for job creation, for the cultural and creative industries, and so much more. So people have responded. It's not as if it's all doom and gloom. There's been a lot of creativity, and I just want to leave that word of encouragement to say if we can look and share more deliberately about some of those innovations in terms of technology, or also adapting your agricultural products to have food sustainability, it's really very helpful. So thanks for allowing me to share that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Dunn. And the point around let's, in our final moments together, sharing any solutions, any innovative engagements, especially in the pandemic. I mean, I think that this Gender Development Forum is one we can celebrate as a way that we've seen small island nations in our Caribbean region rise up and step up and lead. We are leading this conversation and demanding solutions that work for our region. I think it's so powerful. I think I've seen, in Trinidad and Tobago, questions of food sovereignty, engagements around the issue of climate crisis and what we are living in. How do we feed ourselves? More conversations are happening. And I've seen some amazing and powerful engagements from farmers, from small scale farmers, and how people are taking control in this particular moment. Dr. Marcel has a comment. Dr. Marcel, you want to share? And it's 12 o'clock, so we have some really good comments in the chat, and I think we actually have to close. But yes, that people have been more thinking about inward investments, particularly around fintech, and thinking about the accessibility of technologies. And I think that's something that we've certainly seen globally, where we've had to make adjustments, changes, and some of those have moved us in different directions to be as innovative as possible. And I think taking care of ourselves in different kinds of ways. So I want to join my fellow panelists in saying thank you so much for this really powerful conversation and sharing. Dr. Juarez is sharing that the value chain is now more domestic. Yes, especially for food. And I think we have also seen those kinds of similar changes, and really, looking inward and regionally. So I want to, on behalf of all of the organizers and for the panelists, I want to say thank you so much for everyone who's joined us, and of course continue to engage and watch and experience the Gender and Development Forum on the website, through YouTube, and please share your thoughts and comments, and let's take these conversations into our work, whether it's in our research, whether it's in our activism, in the classroom, in our colleagues, in our workplaces, wherever we are. Let's move, push, transform, and create the changes that we know we also desperately need around the world for greater prosperity and greater equality and equity and justice for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Enjoy the rest of the forum. Keep safe.
Bye, everyone. Thank you
Bye,
so
everyone.
much.
Take care.
Take care.
Hi, Dr. Nixon. I had to pop off for a moment. Did you have a chance to look at my question regarding the digital economy? Daria Cave here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Daria. Did I miss that? Oh, I'm so sorry. I was managing a lot.
No problem. Not a problem at all.
I think we did have some conversations at the end about digital economy. People were talking about, well, using and investing in economy, so in digital technology. But I think I missed your question. I'm so sorry.
Not a problem. I know that there's a lot to it.
But it's a very important issue, and we need to focus and share some of what is available and what opportunities are. Thank you so very much for that.
Yes, my pleasure. It's particularly necessary as we go into the document that is coming out of the UNCTAD 15. So I'm very, very curious about how we're going to put that policy into the document. So carry on smartly, folks.
Thank you. Bye.
You as well. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone. Please take care.
There is great value in handmade objects. First of all, they tell stories. They tell stories of the maker that the maker is trying to share with the viewer and the public. They also have, you know, the tactile qualities, and they are absolutely unique. There is no one other handmade thing just like the other. You know what I mean? So handmade things come with a certain quality and an essence of the individual who makes them. And then people who view them can see themselves or see parts of themselves in the objects that they're looking at. Hi, my name is Juliana, and I am a ceramic artist. I prefer to be called a ceramic artist because I make works in clay that tell stories about my heritage and where I live and where I come from. Ceramics is a very old custom, traditional custom of making vessels for food or storage of water. And being a black woman, an African woman, the continent of Africa is filled with traditional ways of making pottery. So sometimes when I make pottery, I will use the traditional techniques and create vessels using those techniques. I'm also inspired by techniques in Japan. Ceramics is a very vast body. You can spend your entire lifetime learning just one particular area. So I try to investigate, build my skills, and learn as much as I can. So what I try to do is to create stories about myself as a woman, as a maker, as a Caribbean woman, and to try to share that information with Barbadians and visitors and whoever is interested in my work. It's a very long heritage, you know, starting from the Taino, moving into the enslaved population, and it was used in the sugar industry. And then there was a cottage industry from Chalky Mount, where we all know about ceramics, and even to today.
We have our pottery and getting the clay from the lands, and how many people know, you know, in the schools that know about throwing the wheel and throwing a pot and, you know, sitting down, and because these things is creation.
People really love things that are handmade because it contains the essence of the maker, and then you can see yourself in it as well.
My name is Erika Jelani. Welcome to Ngozi's Farm and Cultural Sanctuary, located in Turnasol, St. Andrew. And right here, as you can see in the background, there's a wide range of basketry items, all hand woven by myself and my family, which goes under the signature roots and grasses. So we have a variety of products from placemats to laundry baskets to decorative items. You know, so it's a hand-woven, authentic Barbadian baskets, you know, both functional and decorative. In those young days, trying to figure out and, you know, map out a path in life, and I sat down and meditate and started to pray to the Most High to ask for guidance to show me a way and the way forward in my life at this juncture. And this just slapped in front of me, and it jumped up, yeah, I got it. I can do baskets. And everybody was like, wow, you can do what? I say, yes, I do baskets. And I remember my sister was saying, my elder sister in Canada now, Ivadne, she was saying, why you don't go and do a time study analyst at, you know, one of the factories down the Harbour Road? And I said, no, that's not what this spread showed me. And it's where it said do baskets, and they know baskets. Ngozi was the middle name of my daughter that passed. So I put the farm like in memory of her to continue that kind of legacy. So Ngozi's blessing, and we ask for the blessing for our crops and for the blessings of our farm and for that continued success and prosperity. And here at Ngozi's farm, we plant a wide variety of organic fresh fruits and vegetables, cassava, sweet potato, and also we plant the vegetables, sweet peppers, hot peppers, cabbages. We have a good crop of bananas and plantains. We plant a variety.
My name is Shanika Burnett. I'm 35 years old and I'm representing Aisa Textile Design and Shakad Eco Lifestyle. I've been at every Bridgetown market from the time I could probably walk, Whole Town Festival, the opening gala in the park, NIFCA. So I'm really a child of the cultural industries. One of the first workshops I would have done outside of school with the NCF, I was, I think, 11 years old. I was the youngest participant and I did a face painting workshop. So I was always active in the industry and like to experiment with different techniques and different genres within the industry. One of the main things that I would have always seen around us is our use of natural materials, our repurposing of materials, and always trying to use things that are natural and would not cause harm to the environment, and that when they do break down, they would go back to the earth. So that really inspired my love for working with natural materials. Also in terms of the approach that we use to dye in our fabrics, we look for the safest products available on the market, as well as the best quality textiles, because we also think about long-lasting products which wouldn't need to be replacing. So all of that goes into the sustainability aspect of the products. Up until COVID, it was a very inspiring journey. I've been able to travel the world showcasing Barbados. I have received many accolades for what I do, and it has been very encouraging and inspiring, especially working alongside other designers and other artists, and really being honored for my work. Since COVID, I had to kind of pivot and try to collaborate how I would continue going forward. And I've realized that in terms of fashion, I wanted to take a more digital approach. So I'm still kind of working out the kinks as to how I'm going to go about doing that. But in terms of the Aisa Textile Designs, we've really started to work more on our home furnishings aspect, and we've been creating more products in that range, and even additional products that we didn't have before, more high-end range products, so that we can market to another audience. We've been spending a lot of time at home, so we've been thinking that people have found love for the space, and we've been really working, trying to gear towards that market, the holiday season and that kind of thing.
Before the pandemic hit these shores, we used to operate from a kiosk in the departure lounge of the Grantley Adams International Airport. And 3 weeks after we moved in, everything was shut down because of the security protocols for COVID. And I thought I had made the worst decision in my life at the time to have a business. So I had put everything I had into opening the business at that point in time. And so it needed to be open. And so when the pandemic hit, I had my 24 hours of fear, like, oh shoot, what are we gonna do? And then it was straight into strategic planning, and we used kind of like lots of local channels, and it just grew from there. The rest is history. Let me start by saying I had no plans of being an entrepreneur. It wasn't the path that I was taking. I was taking the traditional route that you're kind of taught from young. You go to school, you do well, you do all these degrees, you get all the nice jobs, and that's the recipe for success, right? Old formula, but I followed that one, and it just came a point in time it wasn't working for me anymore. I remember having a conversation with my grandmother, and I was telling her, I don't think I'm happy anymore. And I wanted to go back to school to do yet another degree and retool myself maybe to do something else. And she laughed at me. Yeah, she basically told me, she stoops. She was like, what you want to go back to school for? Was her reaction. She's like, it's time to use your hands. I didn't raise you with one talent. It's time to use your hands and do something, create your own dollar, you know. And it's the best advice I've ever had. She challenged me not to get more education, but to use the one I had to start a business. And whatever I did, the challenge was to make it my own, whatever I settled on doing. And she was like my biggest cheerleader. She was the reason I got started. Unfortunately, she died 3 months before I could open this store. But everything of these scents, everything of the whole feel of the brand is to honor her legacy. It honors our relationship. And she raised me. She lived with my parents, my sister, and myself, and so her influence is really heavy on my life, and everything here is some good memory that I have with her. From the preparing the jars to the mixing, the blending, the pouring, the labeling, every single thing is handmade.
I stopped probably drawing for a year because I was a little lost, and it could get discouraging when you're working on your own and you don't really have that backing. I had 1 or 2 peers I was really close to, and we still used to talk about art, but you know, you can't help it. It's human to feel discouraged sometimes, especially in a field that is so like stigmatized, especially here. Like if you do art here, it's like it's just a hobby. Even like getting work sold was harder because everyone was either trying to save money or people lost their jobs or whatever. And it was a depressing time for everybody. But I found like sometimes the most depressing moments tends to give birth to the most creative things. It causes you to like experiment more. I could almost see like different worlds, or a lot of times it's about emotions or, you know, just experiences I may have. But it's almost like seeing internal feelings as something external. So a lot of my work reflects that idea of emotional landscape and building worlds or building dreamscapes for these like thoughts that may have rendered, or, you know, dreams that may have transpired that I document.
For development for the future, I think handmade things, there will be more and more space for handmade things, because in our fast-paced world and how we often disconnect from people, handmade things bring us back to ourselves and help us to share with other people and share culture and history and heritage and all those kinds of things. So there is absolutely great value in handmade things.
I would like to see more emphasis being placed on Caribbean-inspired fashion, more emphasis being placed on Caribbean-inspired art, and not just the fact that it was made in the Caribbean, but I would like to see the Caribbean inspiration in it more, because I think that that is what we really have to sell to the world. I think that everyone has their vision or their view of our concept of an aesthetic. For example, we know what African fashion looks like. We know what Chinese garments look like, Indian, hip hop. So I think that what I would like to see is a more cohesive approach to like defining Caribbean aesthetics.
Still need the opportunity for proper markets, opportunity for proper avenues for sales. It's the opportunities that's there, but sometimes you have to believe it. Like me, from 1980 to now, and I'm still into my works because I hold the faith. I pray every day. I ask God to guide, protect me, bless me, enhance my creative ability, enhance my creative skills. You don't get here alone. There's a lot of individuals over the years who have poured into my life. Whether it's a word of encouragement, I like what you're doing, Irika, keep it up. Oh, these baskets are so lovely. Who made them? And then you form conversations, and that helped to lift, and then persons will purchase as well. So I always say, to individuals to support, appreciate, and purchase Barbadian fine arts and craft.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity. Yeah. For real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, resolving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
Honorable ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my sincere honor and pleasure to join you at the Gender and Development Forum. I wish to applaud Barbados as the first small island developing state to host a quadrennial session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Your warm and welcoming Caribbean spirit travels from the shores of Barbados to the world. The pursuit of gender equality is one that is close to my heart and one that I champion wherever I go. If there's one thing that I am sure of, whether in the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, or in the Pacific, I have seen the will and determination of women entrepreneurs who go against the grain to pursue economic security and independence. They shine as beacons of inspiration to us all. But I've also seen the daunting hurdles they have had to overcome to achieve this, and the many more women who are still trying to do just that. For too many women, economic security is still way beyond their reach. I realize that if we wish to see a future of sustainable and climate resilient development, women must be at the heart of it and not a mere afterthought. Today, I would like to share my vision for the future of trade, the role women will play, and what the international community can do to put us on the right track. It is my firm belief that trade policy should play an active role. Trade should benefit everyone. We must take deliberate and thoughtful steps to remove these barriers, to widen women's participation, and boost their contribution to the global economy. This is a moral imperative, but there's also an economic basis. If we invest in gender equality, we can add up to $12 trillion to global growth by 2025. By any measure, that is a sound investment. The pandemic has served to remind us of how much is at stake. Our progress towards gender equality has not moved as fast as we would have hoped. Prior to the pandemic, we were on track to achieve gender parity within 99 years. Our progress was hard-fought but fragile. In just the last year and a half alone, this has stretched to 135 years. The pandemic exacerbates gender inequality in every sphere of life. We saw a dramatic spike in gender-based violence as economic insecurity increased. Sectors such as tourism, textiles, and apparel were among the hardest hit in the pandemic and are among the largest employers of women globally. Women represent 70% of the global workforce in the health and social welfare sectors and are at the front line of the pandemic. The issue of gender inequality transcends borders. It does not sit neatly in the Ministry of Gender Affairs. It is a cross-cutting issue that presents barriers for women to access property, education, economic opportunities, and more. While the pandemic presents a stumbling block to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls by 2030, we must not be deterred. As we lay out recovery plans for the pandemic, we must uproot gender inequality wherever we see it. We must build a foundation in every sphere of society that prizes inclusivity. However, this intention has not yet been fully ingrained in our pandemic response to date. A mere 10% of economic measures introduced in response to the pandemic took gender into account. We have so much more work to do. For this to be possible, we need to determine the unique challenges that women face and address them directly. For many small and medium-sized enterprises, access to financing, training, and market intelligence are key factors of success. But for women-owned small businesses, these challenges are compounded by additional barriers that are often not captured in our government response, such as inherent gender bias, limited social services, and limited opportunities for mentorship. It goes without saying that a one-size-fits-all approach does not work for all. And this is all the more reason why bringing a gender lens to trade is a necessity. The international community has a critical role to play in mainstreaming gender into economic and trade policies. We must set clear and sincere intentions to end gender inequality as quickly as possible, not only in our recovery from the pandemic, but for future generations of women entrepreneurs. And this intention must be backed up by action. True transformative change is only possible with collective action. And for this, we share a collective responsibility. The Geneva Trade Hub has made collective action a priority. There's growing recognition that supporting women-owned small businesses is essential to tangible economic gains. In fact, ITC, WTO, and UNCTAD all have dedicated programs on gender and women's economic empowerment. In 2017, 127 countries joined the Buenos Aires Declaration on Women and Trade with a view to promote women's economic empowerment. This was the first time the global community placed trade firmly at the heart of the multilateral trade agenda. Indeed, this has resulted in 2020 in the establishment of a WTO informal working group on trade and gender. This group is leading the discussion on the role of WTO agreements and processes in supporting gender equality and what a deliverable for the next ministerial could look like. UNCTAD has trade and gender programs which focus on cutting-edge economic analysis and tools to assess the impact of trade agreements on women. Through this work, hundreds of policymakers have been empowered with the knowledge to effect change in their countries. ITC works on the ground, boosting the competitiveness of women producers and entrepreneurs, and ensure they not only increase their participation in global value chains, but also that they do so on better terms and create more opportunities for women through employment and supply chains. Moreover, we work to transform their ecosystem through better data on trade and gender, trade policies, government procurement frameworks, and regional trade agreements that work for women. But again, there's still so much more to do. These initiatives are a start, but there is room to scale up, widen networks, and deepen collaboration. Going forward, we need to rally around three key deliverables. First, digitalization has changed the world radically, both in how we produce and consume. Our strategy to support women in trade needs to adapt to these changes. With the right knowledge and resources, women entrepreneurs can compete in the digital economy and shape its course. Secondly, we can no longer afford to work in silos. Our response to the climate crisis affects every policy and business decision. Women are a critical resource to fight climate change, be it through their agricultural practices, their leadership, or their technological innovations. Green trade needs to work for women, and women's economic empowerment needs to be framed within a green trade agenda. Thirdly and finally, we need to scale up our resources and platforms. Doing so requires not only additional resources for the trade and gender agenda, it also calls for better cooperation amongst international organizations, finance institutions, and ministries of gender affairs. Through this alliance, we can harness our collective power and create real opportunities for women at the domestic level and beyond. Taken together, it can help clear the way for more women entrepreneurs to emerge and facilitate fuller participation in the economy. We all must champion this cause in unison. As we look to UNCTAD 15 and the WTO's MC12 later this year, we hope to reverse the damage done during the pandemic and set the right course for the future. The discussions held in the Gender and Development Forum will be vital as we seek out the voices of the international community and listen, truly listen to the needs of women entrepreneurs. We have the resources and the will. Now is the time to step up and spring into action. Thank you.
Welcome to our session on gender development and international trade, future prospects with Ms. Pamela Koch-Hamilton. She is the Executive Director of the International Trade Center, and she has been in this position since 2020. We welcome her. She has a wealth of experience, including with the UNCTAD. And we know that this is quite a fast session, so I would like us to go straight to it. Welcome, Pamela Koch-Hamilton.
Thanks so much, Christina. Great to see you.
And you. I have some questions for you. That was a very interesting, though swift, talk. And you mentioned in this talk that you would like for trade policy to play an active role and benefit everyone, and you would like to see wider women's contributions. What would that look like?
Okay, first of all, one of the key elements is that, for example, as I mentioned, there was no formal engagement of the discussion of gender in the context of the organization that makes the trade rules, the WTO. And so one of the things that was done is that the Trade Impact Group, which had a gender forum, decided that it was one of the key elements that needed to be integrated into the WTO. So after signing the Buenos Aires Declaration, the key element is that we were able to form an informal working group in the context of the WTO, so that it is part of the discussions and a part of the cross-cutting deliberations. That's one of the key elements. The second key element that we're now working on is how do we juxtapose the private sector interests, the NGO interests, and the trade interests under one umbrella. And so that is the second thing that we're now working on, to see how we can actually create a gender lens that helps to measure how women are engaged in international trade. We have a very useful tool called the She Trades Outlook, which has been adopted by the G7 countries and by about 30 other countries. What we would like to see is it adopted across the board, because what the She Trades Outlook does is it's 83 indicators across 6 issue areas. And what it allows you to do is to do your own assessment as a country as to where it is that you stand with respect to laws that affect women, issues of property ownership, issues of access to finance. It looks at all the various indicators. And then once you've come up with that assessment, you can then make a more informed determination of the trade angle that you'd need to take and the policy changes that you would need to make.
Okay. Thank you for that. And that leads me to another question, which is about this market information that you indicated we would need to better inform our approach to dealing with SMEs and the special challenges that women face, including inherent gender biases. Can you tell us a little bit more about the type of market information we might need, and also what we can do about these inherent gender biases?
Okay, some of the market information I think is already clear, but they need to be measured. So for example, the first issue is access to finance. We know that, well, the Caribbean is lucky in the sense that most of us don't have some of the challenges that exist in other countries. So for example, there are 32 countries where a woman needs to get permission to get a passport. There are like 18 countries where women are not able to own property. So across the board, there are limitations that affect how women engage with international trade. So the type of market information that we would be looking at is, what are the restrictions on a woman's ability to access finance, whether they are actually hardcore legal restrictions or also simple inherent bias. I remember distinctly that when I went to get a mortgage at one point, I was asked where my husband was. And there's nothing legal that says anybody has to ask that, but I was asked this.
I had all my own, accounts. I had everything in place, but there's certain inherent biases in societies that also need to be addressed. On the issue of market intelligence for the services sector, because so many women are involved in services, whether it is health services, tourism services, it's important for us to begin to drill down on the specific areas in the service sector that will be more beneficial to enable women to access greater, funding, greater skill sets to increase their ability to enhance their service supply. So for example, in the tourism industry, we have seen that, because of COVID, women have been significantly affected because the service industries were the first to get hit, right? So tourism, restaurant, hospitality, and of course, they're on the front line as well of the hospital services. So these are the kinds of, market information that we need to begin to look at and to see how they impact women on the ground.
Okay, thank you. At the end, towards the end of your talk, you mentioned 3 points: digitalization, no longer working in silos, and scaling up resources and platforms for better cooperation. On the subject of digitalization and the use of technology, can you tell me a bit about your vision of this for women, not just as users of technology, but also potentially as creators, especially since this is an area where I think in the region, and probably globally as well, women are lacking in the development of technology and technological applications?
That's so true, unfortunately. One of the things I do want to call out here is the Caribbean Girls Hack Program, which actually works to help girls, in the tech field and to become more engaged and also more exposed and have greater access to large companies and to the kind of skill sets that they need. But as of now, only 10% of women are involved in the tech field across the board. So that's one challenge. The second challenge is that many of the women are in rural areas and do not even have access to internet or to mobile apps or anything of that sort. So the issue of digitalization is increasing the gender divide. More and more women are being left behind. So it's not just a question of, the haves and the have-nots and the inequality in digitalization across the board. It's also impacting women more negatively than men. So what we would like to see is how we can actually engage with some of the larger firms that we're already working with. And we're members of the Equals grouping, which includes ITU, ITC as co-founders. And what it seeks to do is how do we enhance women's ability to access the digital space and utilize it to enhance their ability to earn a living. We actually had a meeting 2 weeks ago where we recognized that COVID had actually made the digital divide that much worse. And so one of the things that we're looking at is how do we start to look at things like off-grid access? How do we look at things like lowering the cost of access? Because even though one of the things that was also clear from the GSMA is that 85% of the people are covered, but they don't have access because they can't afford it. So how do we help to lower cost so that they can actually access, the digital sphere?
Okay. Finally, can you tell us a bit more about revising the damage and setting a course for the future following the pandemic, just to close us out?
Revising the damage for women or for everybody?
For women and by extension for all of us.
I think what I'd like to look at is the issue of silos, because I think at the end of the day, that tends to be the problem. For many of us in the trade field, and we were talking about this just this morning in respect to climate change as well, we tend to operate on parallel tracks in terms of our engagement with different issues. So one set of people discuss climate change, one set discusses gender, one set discusses, tariffs and non-tariff barriers. Another set discusses, sanitary and phytosanitary measures. And everybody kind of stands parallel, but we don't do an integrated engagement. And the issue of gender is a cross-cutting one. So how do we place gender as one of the central issues that needs to be addressed across the board? Some countries are already incorporating it in their free trade agreements. It has not, of course, gotten to the level where it is being incorporated in multilateral agreements, but in several regional and bilateral agreements, they are being incorporated so that we have to look at gender and gender impact in the context of trade agreements. Another area that is very important and which is highly untapped, but which we're pursuing, is the arena of government procurement. Because as we know, government procurement is a trillion-dollar industry. And if we could carve out a 10% share for women-owned businesses, it would immediately give them access to a $1 trillion market. And we need to begin to look at more proactive mechanisms to engage and to allow women to have access to these markets.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Pamela Koch Hamilton, Executive Director, International Trade Center. That was a lightning talk, and you packed a lot of useful information in for us on gender development and international trade, future and prospects. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to everyone joining us in today's session. The session has very highly esteemed speakers, and we're expecting it to be quite engaging. On our panel, we have Ms. Simonetta Zarilli, who is Chief of Trade, Gender and Development Program at the Division of International Trade and Commodities at UNCTAD. We have Ms. Nadira Bayat, Gender and Trade Consultant at UN Women. Professor Edme Dominguez from World in Development Europe, White Plus. Ms. Maureen Penjueli from the Pacific Network of Globalization, PANG. Ms. Diana Yahaya, who is a member of the Gender and Trade Coalition, the GTC. Please help me to welcome our panel. And without wasting time, let us go directly into the topic of today. Today, we're going to be discussing regional trade agreements and gender. We will hear some views from UNCTAD, UN Women Consultants, academia, and civil society. Let me take this chance to invite Edme. You have been working on regional trade agreements in both the European Union and Mercosur. Could you tell us, please, what opportunities or gaps exist for women in the context of the EU-Mercosur agreement?
Hello, everybody. My name is Edme Dominguez, and I'm part of the board of White Plus Women in Development Europe. I'm as well a researcher and a professor at the School of Global Studies in Gothenburg University. And my presentation today is going to be about Mercosur and the EU trade agreement. And I'm going to share the screen right away. As I said before, this is going to be on the gender processes in free trade agreements, the case of this trade agreement between the European Union and Mercosur. So we start with saying what are the general effects of free trade and gender. And these are opening markets and trade liberalization that have redistributive effects and change national economies as gender processes of production, reproduction, and consumption. That means the issue is not only about opening the markets, but the process surrounding this opening. Because according to the European Commission here in this quote, market access for services and investment, opening public procurement, better agreements, and enforcement of protection of IPR, intellectual property rights, unrestricted supply of raw materials and energy, and not in the least overcoming regulatory barriers, including via the promotion of international standards, which also should go and make it made easier. So all these are the effects of redistribution that are the cause that are caused by free trade agreements. In Latin America, we have these free trade agreements since the 90s, but since the 80s, there was a neoliberalization and then a new export model of production. And this is, for example, assembling industries, which we call in Mexico maquilas, and from agro exports. So that in Latin America, the average import tariffs decreased 45% in the mid-80s and 13% in 1994. Also, non-tariff barriers decreased from 31 to 11% in the same periods. So by 2001, all Latin American countries had entered the World Trade Organization. So what was the point of negotiating free trade agreements? Well, the point, apart from increasing exports, was also to attract investment and for industrialized countries to protect their investments, focusing on public procurement, intellectual property rules, and low labor standards. And so we see how this goes together with the feminization of labor in Latin America, where we see that in 2018, about 52% of all women in working age participated in the market labor. Since the 80s, more and more women are forced to go into the labor market because they need it to make ends meet. And also because the education levels among women increased during this time. So this process coincides with the feminization of export jobs as the reserve army of labor for export competitiveness. That means underpaid workers in all low-wage export industries in many Latin American countries. And that means at the industrial and agro-export sectors. And you see in this table how women participate, labor force participation, as a percentage of the female population ages 15 plus per region. And we see that Latin America ranks quite high from 90 to 2018, with nearly 52% of women under these ages working. So the EU-Mercosur agreement took more than 20 years of negotiation. The EU was already the second partner of Mercosur. And Mercosur, from being this successful integration scheme during the 90s, with increasing internal trade and having protectionist measures to protect internal industry, opened itself. First, it got China as a major trade partner and started the process of reprimarization prior to the export of raw materials demanded by China, like soya and meat. China became Mercosur's first trade partner. Also, from having progressive governments since the beginning of the 21st century, Mercosur went back to reactionary populist regimes in Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina by the time of the signature of the agreement, which also contributed to the final signature. By mid-2021, the only progressive regime was in that region was Argentina. So now we see how this global chain of production utilizes women. As I said before, the typical case is the maquiladoras assembling factories, which is mostly in the case of Mexico and Central America. But in the case of Mercosur, it's agricultural sector. The globalization decreases traditional agriculture that is related to local food markets and increases agro-exports produced for export. And women in many cases dominate certain phases of this chain of production. And we have in the case of South America, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Mexico as concrete examples. What are the possible effects of this free trade agreement from the gender perspective? According to the impact assessments done since 2009 and other studies, the potential economic consequences are a deindustrialization and much more emphasis on agricultural exports. That means more reprimarization, but also the expansion of the agriculture frontier at the cost of the Amazonas rainforest and other kinds of forests. More extractivism, together with this reprimarization, the decrease of jobs in non-agricultural sectors, affecting women particularly, given this barrier in the labor markets. And this is also affecting the livelihoods of women in the affected areas like rainforest. In fact, several indigenous movements have taken position against the agreement. and they are being led by women. So from the AU side, there are more than 450 organizations engaged in a huge campaign against the agreement. Even if due to the lobby of several groups in March 2018, the European Parliament adopted the Gender in AU Trade Agreements motion, which is unfortunately not binding. The AU argues free trade is good for women if they are entrepreneurs, but there are no special support measures, even for these groups of women within any free trade agreement. Other groups of women are completely disregarded. So the European Union considers gender to be a priority for internal policies and legislations, but obviously not so much for trade agreements. Finally, we need more studies to be done regarding the concrete effects of this agreement on the different groups of women. But we already know that the agreement will have general effects as deindustrialization, encouragement of reprimarization, deterioration of labor markets, and general ecological threats to livelihoods of peasants and indigenous groups. Well-educated women in certain sectors of the economy may be benefit, but even this is far from clear. These trends will reinforce the fears of this treaty contributing to an unsustainable model of development, unsustainable from a human and from an ecological perspective. These are some of the sources, and thank you very much.
It's very interesting to see how a trade agreement does not only have limited impacts, but it affects everything, including livelihoods, and particularly the livelihoods of women, and also affects even the climate, as you rightly mentioned there. Just to carry this conversation on, and I think it ties in nicely with what you have shared with us now, I'd like to invite Maureen Penjueli to please speak to us on what is the context in terms of the post-Cotonou agreement. And I would imagine speaking from the perspective of the Pacific region. Are there similar challenges? How is that working out? Sorry, please go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle, and it's wonderful to join this esteemed panel. I think there is quite a lot of similarities in terms of what we've just heard in terms of the EU-Mercosur agreement. This one that I've been asked to speak on is on post-Cotonou agreement. Maybe just very quickly looking at the context of relationship, which is a cooperation relationship between Europe, Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. Initially was a relationship that was post-colonial, and it was about the European Union trying to maintain access to ACP markets, economies, and natural resources on the one hand, and on the other hand, allowing ACP countries preferential market access to the European market, which is one of the largest in the world, in addition to aid. And that cooperation has guided the relationship between Europe and the ACP for a long time, up until coinciding quite neatly with the structural adjustment programs of the late 1990s into 2000, where the WTO started to push back when Brazil and Australia took the European Commission to dispute over the preferential treatment given to sugar exporting countries from the ACP. And so the relationship in many ways changed from preferential quota-free market access into the European Union and replaced by free trade agreements such as the Economic Partnership Agreement, which considered that we had to reduce all barriers, so neoliberal and quite extensive in terms of beyond goods into services, government procurement, intellectual property rights. And so, yes, so quite extensive. So the Economic Partnership Agreement became the instrument, free trade instrument that the European pushed quite heavily in the Cotonou Agreement. There was lots of solidarity amongst ACP and EU civil society supporting ACP countries to resist this extensive neoliberal free trade agenda being pushed by the European Union under the pretext that the WTO ruling required that our countries liberalize extensively. So the post-Cotonou Agreement in many ways is just the extension from the Cotonou Agreement. Negotiations for the post-Cotonou Agreement started in 2018. The agreement was just concluded in 2020, December 2020, and initialed between the ACP and the EU on the 15th of April this year. So it's in many ways still new in terms of trying to analyze to understand what the impacts would look like in this new treaty. I think there's some key things. There are two components to the treaty. So there's these general parts. It's binding for 20 years. And then they have 3 regional protocols that are specific to the context of Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. But both these annexes and the general parts are binding by nature. I think it's quite important to understand that this is a political instrument. It is one which doesn't recognize that historical debt between Europe and its former colonies. It's about mutual respect, shared responsibility, reciprocity, solidarity, and accountability. But what it really denies is that the asymmetry persists. You've got 27 EU member countries, some of the most advanced industrialized countries on the one hand as parties, and then you have 79 African, Caribbean, Pacific countries, which are developing LDCs, SIDS, if you like. So this asymmetry still persists in terms of the overall treaty. And as I've said, it's quite extensive in this coverage. One of the key things that we were really, really concerned about is that it was concluded in the height of a pandemic. So when it was initial, one of the key things that we noticed was that the pandemic itself was not really reflected in the treaty text. It appears in the preamble part of the text, and then once after that. And I think what it really, I think, should emphasize is that many of our countries were really struggling to deal with the pandemic and to conclude a treaty of this size and scale. And then I just want to come very quickly to talk a little bit about the gender and development dimensions that we need to be thinking about in terms of research, lobby and advocacy for civil society. There are 2 overarching instruments that guides the post-Cotonou Agreement. The first is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the second is the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. Gender is cemented in the treaty, so there are provisions in the treaty itself. It appears in the objectives and principles of the treaty, and it talks a lot about gender equality, eradication of poverty and inequalities. One of the challenges is that its approach is through mainstreaming of gender perspectives, and to ensure gender equality, it is mainstreaming. You find gender equality in key strategic priorities section of it, and is seen as quite critical in terms of sustainable and inclusive development. And so I think you see the appearance of gender equality. So some of the research that's really coming out that's starting to do some analysis on whether, reflection of gender equality in the treaty itself will mean anything. It has been undertaken by Concord. I think that's a useful resource to start with when you're looking at gender impacts. And there are some concerns that they're reflecting. And one of the key things that I think is quite important when we're thinking about UNCTAD itself is that in terms of gender inequality, unless the instrument acknowledges that inequality is derived specifically from a neoliberal economic development model, then it would be very difficult to then start challenging or addressing gender equality. So that's one of the fundamental problems with the treaty as such, it assumes that through neoliberal reform agenda of our legislations and policies that we will achieve, will eradicate poverty, and we will achieve equality, including gender equality. There's some concerns around how to actualize the financial mechanisms. So there's lots of good words around gender equality, but the instrument is new. To understand how to access the kinds of finances necessary to transform and empower women. Women is considered within the economic component, mostly through entrepreneurial. So, just access to financing, but those don't recognize the kinds of structural challenges that women and girls will face into the future. So I think it's a new instrument. It will be ratified by the end of this year, November, December. That's where the negotiators are looking to ratify. And so we will start to see implications, of course, in the next couple of years once the treaty comes into force. So I think those are some of the key things that I think is quite useful to reflect from in terms of the post-Cotonou Agreement.
Thank you so much, Maureen. It's interesting to see how the current trading system has been shaped over the years by different policies, including and probably more visibly the neoliberal policy. In terms of that, I'm wondering if from the African region, are there any indications that this has had positive or negative implications for women? And I'm looking back at what Maureen mentioned about the structural adjustment programs. We know that since the first treaty that mentioned gender in Africa in 1983, there have been other instruments that deal with gender. But what difference is it going to make in the African Continental Free Trade Area? Will it be any different? And how would it be different as we're looking forward since its implementation earlier? Nadira, over to you.
Hi, my name is Nadira Bayat, and I'm the Gender and Trade Consultant with the UN Women Ethiopia Country Office. Now, I'm going to be talking to you about women's economic empowerment in the context of the AFCFTA. Now, before I address your question, Michelle, allow me to thank the Gender and Development Forum. First, for the invitation to participate in this timely session on regional trade agreements and gender. And second, for providing a platform that unites us from across the Atlantic in our collective effort and common objective to champion gender equality and women's economic empowerment goals in regional trade agreements. Now, before I discuss why I think advancing women's economic empowerment through the AFCFTA will be different to previous commitments by African governments to support women's empowerment or to promote gender equality in other trade agreements, and particularly I'm talking here about the treaties of Africa's regional economic communities, the RECs. Allow me to briefly reflect on the African Continental Free Trade Area itself. Now, about the AFCFTA. So very quickly, the framework agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area was signed on the 21st of March, 2018, in parallel with the Kigali Declaration and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the free movement of persons. Now, the AFCFTA agreement entered into force on 30th May 2019. The AFCFTA is the continent's most ambitious integration initiative to date, and it incorporates the following main objectives. Firstly, to create a single continental market for goods and services with free movement of business person and investments. Second, to expand intra-Africa trade across regional economic communities and the continent in general. And third, to enhance the competitiveness and support Africa's economic transformation. Now, in terms of architecture, the AFCFTA agreement is a framework agreement covering various protocols, including the protocol on trade in goods, trade in services, investment, intellectual property rights, competition policy, as well as dispute settlement. Now, the protocols on trade in goods and trade in services have been negotiated in phase 1, with negotiations including tariff concessions, rules of origin for goods, and schedules of specific commitments for services still ongoing. Phase 2 of AFCFTA negotiations will cover investment, competition policy, and intellectual property rights. And an AFCFTA protocol on e-commerce and digital trade, as well as a protocol on women in trade, are planned to take place alongside the phase 2 negotiations. So back to your initial question on what makes advancing women's economic empowerment in the context of the AFCFTA any different to advancing the same goal in other regional trade agreements. I think it's very important to remember the considerable, the massive political support that accompanies this ambitious and historic Pan-African program. And part of this support is steeped in a growing recognition by African governments and policymakers of the importance of gender equality and women's economic empowerment for inclusive socio-economic development. And this is one of the general objectives of the AFCFTA agreement, and it's seen as a means through which to buttress inclusive AFCFTA implementation. Now, the AFCFTA implementation was negotiated at the continental level. It's a continental agreement, but implementation will take place at the national level, at country level. And because gender distinct trade barriers and inequalities can restrict the ability of women to trade, tailored interventions, context-specific interventions in the form of gender-responsive AFCFTA policy reforms and trade facilitation measures are needed for women and for women-led businesses to leverage the tremendous opportunities inherent in the AFCFTA. Now, building on interventions at the regional economic community, the REC level, African governments and policymakers are supporting inclusive AFCFTA implementation through gender mainstreaming in AFCFTA national implementation strategies. Governments are doing this alone and with the support of development partners, including the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA. Now, the objective of this process is to inform gender-responsive AFCFTA policy reforms, gender-responsive trade facilitation measures, and other complementary interventions for women and for women-led businesses to harness the opportunities of the AFCFTA. And this can be, for example, through recommendations for the creation of an enabling legal and policy environment, including through addressing discriminatory legislation and the removal of legal barriers to women's employment in various economic sectors and entrepreneurship, to building the export and training capacity of women-led businesses, to empower women in regional value chains, to closing the gender gap in access to finance, to implementing a gender-responsive trade facilitation agenda, to build the low trading capacity of women in trade, to improve access to e-commerce and digital trade solutions, and to advance gender-sensitive sector-specific commitments for trade and services liberalization. Now, we're seeing a really active and concerted effort by policymakers to empower women as part of AFCFTA implementation through support for targeted economic empowerment interventions that are set out in countries' AFCFTA implementation action plans. And at the same time, women themselves are advocating for policy action through a dedicated protocol on women in trade. And it is for this reason that during the December 2020 Extraordinary Summit of the African Union Heads of State and Government, the AFCFTA Secretariat was directed to commence work on drafting a protocol on women in trade. Now, UN partners are supporting this endeavor, in particular in the preparatory phase of developing the protocol on women in trade. UNDP and UN Women are helping to gather the views of women in trade on the ground at the country level, so that the starting point of the negotiations will be solution-driven and influenced and informed and guided by the voices of women. UN Women, the AFCFTA Secretariat, and UNDP are also undertaking an online regional survey to understand the challenges and the opportunities that women and women-led businesses face in the establishment of the AFCFTA. Now, this online survey aims to determine the constraints and bottlenecks hindering women's participation in trade, to identify potential opportunities and the impact of the AFCFTA on women and on women-led businesses. And all these efforts will culminate in a high-level Women in Trade conference convened and led by the AFCFTA Secretariat in Ghana, in Accra, that really hears from women in various economic roles on what they would like to see in a protocol to facilitate their engagement in trade. And then to anchor the design of complementary policies are also calls from women across the continent for gender-related considerations to be integrated in all AFCFTA protocols, including in the soon-to-be negotiated protocols on intellectual property, on competition, on investment, on e-commerce and digital trade. So Michelle and colleagues and friends, there really are significant opportunities going forward for women to lead the discourse on gender-sensitive and inclusive provisions as part of these negotiated outcomes for various protocols that are to be negotiated. And these are some of the priority interventions that are unfolding in quick and rapid succession, and often simultaneously across the continent, that distinguishes advancing women's economic empowerment in and through the AFCFTA from other explicit commitments to support women's empowerment that are set out in other trade agreements and particularly the REX treaties. But above all, there's really this widespread recognition from African governments, from the private sector, from civil society, from all the partners that will anchor inclusive AFCFTA implementation, that the AFCFTA needs the full and equal participation of Africa's women. Because without the equal participation of women in this historic and bold Pan-African initiative, we really will lose a generation of progress on inclusion and our very ability to rebuild from the COVID-19 crisis for the Africa we want. There is a strong recognition of that, and I have no doubt that this intervention will distinguish itself from all others. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much, Nadira, for your insights on that. We move over now to Diana Yahaya, who is going to, perhaps can you give us some perspectives from the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement in terms of, again, the issue of gender and the interactions with trade?
Thank you so much, Michelle. And once again, I'm so grateful and honored to be here in this esteemed panel at the very first ever conference on gender by UNCTAD. I want to start off by saying, given that I'm coming in right after all the other speakers before me, by sort of like pointing out and mentioning that we live really in a time where there is an endless proliferations of trade agreements, whether you have them bilateral, plurilateral, regional, multilateral, and so forth. And some of the ones that the speakers before me have gone and shared are really just a few of them, really just touching the surface of the magnitude of how much trade agreements we are really, really faced with in this particular moment of time. And with these proliferations of trade agreements, what comes with it are also trade agreements that are continuously, ongoingly, and never-endingly expanding into different issues, newer issues, emerging issues, and all of them with a very specific and particular implication on everyone, but a very particular and acute implication on women and girls, and especially women and girls from developing as well as least developing countries. So I wanted to start off by sort of like mentioning that as well. I also do want to kind of draw an attention how I think it was about 5 years ago when a group of 10 human rights experts had actually sort of like issued a statement that was intending to draw an attention of everyone, and this was during the height of the negotiation for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, really wanting to draw attention on people on the detrimental impacts that trade agreements, such as the TPP or many others, have on the enjoyments of human rights, whether they would be civil, cultural, political, as well as social. So that was actually something that was already highlighted about 5 years ago by numerous United Nations human rights experts. And then I also do sort of like want to now go into the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership by just starting off to give people a bit of an introduction into it. It is, as the name suggests, an economic partnership. It consists of the ASEAN countries, which is the Association of Southeast Asian Nation Countries. So there's 10 of them there. And originally 6 of ASEAN's main trading partners, but that number became 5 when India decided to withdraw just before the signing of the agreement from the agreement itself. And so what remains within it are the 10 ASEAN countries, as well as its 5 trading partners, which is basically Australia, China, Japan, New Zealand, as well as South Korea. And this particular agreement, in the way it's being drafted and how it's broad-ranging, and it was signed at the end of last year, similar to what happened with the post-Cotonou agreement, virtually by many members of government, and even some stages of its later negotiation also took place virtually, which brings in a lot of questions around how did those negotiation processes proceeded, how did it took place. These were spaces that were traditionally never open to civil society or women's rights organizations, but you find that these spaces had shrunk even tremendously when it moved virtually as well as online. And so by the time any news emerged around it, it was basically that it was going to be signed virtually. And so there is tremendous questions around the policy-making spaces, the participation and voices of women's human rights, civil society organizations, think tanks and other groups and interest groups. And that is clearly one of the things that is devoid from the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and many other trade agreements that are also out there. And then the particular impact that RCEP is anticipated to bring is currently not ratified yet, so it will take a couple of years to fully sort of comprehend the kind of implication it will have. But there were very recently a study that was put out by UNCTAD itself, which really shows the tremendous amount of government revenue losses as a result of the losses in tariff revenue that a number of the developing and least developing countries within RCEP will actually experience. And just to sort of illustrate how much losses in government revenue this actually amounts to, they did a comparison and they found that for a country like Malaysia, which is where I'm from and is a middle income country within the RCEP context, it's expected to lose 2.2 billion a year as a result of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. And that amount is actually equivalent to the yearly wage of all of the public health nurses and healthcare workers in the country. And similarly, you have Cambodia, a least developing country, is also within RCEP, who is expected to lose 1.2% of its GDP, which is just 0.4% short of the GDP percentage that it dedicates to its public health expenditure. And so when we look at this current context where there should be, an expansion of like the money that we put into looking after our public health workers, into our public health system, that's not the effect that RCEP will actually bring to a lot of developing and least developing countries. And then there are also a tremendous amount of questions which remains unanswered, to be honest, with the inclusion of the investor-state dispute settlement within the RCEP, which is currently on hold but could potentially come back, and how that could be used for a lot of by a lot of corporations to really undermine the sort of policy actions or fiscal policies that governments would take whenever it actually affects a corporation investments as well as profits. And so when we hear the impact of what that might have for developing and least developing countries, what does that mean for women? So firstly, as we know, women do rely on public services more than men because we carry most of the burden of unpaid care work. And so any cuts or losses in government revenues inevitably translates into cuts on public services, and then inevitably translates into a very unfortunate impact and further poverty as well as marginalization of women as well as girls. The second point is really around the use of affirmative action, which is, of course, we recognize as women's rights organizations and feminist movement. We do know that we require states to many cases use affirmative action as a way to address all of the discriminations, patriarchal practices that are embedded within the market. And so this, policy space for state to carry out affirmative action can be constrained by the RCEP because of all the different policies that it has to be changed within a government, and all of the different policies that can have a potential impact on corporations in terms of their investments as well as their profits. And finally, I just want to add to because we're looking at a number of like regional trade agreements and then also looking at free trade agreements as a whole, what would we need in order for FTAs as well as regional trade agreements to actually really work for women? I mean, and for me personally, it all starts with, really acknowledging the fact that market is gendered. It's not non-biased. It's very patriarchal. And if you leave it to run by itself, and in its search and pursuit for profits, it will inevitably exploit, oppress, as well as discriminate, as we can see with the existence of gender pay gap, all the precarious type of employments that women are often found in. And so there is a role for state to step in and address those discriminations and inequalities, which will not address by itself. The second point is that,
Can you start rounding it up, please? Thanks.
Yeah, so I just have 2 more points. The second point is really, we need an approach that looks beyond gender clauses or gender chapters and really look at trade agreement as a whole and how it impacts on women. Because the effect of, these are really good initial first steps towards addressing gender inequality. These chapters box women into a particular space. And it doesn't acknowledge that women are also patients and rely on intellectual property rules impacts on them, that they are workers, and so labor rights will also impact on them, that they are entrepreneurs, small, medium enterprises, sellers, producers, and all other chapters of the trade agreement do impact on them. So it's not just a gender chapter or a gender clause. And finally, it's really about looking at women beyond just as actors of market, and really acknowledging that women are people who do have the rights to make decisions around politics, around the economic rules, as well as policies that really have an impact and shape on their lives. And I'll end with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is clearly a conversation that should be going on because there's a lot that is still there to address. But maybe just latching on to what you have mentioned, I want to come back to Edme. You spoke about how the EU Mercosur agreement, in its implementation, would undo or cancel some of the benefits that had accrued through the Mercosur agreement. So I'd like to ask you, how are these gains being reversed? And also in terms of women's participation in the labor market, which you also mentioned is affected by trade. Can you please speak to that a little bit more in just a few minutes, please? Thanks.
Yes, regarding your first question, as I said before, it is regarding deindustrialization. That means that this EU-Mercosur agreement will encourage more exports from the European Union of industrial goods. And that will necessarily affect the production of these industrial goods in Mercosur, which had advanced very much during the Mercosur formation since the late 90s up to 2020. And as I said before, these Mercosur have created an internal market, which was quite protected, especially for these industrial goods that were produced especially in Argentina and in Brazil, and which had a consumer market within Mercosur. And what this Mercosur agreement will threaten is this kind of protectionism. So what is feared is that all these industrial goods will be part of the victims of these new free trade agreements, and because all protectionist barriers will disappear. And then the other part of your questions, how women will be affected, and I think there are many scenarios in this. As I said before, we have to take into account the medium and long term trends, and one of them is the expansion of this kind of reprimarization, of this kind of agro exports, which are being encouraged by the agreement, because this is one of the issues of the agreement. And this will necessarily affect also the kind of jobs that are offered to women. What I could say as well is that if you look to the example of NAFTA with Mexico and the United States, what happened with NAFTA is the creation of maquilas. That means the creation of this kind of assembling factories for cheap industrial goods that were not really produced in Mexico, but that would assemble in Mexico by cheap labor, especially women. That could be a scenario that could happen in the case of Mercosur, because we have a lot of investment of several industrial firms from Europe in Mercosur, especially in Brazil, and then you could easily turn Brazil and Argentina into a maquiladoras kind of base, using cheap labor and deteriorating the already bad situation for industrial workers.
Thank you so much, Edwin. It comes out from your response that there are gendered implications and that there's gender segregation even within markets and within labor. Thank you for highlighting that. And Maureen, you've mentioned a lot of different challenges or different concerns that may affect women in the Pacific in terms of the post-Cotonou agreement. So my question to you is, in your view, which of these different challenges is the most pressing concern, and how do you imagine it could be addressed in order to ensure that gender equality is not lost along the way, and to ensure that the advancement of women is not forgotten or ignored in this world we live in of mainstream neoliberalism, if I may?
I think one of the things that we do really have to pay attention to is how the European Union will want to pursue a trade agreement. So post-Cotonou is it's a wider political, economic, social, cultural cooperation between the parties. So we're still unsure whether the Economic Partnership Agreement, which is the trade component, free trade agreement between Africa, the Caribbean, Pacific, and Europe, whether that's, and how that will be pursued in the post-Cotonou era. At the moment, what the treaty says is that it's not going to force countries that haven't, particularly from the African region, to sign on to the treaty, but it does remind countries that have signed, whether to the comprehensive agreement, EPA agreement, or to the interim agreements, including those, if you have rendezvous clauses in them, that the European Union will start to push. Now, we know from the EPAs the impacts. The impacts are quite extensive, and they mirror what Diana was talking about in terms of the wider implications around free trade agreements. If you just look at from goods, tariffs, in the case of the Pacific, both Papua New Guinea and Fiji, in many ways were forced to initial the interim EPA agreements because of loss of tariffs, which have been quite significant. Now, tariffs make such a big part of government's revenue across the Pacific Island countries. It's quite significant. And what trade agreements do is that they just keep reducing them within shorter and shorter timeframes to zero. So governments replace that with other kinds of taxation, which then transfers the burden to people, such as VAT, value-added tax. Again, when you look at it from just a purely tariffs point of view, its implications around public services, health, education, and again, the gendered impacts become quite clear. So we know a lot more from the EPAs, but because this treaty is very new, it is just about to be ratified, I think it becomes quite clear that this is a watch and see how the European will want to push new areas. So they have new interest, and the new interest in access to natural resources, particularly in the oceans. So the blue economy will feature quite high for the Caribbean and the Pacific. It's quite an aggressive player in terms of fisheries, both at the WTO and through this economic partnership agreement. So again, the gendered impacts in terms of fisheries, particularly for women fisher folks, will be increasingly become more pronounced, but it's one to watch and see. So I think in certain sectors, we need to watch to see. We have some experiences in other things, but I think these are just some of the key elements in terms of impact. Overall, we have to test the language of the treaty. As I said, it does talk about the care, it recognizes the care economy, recognizes informal economies. It pays a lot of attention to that in the wording of the treaty, but how that translates will be another matter altogether. And so I think without clarity around financing, how to access financing, the challenges that Diana mentions about even getting to negotiate the treaty, let alone implement the treaty to ensure that women's equality remains high on the agenda, that's still outstanding. So I think there's a process challenge that we have in terms of getting women's groups, women's human rights groups to participate, particularly developing the programs. We need to be at the forefront of that. That's not clear. This is still up to states to determine where appropriate and whether they will consult. And the financing instruments, as I say, still remain unknown at this stage. So I think we still have quite a lot of work to continue the research and to accompany this new instrument, the post-Cotonou, which will be called the Samoa Agreement once it becomes ratified.
So what I'm taking, thank you for your response. What I'm taking from your response is that there are a lot of developments that we need to keep an eye on and to really understand how they're being implemented, how they will be implemented, and how they will affect women in different sectors, including the fisheries sector, right? And also this delicate balance between how do we grow the economy on one hand, and on the other hand, how do we ensure that there is equal opportunity for development for women, right? And making sure that women are able to get the most benefit out of the trade agreements that are being concluded. So while these processes are developing, it's important to just perhaps keep an open mind. My understanding is that there are different perspectives on which model supports the most benefit for women in trade. There are views that support that trade is beneficial, and other views that trade is not beneficial. So to you, Simonetta, in your view and perhaps in your experience, can neoliberal policies coexist with the advancement of all women across the board in terms of women in the corporate field, women cross-border traders, grassroots women, in all those different contexts? Can neoliberal policies coexist, and also within the context of the right to development and human rights broadly? So it's a bit of a packed question, but maybe you can have a go at it.
UNCTAD, we have studied and analyzed several regional integration groups, but in my presentation, I will focus on these two specific examples. I will now share my presentation. Okay. As I said, these are the two regional groups I will address in this presentation are the Eastern African Community, that includes Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, and Mercosur, that includes Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Now, so we are talking about two different continents and countries that are quite different. So I will go through some similarities and dissimilarities between the two regional groups. So let's start with how gender issues were addressed in the treaties, in the founding treaties of these two regional groups. In the case of the Eastern African community, gender issues were part of the integration process since the very beginning. Indeed, the EAC Treaty includes provisions for gender equality, and women's empowerment is regarded as a precondition for the social and economic development of the group. Further, in 2017, the countries, the EAC countries, passed the Gender Equality and Development Bill. That is a bill that mandates to include gender considerations in all policy strategies and legal acts of the participating countries, and calls for harmonization of gender rules. If we move to Mercosur, we have a completely different situation. At the beginning, when Mercosur was set up, the two founding treaties, the Asunción Treaty and the Ouro Preto Protocol, did not include any reference to gender. All the emphasis was on how regional integration would further economic development. But this lack of attention on gender issues was compensated by very active feminist and civil society movements that led to the inclusion of gender consideration in the functioning of Mercosur and on its institutions. Now we can ask ourselves a key question. How the different way in which gender issues are included in the founding treaties of regional integration groups has an impact on the outcomes. So as the fact that the EAC included the gender equality at the very beginning, and the goal of gender equality was included in the founding treaty, has led to different outcomes as compared to Mercosur, that at the beginning ignored issues related to gender equality. Now it is quite challenging to set a causal link between what is included in the treaties setting up regional groups and the outcomes. What is the situation for women in everyday life? We can say that progresses toward the gender equality and women's empowerment have taken place in both regional groups, and this is indeed a positive developments, but still there are significant gender gaps in both regions. And what could be the inhibiting factors? What is playing against reaching gender equality and empowering women? Perhaps one reason is the legal nature of the gender provisions that may not be bold enough. The second one is that the countries within the two regional groups may have a different level of commitment and political willingness. For instance, we know that within Mercosur, Uruguay can be regarded as a kind of a gender champion. And within the Eastern African community, it is Rwanda, which can be regarded as a gender champion. The other member countries may have a relatively lower level of commitment. Going ahead with the similarity and dissimilarities between the two regional groups, let's look at the socioeconomic context. We know that Mercosur as a group is richer than the AC, and indeed the GDP per capita of Mercosur is 6 times higher than for the EC. Both regions face a high level of income inequality. Mercosur being a richer regional integration group performs better than the AC in terms, for instance, of childcare support, labor protection, and tax incentives. And finally, Mercosur and the AC are both economies dominated by services, but still agriculture plays a key role in exports for both groups. And both groups face challenges in developing the manufacturing sector. So what do we know about employment in the two groups? We know that for the EAC, employment in agriculture is extremely important for both men and women. And we know that in Mercosur, it is services that is the main employer for men and women. In both regional groups, there has been a shift from agriculture to services in employment during the process of regional integration. But what are the kind of services that are available, especially to women? And here the issue is that the services that mainly employ women are services that involve low level of skills, low level of technology, are the kind of services that can be provided without having specific skills and knowledge. So they are not, they don't provide a kind of particularly empowering kind of employment. If we look at the trade structure, again, we have similarities in the sense that both groups export mainly primary products and resource-based manufacturers, while they import medium technology manufacturers. Regarding their trade partners, the traditional markets for imports and exports were for Mercosur, North America, and for the EAC, the European Union. This has been changing, and countries in Asia, especially India and China, are taking an important share of import and export for both regional groups. So what we discovered through this exercise? We discovered that the reduction in tariffs on export markets, so the fact that when the two blocs export to countries, to outside countries, the decrease in tariffs had a positive impact on women employment. And this is indeed a very positive outcome. So more employment for women, wage employment. Now we know that wage employment can be really much more rewarding than working in family farms or doing unpaid work. So we see an improvement. At the same time, we looked at which specific kind of employment was open to women. And we realized that these new employment opportunities came out especially in the kind of what we call the blue collar tasks. So tasks that don't involve managerial capacity, don't involve high skills, but are the kind of line assembly kind of jobs. And this, of course, has important implications because a job is empowering, can offer opportunities to women to progress and to go ahead, especially if it is an employment that gives perspective for skill developments, for career advancing. And these kind of employments that in both regions have been created are not this kind of employment. If we look at the other side, so what happened once the two regional groups lowered the level of tariffs, so the import competition effect, we see that women were very marginally impacted in the EC, and there were some negative effects on women employment in Mercosur, but really very, very limited. So what can we say as a conclusion is that we have looked at two regional groups, which are really different. First of all, they are in two geographical continents. The level of development and the level of wealth is different. The way they address the gender issues in their founding treaties is different. Nevertheless, we see that there are still significant gender gaps in both regions, and we see that the process of regional integration led to the same results of creating job opportunities for women, but not the kind of job opportunities that are really empowering women. Now, one important step forward could be to improve the women's skills, and that would most likely open the way to job opportunities in the tradable sectors. Regional funds could be used to for this skill development, but also to provide, for instance, child care facilities, because this having to cope with household responsibilities is a big burden for women and a big impediment to be more available for paid employment. And the final point is accountability, because if countries take commitments within regional integration groups, but then nobody check if they are doing what they committed to do when they joined a regional group or when they set up a regional group, then in a way they could escape from their responsibility. So to make countries accountable for what they do and how they adhere to their commitments. So this is the end of my presentation. As I said, this presentation is based on a study, and in the slide you will see the web link to the study if you are interested and wanted to go through it. I hope this presentation has been of interest to you, and you will find all information about our studies on the impact of regional integrations on women on the dedicated web page and you will see the address on the last slide. Thank you for your attention and good contribution.
Thank you, Simonetta. And now I'd like to ask Nadira, what are your views? There has been discussion and development of a gender trade protocol for the African continental free trade area.
So my view is that an AFCFTA Women in Trade protocol is a critically important tool for gender equality and women's economic empowerment, and consequently as an engine for inclusive socioeconomic growth and sustainable development in African economies. But I think it's very important for us to learn from and to address those issues of contestation that have arisen in the context of the Joint Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment on the occasion of the WTO Ministerial Conference in Buenos Aires. Now, the lead up to the negotiations on the Women in Trade Protocol provides a significant opportunity for us to hear from women in their multiple economic roles as entrepreneurs, as wage workers, as small-scale informal cross-border traders, on what they would like to see reflected in their protocol. But the AFCFTA Women in Trade Protocol does offer us this unique opportunity, this new opportunity, to put in place a holistic approach, an inclusive approach that's grounded in principles of gender justice, of human rights, and that dictates that jobs which the majority of women undertake will also need to be valued. And the fact that gender wage gaps and gender-based occupational segregation, which is sometimes seen as boosting competitiveness, is addressed in those sectors in which it exists. So yes, I do think that there's a significant opportunity for us to learn from civil society and to address the concerns that were raised in the context of the Joint Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now what I'd like to ask, and I'll pose the same question to all the panelists. We've discussed, the regional trade agreements, and we've looked at the intersections, we've looked at the points of contestation, and now what is your take-home message? What is, in a nutshell, almost like a lightning round, what is your take-home in terms of what would you want to be the takeaway message for the UNCTAD mandate?
The take-home message would have to do with empowering civil society, giving civil society more voice in all these kind of treaties, because these treaties are carried out by governments and sometimes, or most of the time, in secrecy. So we don't know really the process, what is taking place. They argue that they put into this negotiation also people representing trade in different groups within the countries, but they never really take seriously the voice of civil society, especially women groups, especially women movements. So the take message is really take that seriously, incorporate the views of the different feminist and women's movements in the countries when these treaties are negotiated, and not only after they have been signed. So I think that is very, very important, empowering civil society.
Thank you so much. So what I'm gathering is that your take-home message is that civil society organizations, and especially women's movements, should be part of the negotiation process and not just come in right at the end of the negotiation. Okay, thank you so much for that. So much. And for you, Simonetta?
Let me start saying that the trade community for many, many years has held the position that trade is gender neutral, and there is no point in making links between trade and gender equality on women's empowerment. The fact that the trade community has started looking at trade policy as one of the many policies that can be used for gender equality and empowering women is a quite recent development. I would say that this debate started not more than 5-6 years ago. And I would say, as all developments, you start with not particularly bold steps. For instance, we know that several free trade agreements now include trade and gender chapters. And there are many criticisms on the fact that these chapters are not particularly bold and might be a bit lost within the overall trade and gender free trade agreements that may have more important and bolder chapters. On the other, and this is a right criticism. On the other hand, I believe that when that a step-by-step approach is needed. Countries probably are not ready to jump into really very bold measures to be included in trade agreements to achieve gender-related goals. So they are kind of moving in trying to see if they start including some provisions, if they start thinking about the trade as a good policy to achieve gender-related goals, what are the results? So in a way, these are timid steps, but these maybe are necessary steps that will lead to, in the future, to bolder positions. So let's be positive and hope that from these timid steps, countries will move to bolder steps and really trade along with many, many other policies can be used to reach the goals of gender equality and women empowerment.
Great, thank you so much. And Maureen, what would you like us to take away from this discussion?
I think in addition to really supporting that active and open and transparent engagement by civil society in UNCTAD negotiations, I think it would be really good to also support a progressive mandate for UNCTAD that challenges the neoliberal paradigm. I think that there is enough evidence that suggests that neoliberal policies and economics doesn't work. And in fact, it is at the base of the growing inequality right now. So it would be quite good to see that kind of progressive mandate emerging from UNCTAD, challenging the basis of neoliberal economic models as the only way for growth by the developing South, if you like.
Thank you so much, Maureen. So what I'm gathering from you is that, firstly, reiterating the importance of active, open, and transparent engagement, and then also for UNCTAD to take a progressive mandate that challenges neoliberal policies because of their impact on women. Okay. I'm waiting for you to nod. I'm hoping I've captured it correctly. All right, thank you. And then for you, Diana, what is your takeaway message?
So apart from really echoing what both Edna as well as Maureen has shared, for me, it's really like to not box women or silo gender and women's human rights into a chapter or a clause, because women are patients, they are workers, they are seed keepers, they are educators, they are users of water, public services and health and so forth. So you can't just put them in one sort of like clause or gender, bow tie, and then say that this is going to be wonderful for women's human rights and gender equality. So that's my biggest one-liner, like don't box and silo gender and women's human rights.
All right, so I've captured that as don't box and silo women's rights. Women are not a homogeneous group. Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate the insights. I think we've all learned a lot from this session. Thank you so much, everybody.
Good afternoon and welcome to another session on this gender forum at UNCTAD 15. I am so pleased to welcome this set of panelists who will be speaking on the topic of accountability and advocacy. Who gets to sit at the negotiating table? I think this topic is really a little bit different from the others because we're talking now about translating policy into advocacy and negotiating positions. And with me are an esteemed panel from Asia Pacific, from Latin America and the Caribbean, who will help us think through some of these issues, especially in a context of UNCTAD, where trade negotiations and advocacy is the very meat and bones of the discussion taking place at UNCTAD now. My name is Dr. Jani Vremi. I am director at the Sridath Ramphal Center for International Trade, Law, Policy and Services. And it is my pleasure to welcome all of the panelists here today. With us are Wadarina from the Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development, Nicole Bedigan Ponte from the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and Marcia Drakes from the CARICOM Office of Trade Negotiations. So they'll each speak for about 10 minutes, after which I will guide them through 2 or more questions, and then really turn the floor over to you, audience, for any questions or comments you'd like to make on their presentations. So we're going to start with Wadarina from the Asia Pacific Forum, and she will say her few opening remarks.
Thank you so much. And then also, first of all, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity to speak in this Gender and Development Forum of UNCTAD. I'm proud to speak not only on behalf of Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development, but also on behalf of our more than 300 feminist members in 32 countries in Asia and the Pacific. Most of them are grassroots women organizations in the local and the national level. We are part of the feminist movements, but also our members part of the farmers movements, fisher folks, women with disabilities, urban poor, rural and indigenous women, climate justice movements, Dalit women, women workers, migrant movements, and other people's movements. So in this session, I'm requested to speak on our experience on advocacy, sharing our thoughts on accountability, and then who gets to be at the trade negotiating table. So why grassroots women to stand against RCEP? This trade agreement will definitely go into impacting women's human rights in many different aspects. One is undermining production of more affordable generic version of life-saving medicines, and then also negatively impact women farmers and indigenous women's rights to seed and food sovereignty, lock in privatization of public services, push women workers' wages even down, and then constrain creation of decent jobs, and also restrict the ability of governments to introduce industrial and fiscal policies that is actually necessary to protect and regulate in the public interest. So in this new post-pandemic reality or pandemic reality that we are still having now, these vulnerabilities will be further deepened and then marginalizing communities even more. And then it's like it is a race to the bottom with women at the bottom. So APWLD and our members, we have been doing a lot of organizing work in the ground. We do a lot of capacity building, we do advocacy, and also mobilization on the street. So we conduct feminist participatory action research, for instance, where the grassroots women themselves document the impact of trade and investment agreements to their lives and collectively build demands and strategies for advocacy and mobilization. We ensure that we build materials and resources to unpack the impact of these trade deals to women on the ground. We also engage inside and outside different rounds of negotiation, of trade negotiation. Like for instance, like organize people's meetings or people's forum on RCEP, organize capacity building workshop for women's rights organization and diverse people's organization to influence the process. We mobilize women, mostly women farmers, Dalits, fisher folks, workers and trade unions, rural and indigenous women to participate in the People's Forum and then different round of negotiations of RCEP. We also support national consultation, stronger presence and voices of these women's in public hearing in different countries, including with the parliamentarian. And also we locally based group with the movements against FTA, which is usually more based in the country's capital. So there are a lot of challenges, of course, in this advocacy space, most of it because it is very, very close negotiations, no access to document, limited space for civil society, including women's group. So for instance, in our case, in our advocacy, in RCEP, the different RCEP round of negotiation that we have sometimes only provide 1.5 until 2 hours time. Only that, for the compared to the length of days they usually have their consultation, only 2 hours time for the stakeholder consultations with the RCEP negotiating countries. Sometimes civil society were promised to have more time to express their concern, but only to be cut off and then suddenly said they had less time. So for us, is this really the value of human rights and people's engagement and participation? Civil societies, media, parliamentarian, and even local government have been hardly given any access to this negotiation, and in a process that already far from transparency. And then also, RCEP impacts more, I think, than 50% of the world's population, and is being negotiated without the knowledge of this population. And then for many governments negotiating this, maybe this trade agreement might be about cost and benefit, about selling or buying, about letters and numbers. But however, for women and many other marginalized community, it is about our life and death. So most of the time, the statements and questions raised by these peoples and social movements are not responded at all by the governments. That's our experience, yeah. And then only to be noted or maybe tick the box exercise. So in contrast, while in Indonesia, for instance, while the Indonesian civil society were only given 2 hours of the stakeholder consultation, the Indonesian chambers of commerce and industry got the whole 2 weeks and have the chance to actually speak and negotiate with the negotiator and also the delegates. And then for one of the important point also to be noted that sometimes the availability of space really depends on the advocacy to the host countries that is actually hosting, the round of the negotiation. So this will be extra challenging when we are faced by more and more authoritarian governments and also repressive government that is now happening globally and also in our region in Asia and the Pacific. For us, it's also very clear that the provision of trade and investment agreement that are found to be inconsistent with the human rights obligation of government should be just revised or terminated. That's just the rule, right? And then the UN independent experts actually states that actually the state itself have appointed to ensure human rights are protected globally have already suggested that mega trade agreement like RCEP is violating human rights obligation, and many cases also violates national constitution. So we, the women, and also the people as sovereign power must know that these free trade deals really stand a free trade based on people's rights and needs, or rather it is to maximize corporate interest and power. So the negotiation and adoption that we had on RCEP indicate it's for the latter. It's very clear, as it is done completely in secrecy behind people's back while giving information and decision-making access to corporation. We really must end this political corporate hypocrisy. And then we have been saying that women have been at the heart of the movements to halt the deadly advances, for instance, of the WTO. We will use the same solidarity to stop any trade agreement, be the power to make decisions over our own lives and the future. I would like to end my speech a little bit by saying that, many times that we have heard this, that the argument saying that transparency will probably undermine the administration policy to complete the trade agreements because the public opposition will be significant, then for us it's very, very simple, right? Like there's this group saying it, and then we are very, very agree. If the public wouldn't like it, then don't sign it. And then even more so, while so many governments acknowledge that these inequalities exist and globalization has widened the gap between the rich and the poor, especially in developing countries, they have also expressed their inability to reverse it. So if our governments recognize that this current system no longer works, and then why are we maintaining it? And then, yeah, thank you so much. That's the end of my speech.
Thank you so much, Wadarina, for these insightful remarks on the Asia-Pacific perspective. It's my great pleasure now to turn the floor over to Nicole Bidigan. She's a social officer in the gender division at UNCTAD, and she's going to talk to us, I guess, about accountability and data parity issues. So over to you, Nicole.
Thank you very much. I would like to share with you the following presentation of the work we have been doing within ECLAC to advance this agenda. First of all, I would like to share that in Latin America and in the Caribbean region, we have a very comprehensive regional gender agenda that has been adopted by ECLAC member states in the session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America since 1977. And from now on, the governments agreed on a very comprehensive agenda that has women's rights at the core of sustainable development, but also it's an agenda that really wants to promote not only the reduction of gender inequalities within countries, but also between countries. And there are specific commitments to advance cooperation, financing, and trade as a means for advancing women's rights and gender equality. Particularly on the area of trade, governments agreed, for instance, to conduct assessment on the impact of human rights and trade policies from a gender equality perspective, but also to promote the generation of quality employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in international trade. And something that for us that is really important, because in an interconnected world, the possibility to advance this agenda by specific countries is limited. There is a need for regional and international cooperations to avoid the race to the bottom. And that's why in the last conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, governments agreed to operate in a coordinated manner to avoid harmful competitions among countries and prevent that gender inequality is being used as a variable to increase export or attract investment. Also, there are specific commitments to advance and to analyze the extraterritorial impacts of policies and to advance the regional position at the global forums in terms of macroeconomic policies, trade, investment, and financial agreements. So with this normative framework, we have been working with different governments from the region to strengthen different strategies. First, that data collection and analysis on the links between gender and trade. Secondly, to support intersectoral coordination, particularly between women's machinery and the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality, with foreign affairs ministers, with trade negotiators, but also with trade promotion agencies and sectoral ministers as the ministries of finance. And of course, not only to strengthen the intersectoral coordination within the state, but also to ensure that civil society participation, especially feminist organizations and women's organizations and movement, can be aware about the policies that governments are implemented and can follow up the design, the implementation, and the evaluation of these policies. So concretely, we are working with the government of Salvador on generation of gender and trade statistics in order to include a specific module in their gender equality observatory, but also we are doing capacity building activities with trade negotiators and also design gender responsive export promotion strategies. With the government of Chile and Uruguay, we are supporting them in the indicators to assess the implementation of the gender chapter of their bilateral agreement. As you may know, Chile has been a country that has promoted the inclusion of gender chapters in different trade bilateral and trilateral agreements. And now the challenge is how we can assess the implementation of these chapters in these agreements and take into account the different trade asymmetries between the different partners. And of course, we're also working on the regional dialogue as part of the Regional Conference on Women. And for instance, in the last meeting, we promote a dialogue between the Minister of Finance of Barbados with the Vice President of Ecuador and authorities from the Women's Machineries and Foreign Affairs Ministries of Panama and Chile and feminist organizations. And one of the things that we discuss in these spaces is the importance to understand that gender inequality in Latin America is at the root of the sustainable of the development model, and that we have 4 structural obstacles that are really eroding the capacity of countries to move towards substantive equality. And those obstacles are related to sexual division of labor, patriarchal cultural patterns, concentration of power, and socioeconomic inequality, which has been really deepened in the context of COVID crisis. And I would like to share with you some of the data that we have from the region. And one of the things that we said is that when we talk about international trade, it's important that we understand what are the gender inequalities in the labor market. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, only 1 in 2 women are related with the labor market. So what we have seen is that even if the women's labor market participation has increased in the last 20 years, is stagnant on the 50%. And due to the COVID-19 crisis, we see a setback of 18 years of participation of women in the labor market. And as you also can see, the women's unemployment has been systematically higher than men unemployment, and this has increased in the context of the crisis. And also it's really important for us to look at the gender labor market segregation in the region and where are women in these different sectors. And as we see in the context of the COVID crisis, the Caribbean, for instance, GDP fall in minus 7.5%. And 1 in 2 women in the Caribbean are employed in high-risk sectors of being impacted by job and income losses, particularly women working in tourism, which is also a sector that is very much impacted by the borders closures and the fall in the international demand of services. And secondly, for us it's really important to look at these links between gender labor market segregation and trade specialization, because when we also look at another region from Latin America, which is South America, we see that export, they are not really contributing too much to women's employment. And this is related to what Latin American region export, and is a strategy based on natural intensive resources and low value added manufacturing, which are not employment intensive, not for men, but less for women. And as we see, only 11% of women are employed in export-related sectors. And we are taking here a very comprehensive understanding of this, and you will see that this figure is direct employment in the export sector, but also we are including indirect employment. And taking into account the external shocks of the COVID, what we see is that not only international trade in the region is not really job intensive, particularly in South America, and of course there are differences when we took a sectoral understanding of this process, but women are concentrated in very few sectors related to export, particularly textiles, clothing, but also tourism. And these are the sectors who has been more impacted in the context of the COVID crisis, particularly textile in Central America and Mexico, but tourism in, I think, in the whole region, but specifically in the Caribbean. And what we see is that even if in 2021 we are in a context of trade expansion, and then this is driven by demand of the US and China for commodities. So this is while trade figures has now been in a positive term, the problem is that we have a risk of primarization of our export orientation strategies. I also would like to share with you that this crisis also shown that the austerity paradigm can be challenged. And what we see in the figures we have in ECLAC is that the many countries implemented counter-cyclical policies, and this has been critical to ensure that the impacts on women's and on population are not, I mean, they're very severe, but it could be worse. And what we've seen is that there is an increase in subsidies and transfers, specific cash transfers, and for the 2021, already 20 countries announced or extended emergency transfers for 10 billion. So this is 0.26 of GDP, right? But for us, it's really important to analyze the distributional effect of these fiscal policies from a gender perspective, because a rise in spending do not automatically lead to a closing the gender gap. And that's why in NECLAC we are updating an observatory of COVID-19 measures implemented by countries in the region. And we have a specific section on to see what are the policies who have been implemented with a gender perspective. And we find some measures related to the care economy, to advancing policies to tackle gender-based violence. Also, the extension of some social protection measures that are targeted to women, and employment and income generation. And I would like to say that most of the measures we identify are related to the, not to sectors related to international trade, but it's important to say that in some countries in the Caribbean, some specific measures for the tourism sector or has been implemented, and women have benefited from some of them, while also other measures have been implemented to support women entrepreneurship and internationalization of their enterprises, such as trade promotion activities and promoting digital economy and digital trade. But just to finalize, I would like to say that even if these measures are very important, we need to think in how to move to a more transformative understanding of the recovery, while we are in the midst of an uncertainty and we really don't know how the region can move forward in this context of post-COVID. But there are some trends that COVID-19 has deepened, and so policies response and trade policies should be really transformative in order to move towards sustainability and equality orientation. And one of these trends, as I mentioned before, is the trend of primarization of export due to commodity prices, and also the increase of poverty and inequality that we have seen in the region, and particularly the overrepresentation of women within poverty and poor households. And so what are the recommendations? The need to move toward productive structures that are more diversified. So we can also diversify the export basket to more knowledge-intensive sectors and quality employment for women. Secondly, there is another trend related to the geopolitical tensions and change in the economic geography with some process of reshoring, nearshoring that we have seen, and some kind of regionalization of trade exchanges. So in this context, more than ever, it's really important to promote regional productive chains in key dynamic sectors that are key for sustainability of life, which is something that is core for the feminist economic analysis, and that in ECLAC we are trying to promote this understanding of the shift that economy needs to happen. So how we promote women's participation, workers and entrepreneurs in key productive change related, for instance, to the healthcare manufacturing. So we are not Latin America do not only import all these healthcare manufacturing elements, but we are able to produce. And also when we talk about tourism, how we move to a more sustainable tourism that really can also help to reduce asymmetries and promote more positive spillover effects. Another trend is related to the crisis of multilateralism and the asymmetries between countries that we have seen, and we think UNCTAD is a very important global platform to reduce these asymmetries and to strengthen multilateralism. And in this context, for us, regional cooperation and global cooperation to avoid the race to the bottom, respect policy space, and promote coherence between trade and women's rights is fundamental. And finally, the digital economy and cross-border e-commerce is something that the COVID crisis has really deepened this trend. And there is a context of a boom of digital platform, but in the region, there is 4 of 10 women in the region are not connected and cannot afford connectivity. So there is a huge challenge in terms of how we close gender gaps regarding access to resources, market technologies, but also digital skills. And at the same time, we guarantee women's labor rights in the digital economy, avoiding any attempt of precarization of condition of life. So to end, I would like to say that with this analysis in ECLAC, we are promoting different proposals for a transformative recovery with gender equality, with one of the main areas, as I mentioned before, is women's participation in productive economic recovery. But secondly, is to promote an inclusive digital transformation. Thirdly, to advance to a care economy as a driver for recovery, but also in ECLAC, we are supporting this idea of transitioning towards a care society. And finally, we need a new fiscal compact for gender equality. And we need to reduce symmetries between states, between different actors, and to ensure that gender equality and women's rights are a key element for sustainable and transformative recovery. So to end, I would like to share with you some of the latest publications where we have been analyzing all these different trends, when we have our latest data and our recommendations. And I hope this is something you find interesting to continue this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for that. I thought you went through quite a wide range of issues. Very many for us to digest. But one of the things that I'll probably get back to you on is the question of these wonderful recommendations and proposals. How do we actually translate these into actual negotiating positions in a WTO or in an UNCTAD context? Because I feel like sometimes that's where the gap is lying, you know, between the formulation of the principles and the proposals and actually the advocacy in these various types of negotiating forums. So I'm going to just plant that idea for you to think about as we move in studio to Marsha Drakes. Marsha is with me in this wonderful setting here in beautiful Barbados. Marsha, it's so great to see you again. We are going to now turn to you and ask you from more of a CARICOM perspective, because you among the trade negotiators that negotiate on behalf of CARICOM. How are you seeing the issue of trade and gender playing out in terms of accountability and advocacy on these issues in our various trade negotiating spheres?
Great. First, thanks so much for this unique opportunity. Thanks to the organizers. This is a wonderful time to join the conversation, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to do so. Now, there are a few points first that I think are necessary to get out there because they kind of set the context for understanding what gender justice advocacy and accountability ought to be in the context of CARICOM's negotiations of its external trade agreements with its trading partners. And the first thing that I think we need to take into account is the structure and nature of the process that is involved in CARICOM's negotiation when it does so with, negotiates with external trade partners. Now, in accordance with community law under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, the CARICOM member states are expected to coordinate their external trade policy. And that includes pursuing external trade agreements with third states on a joint basis. Now, what that means, therefore, is that any governmental decisions about which partner to target, what do you want to achieve from engaging with that partner in terms of a trade negotiation, all the things related to strategies, the appropriate strategies to get what is desired, and even what is understood of what the region should give in return to that trading partner. Those types of decisions are calculated on the basis of an overall balance of interests amongst all the CARICOM member states, and not just relate to the interests of any single member state. So it's about the collective, right? And as you appreciate, even though the CARICOM member states may have similar profiles, economic profiles, they're not homogenous. And so there's a certain give or take in terms of arriving at what should the region seek to obtain from its trading partner in the context of a trade negotiation. So it's kind of fluid that way, and not everything that is desired by any specific member state will necessarily feature in the final outcome of that balance of interest, right? So there's a certain degree of give or take. Those interests that are to be pursued are then later expressed in what is understood as the negotiating mandate. And that guides the negotiations from inception right up to the very end, the conclusion of the negotiation with the trading partner. How member states make decisions about what should constitute that negotiating mandate is informed by a consultation process with a wide range of stakeholders, both economic, commercial type of stakeholders, as well as social stakeholders. And that consultative process takes place at the national level. And when it comes to the national level, the governments are responsible for facilitating that process. But it also takes place importantly, because remember, this is about a regional coordination. This is about a joint basis amongst the member states. So there's also a regional consultative process that's absolutely necessary. And that is facilitated and coordinated by my office, the Office of Trade Negotiations of the CARICOM Secretariat. So to begin to answer this question of who ought to sit at the negotiating table, it's a bit of a misnomer, because it's not so much about who gets to be in the room or who gets to sit at the table. In fact, it's more about who participates in the consultative process, who participates at the national consultation level, and who participates at the regional consultation level is critical, because that is how interest groups, using this consultative process, that is how interest groups are afforded the opportunity to shape and influence what interests are going to be articulated in terms of a negotiation with an external trade partner. It shapes what is ultimately pursued as the collective interests of the region. That's how you influence it. So through the consultative process, stakeholders, interest groups, that is how you're going to end up trying to shape the contours of the negotiating mandate. So, but who sits at the actual negotiating table are really just persons with certain levels of competencies, of course, that have been appointed by the member states to faithfully represent those interests, those regional interests that have already been predetermined through a consultative process. Okay? But ultimately, it's the government that makes that decision about what filters as the final composition of those interests in the negotiating mandate. So that's the reason that the more effective interest groups are at participating in national and regional consultation processes, the more likely you'll be able to shape what interests are represented as a regional position in the context of a trade negotiation with a trading partner. So recognizing that, what does this mean now for gender justice advocacy and accountability in terms of trying to, in the context of a trade negotiation, try to pursue the promotion of gender justice as an outcome of a negotiation and as reflected in the final agreement at the end of the day. Well, as I alluded to before, given that the governments of the region ultimately make that decision about what should be pursued in the negotiation, civil society organizations which represent these interests of gender justice and gender equality need to be mindful that it is the governments that they need to persuade about the importance of the issue and its nexus, the critical nexus between gender justice, gender equality, and trade and economic development on a sustainable basis and on an inclusive basis. Therefore, in terms of responsibility, civil society organizations have this distinct responsibility to ensure that on behalf of their stakeholders, that they do engage with the governments to the extent possible in articulating those interests effectively to the government. And I can tell you that this needs to take place long before any decision is taken to engage in a trade negotiation with a third state. Civil society organizations need to work assiduously at first, establishing that rapport with governments and also maintaining that level of dialogue and engagement with government so that they can be recognized and identified from the outset as an important interest group, as an important stakeholder. And then in doing so, then you get on the government's radar. You're able, the government knows that is the go-to. I know what the business they're in. I understand that the critical issue that they represent. And then in terms of when the consultation process is being organized, then it is clear. There's no confusion about who should be targeted to be included in the consultative process. Once the negotiations start and the formal consultation process begins, it's critical that the civil society organizations maintain their participation in the consultative process. And they have to be active and vocal and constructively so. They have to do that because recognizing that some negotiations can take years from inception to conclude. And while that can be exhausting in a sense, it doesn't necessarily require a lot of resources, but it requires a high degree of organization. And the point is that civil society organizations need to be prepared to engage for the long haul in that consultative process, because that is how you continue to have the opportunity to shape what actually goes on in the negotiating room. On another note, it is also important that as part of that process of organized interest articulation, that the civil society organizations need to network, not with only with stakeholders at the national level, but there's a need to ensure that they're also networking and collaborating with stakeholders, similar stakeholders across the region, because what must evolve from their interest articulation is in fact a regional position. What must be posited is a regional position. So therefore, working in national silos is suboptimal, and must be avoided at all costs, because again, the process is about a regional coordination. And therefore, the positions that are posited need to reflect that regional posture and not just be that of a national position. It's also important that we remember that not everything that is desired will actually necessarily emerge in the negotiating mandate. The organizations may posit a number of arguments, a number of proposals, a number of positions, but in the final analysis, and in terms of determining what an overall balance of interest is, not all, or sometimes in some cases it may not feature at all, but the point is that not all of what you desire may in fact be reflected in the final outcome. And certainly when you engage in the negotiations with the third party, it's possible that none of what you wanted would have made the final cut, because even that outcome, which is the final trade agreement, has to reflect a balance of interest between the two sides. So recognizing that what the other side is willing to do is just as important as convincing your regional governments about the importance of gender justice and its nexus to trade and trade development. There's a need to make a concerted effort to align interest groups from the region with similar interest groups, even from who might be of origin in the trading partners jurisdiction. By doing so, by forming these alliances, some useful things can emerge. First of all, these allies within the trading partners jurisdiction could help glean, provide critical and important insights about the trading partner, how they see and how they treat with gender justice in their trade agreements. And such insights could also assist our own civil society organizations to develop and suggest strategies as how to get to yes in the negotiations, how to persuade the trading partner to accept the proposals and the positions that are being posited and presented by CARICOM in the negotiating room and at the table. Similarly, working with such allies in the jurisdiction of the trading partner could help, especially when it comes to lobbying, create political pressure on the government of the trading partner's government to be more open to accepting or considering CARICOM's own proposals on these same matters. Because often what you'll find in a number of countries, the lobbying effort of the lobbying interests for these types of disciplines like gender justice and stuff like that are very powerful. They exert quite a degree of influence on their governments through years of lobbying, years of a sophisticated way of putting that political pressure on them. And we need to be prepared to tap into that and leverage that same political pressure in order to help get what we want. as what the interest groups would have articulated would be necessary to come out of a trade negotiation. I want to bring up an important point about the need to have your arguments being supported by empirical evidence and not just anecdotal or conjecture. Relevant data collection is something that the region struggles with across the board. It's not unique to this region, but it's certainly something that the region is challenged by, and it undermines a lot of the research and work that needs to go in terms of preparing for a negotiation itself, the technical process of preparing for a negotiation. I think civil society organizations have an important role to play in bridging and closing those information and knowledge gaps through their own collaboration, particularly with academia, to try to ensure that knowledge gaps don't undermine the cogency of the arguments that you're going to be putting forward as it relates to the pursuit of gender justice in trade agreements. You don't want, because when there are information gaps, when there are data gaps, it compromises the credibility of the positions as they're being articulated, whether it's to persuade your regional governments about the importance of it when they're trying to just come up with a negotiating mandate, and even further down the line when you're in the negotiation trying to convince the other side. It also makes the job a lot easier for the negotiators. It creates a better confidence in being able to provide irrefutable proof about the linkages and why to justify the interventions that might be being proposed at that time. So information, critical. Empirical evidence, critical. And civil society organizations have a role to play, I think, in helping with that. I think, too, in terms of accountability, that civil society organizations also need to express to their governments clearly a legitimate expectation to continue to be updated about the status of negotiations. And the consultative process also facilitates that in a number of ways, because there are a number of reporting mechanisms that are built into that consultation process. And but interest groups have a legitimate expectation to be kept apprised by their governments about what's going on. And in doing so, that kind of information will allow you to not only monitor how the trading partner is receiving or reacting to the proposals being tabled, but it also allows for an opportunity to develop or tweak strategies as to how to get to yes, tweak strategies in terms of maybe there might be a need to adjust the proposal to make it more palatable, but still stay to the core of what is desired to secure the outcome.
We're going to have to wrap up so we can get to the questions.
For one last thing I want to say is that apart from the negotiation process is another important part about what a trade agreement actually is. And the real remit of a trade agreement is, at the end of the day, to improve trade relations between the parties, but primarily through trade liberalization, removing barriers to trade. So it's important that advocates for gender justice use gender analyses, conduct gender analyses to find out and identify across all areas of economic activity where the promotion of gender justice might be necessary and important, and decide what type of intervention would be most appropriate in terms of treatment within negotiations themselves. How should trade liberalization be manipulated in order to serve the promotion of gender justice in that way? Should a particular economic activity be shielded from foreign participation? Or would it be better served to open up the sector because your own sectors, because foreign participation would be considered helpful? On the other hand, is it that you want to seek opportunities of market openness in the trading partners market to provide certain types of gendered economic opportunities as might be identified? And so those are the types of questions, and you can only do that if you're engaging in that type of gendered analysis, gendered economic analysis. And but it's critical. But the final point I'll leave you with is that just like other trade-related issues, I think there's room for the integration of gender justice as a legitimate trade-related issue, and to treat with that in trade agreements. And that further work needs to go on in terms, and innovation, in fact, needs to go on in terms of how do we improve that nexus? How do we allow trade agreements, given what they are, bear in mind that their inherent limitations, however, and to use them constructively to help promote gender justice and gender equality.
Thank you for these remarks as well, Marsha. I feel like we've had a conversation there. There are some intersecting themes, but we got sort of perspectives from different vantage points. I think, for instance, Nicole's presentation helped us understand some of the data. I mean, that was something you mentioned, Marsha, some of the data underpinning the trends that would then feed towards solid negotiating positions. I think we also looked at the export-oriented sectors, right, Nicole, that were particularly impacted by COVID, and how women and women's issues stand to be affected by these broader macroeconomic trends, and how that ultimately affects women's empowerment and women's economic issues in areas such as the digital economy, in the care economy, and thinking more about how ultimately a post-COVID agenda must seek to contribute towards women and women's recovery in the context of these broader trends. And I think, Marsha, what you helped us to think through a little bit is how exactly it is that you feed these positions in a negotiating context, that there's a broader sort of art and strategic approach towards funneling women's issues into hardcore negotiating positions. So I'm going to throw out to all three panelists two questions, and given the limitations of time, I'm actually going to give you the option of choosing which one you want to answer, and we only have a few minutes, so it's really one of the two. The first one is, I think we heard from Asia, from the Caribbean and Latin America, there are different sort of levels of sophistication or levels of data underpinning negotiating positions that can be taken. And I think, drawing from your experience, either in collecting the data or articulating the positions, how do we formulate stronger in your areas of expertise? How do we allow for stronger positions to be taken in these negotiations from your perspective that are able to put these issues front and center? And then the second question that I have is, how do we do that in the context of these negotiations at UNCTAD? If there were one or two positions that you think are necessary, put a line in the sand to advance women's issues in the context of the outcome document at UNCTAD, what, from your perspective, would that be? One of these two questions. I'll start with you, Wardarina.
All right, thank you for that questions. Actually, governments are starting to recognize that trade agreements may have a first impact on women's human rights, and also UNCTAD, and then a lot of civil society. But some bilateral and multilateral free trade agreements is now included the new gender equality chapters. But I think for us, it's not enough. There are too many provisions in the trade agreements that really pose a danger to women to remedy it only with the gender equality chapter. It is increasingly recognized that trade agreement must undertake, this is very important, an ex ante and ex post gender audits, as well as human rights impact assessment if they are to serve the peoples. So the current trade agreement, human rights, gender, or even economic impact assessments, a full impact assessment will identify multiple potentially gender and human rights consequences of these trade deals. And then also a gender chapter, we think, can salvage the agreement. However, people-centered trade agreement based on solidarity is part. In that context of the gender equality chapter, will need to include as the following in the minimum, as the minimum. One, to actually ensure that all state parties must ratify CEDAW and then optional protocol to CEDAW. All parties should adopt, maintain, and implement laws, regulation, and any other measures to fulfill their obligation under CEDAW. And then 3, remedies shall be made available to women who suffer discrimination or other human rights violation as a result of these actions of investor, which must include civil and criminal sanctions. And then nothing in the agreement shall apply to or restrict measures that a party adopts or maintains in their efforts comply with CEDAW, and measures taken to comply with the gender chapter shall be excluded from us, what we see that how to make it at the center. And then, of course, to really ensuring that the feminist organization, women's rights organization, able to have the system and modalities to engage this process. That's it.
Thank you so much. And now I'm going to ask Nicole, which of these would you like to tackle in the 5 minutes you have left?
Regarding the first question, I think it's really key to break the glass ceilings that we have within the states. So national statistical officers can be can inform part of the negotiators' teams about what are the gender analysis and data available in the country and the region to articulate a position. But also, it's really important that women's machineries and women's ministries are also in preparing this position, and gender experts should be part of negotiating teams, because not only the gender chapters are important on this agreement, but there are many trade provision in other chapters related to intellectual property rights, related to public procurement, about access to services that are key for women's lives. And so all this data is really important to ensure that the trade agreement is coherent with the guarantee of women's rights and advancing gender equality. So with this information is the basis to ensure that, for instance, there is a specific indication about market access in specific sectors that are key for women, or maybe think about reservations. And when we talk not only about the offensive traits, but also about the defensive arguments, but which will be some of the areas that will not be part of this trade liberalization process, because are key, for instance, for the domestic, for women access to public procurement, or specific for some industries that are in a nation that needs at least some of the protections to later on be able to compete in the international market. So for me, the second issue is that many governments has a lot of information that they're not using. And so in ECLA, we are trying to help them to assess what are the strengths of their own data, and what are the possibilities to expand this data, and to ensure that the data is available and known and understood by the different actors that participate in the trade negotiation process, so they are empowered about this information and they take informed decisions. And thirdly, I think what was really mentioned by Marsha is really important that women's organizations engage not only in a formal consultation process, but that are part of a substantive participation engagement through all the process. And so the different actors from civil society, can be engaged in the whole process of trade negotiations, and of course later on in assessing the implementation of this agreement and the importance for advancing women's rights at national level, but also between countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. And I really hate to have tried to cut it short, but I think we really appreciate your input. Thank you so much. And over to you, Marsha.
I'll be brief. I just want to pick up with something that she just said about governments and having a lot of data, but they're not using it. I'm not necessarily sure that in CARICOM's sense that is necessarily the case in all areas. I think it's about relevant data and perhaps the metrics and the of that collection might not be as tuned as they ought to be in order to serve, to fit the purpose, to serve the agenda of being able to identify where gender justice promotion would be necessary and how to fit that in. So sex aggregated data, I think, would be an important component of that. And this is where civil society needs to come in and say where the weaknesses are and identify where the weaknesses are in terms of data collection. And so that it can be used in more constructively and more empirically to help design a trade agreement that in fact can lead to women's empowerment, can lead in fact to rebalancing on gender relations, can in fact lead to gender justice. So that is what I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now in the remaining time, we're going to open the floor to the audience to ask any questions that they may have. Okay. Thank you so much. We've given the audience a little bit of a break in that little five-minute interlude to really ponder these very comprehensive presentations by my three panelists. Thank you so much for your varying perspectives. And whilst we wait for the audience members to interrogate further some of the things that you've shared with us, I sort of had it's not an academic question. It's more of I would call it a influence of influencers kind of questions. I mean, we have seen over the last day, today this is the fourth, fifth panel. There's been a lot of content. We've had an amazing opening ceremony. And I can't help but wonder that across the world in a lot of these international organizations, there's so many impactful women heading trade organizations, but also in feminist organizations. So right here at the university, we have Professor Udine Barreto, who just admitted office as our principal. We have people like Pamela Cook-Hamilton. We have Mia Motley, the Honorable. We have the new head of the UNCTAD. We also have the head of the WTO. And it's hard to walk away from, that thinking that that's not going to have some kind of influence on the way or the shape negotiations take ultimately. So from your perspectives, whether it's from, studying the trends and seeing what influencers have on the direction and in the trajectory of trade negotiations, And let me also mention, we have Honorable Carla Barnett, the newly elected head of CARICOM. So we have the opportunity for women influencers in these negotiations to bring much more of a gendered lens to trade negotiations. I wonder if any of you has any perspectives on how we can expect the trajectory, the arc of the trade negotiations to change as a result of having so many women leaders at the head of these organizations. Any thoughts from either of my panelists on this? Nicole, I might start with you. You're giving a smile. I wonder if you have any thoughts on the matter.
Thank you very much. Conjuncture that is totally different from the debate we had in terms of gender and trade 20 years ago. And we have to seize this opportunity to transform trade in a more development-oriented understanding and as a key driver for economic and transformative recovery. And I think, of course, having women's and feminist activists, but also women's working in different institutions that are committed with the gender equality agenda from a very transformative way is a precondition to ensure this reorientation that trade needs. But it's also very important that we move of thinking about leadership and to think about how we transform different institutions and we ensure more cooperation and how we strengthen multilateralism, which is a risk. And so while it's very important to have very strong women in key positions, such as in UNCTAD, such as in ECLAC, and in different institutions, we need to move forward to reinvent the multilateralism to ensure that our goal is to advance the regional gender agenda, the sustainable development goals, and that trade is a mean for achieving this. And so I think, yes, at least in Latin America, we're in a very important moment. And we are accompanying different countries to ensure that all the ambitious agreements that has been agreed over the last years are now moving to a more concrete implementation and ensuring that this is possible through this collaborative work between ECLAC, but also between the women's and feminist organizations and movement and different allies and in the policy-making arena.
Thank you so much for that. What I'm taking from you is that whilst it's important to have these women leading these organizations as a signal of, progressiveness, that's not enough. We need to embed women's policies, women's agenda, and, a gendered perspective into the fabric of the institution itself. So we can't get carried away with the fact that we're seeing so many leaders in these positions being able to steer the direction in a positive way. But, they're not going to necessarily be there forever. You still need to inhabit in the institution a culture that is inclusive. So I wonder, Marcia, if you have anything to add to that.
Just to point out that our Director General of the OTN, Office of Trade Negotiations, of the Office of Negotiations of the CARICOM Secretariat, is a woman.
Exactly.
Ambassador Gail Matherin. And she has been in office for quite some time, and she would have acted as the principal negotiator when we engaged as a region in the CARICOM Canada negotiations, which for several reasons never got to the finishing line, but she was there, she oversaw that process and whatnot. So yes, it's good news when we see women in these prominent positions. I can only think, though, that what is left then is for interest groups and the organizations that represent these interests to feel more incentivized to participate because they're seeing this leadership for the first time, across the board, and feeling a sense of empowerment to feel now is a juncture where there might be a transformation or a cultural shift in a willingness to take on these types of issues more readily. Development is something that it's not a linear progression, It's for the region, it's It's going to go through these peaks and troughs. It's going to go through different iterations and whatnot. And the region is developing. It is advancing and maturing, even in its understanding of policy and social policy, nexus between that and economic policy. And I can only look forward to a greater participation and a greater articulation of these types of issues from the interest groups to our member states, to our governments, and therefore hope that there's even more readiness to integrate these things more readily. Right now, the region is not engaged in a negotiation process. And that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing from the point of view that you can take a step back now that there's a time of not being engaged actively in a negotiation, but the analysis for trade policy and the way forward for trade policy, external trade policy, continues. Right. And this is a unique time then for us to be able to look more readily at these issues, and also for the interest groups to give us that kind of information to continue to press the issue, and with the empirical evidence, of course, to back it up. So it's a good opportunity, I think.
Thanks. Thank you so much for that. And I think the other thing that sometimes gets left behind, or the group that gets left behind with the focus of the leaders and the women doing well, is the lower paid, the care economy workers. Nicole, in your presentation, you talked about the tourism workers. A large percentage of them are women, and these are not high-paid jobs. These are a lot of times women struggling to maintain their households and their children, and sometimes older people, but also, earning a living and contributing to the economy of the society as well as their communities. So I think there's a lot there to unpack in that question I asked. I know we don't have much more time, and as we close, and I know it's been a very packed day for our audience members. It's been a wonderful, wonderful forum we have here with the Gender and Development Forum. Again, hats off to all of the organizers. But as we close, my panelists, I wonder if any of you wants to just kind of have any parting comments as we think of what is the agenda of your organization, or where do you think ultimately we can go with these. Remember, our topic is accountability and advocacy. So as we close off, where would you like to see advocacy go in this area of women and trade issues? Very, very quickly, and then I'll thank you all. Nicole, you can start us off.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to emphasize that, as I mentioned, trade is not an end in itself, but should be a mean in order to ensure quality employment, productive diversification, women's economic autonomy. And to do that, we really need to move to reduce different trade asymmetries and to link together the trade agenda with the development agenda and the gender justice agenda, which is the only way we really be able to ensure to move forward a very transformative response to the COVID crisis, where the gender equality is at the core, and where we really move towards, as we call in UNCTAD, a care society, where the main aim is really well-being and sustainability of life. And to do that, we really think we have the tools, we have the information, we have the political will at this moment in different countries in the region to move this agenda forward. And what we really need to do is to implement commitments and to ensure a very strong civil society participation through all the trade negotiation process and assessment of the impact and of the implementation of these trade policies. So from our perspective, we are willing to continue to strengthen the alliance with UNCTAD and with all the countries in the region and in the different regions of the world to move this agenda forward.
And thank you so much, Nicole. That's such a positive way to end. And we have a negotiator here from CARICOM who will, I'm sure that does not fall on deaf ears. The fact that ECLAC is working in Latin America and the Caribbean to advance these issues and is a ready and available partner to provide the type of technical and advocacy support. And the final word is, because I don't think we have any more comments from our other panelists, so the final word is with you, Marsha.
Okay, great. What to say? I think as I said before, I mentioned we're in the rest period here in the region in terms of our priorities, in terms of looking at trade agreements right now, we're looking at more implementation. So I think that said, so trade agreements are really the focus right now. But what I think is a good thing is that it's an opportunity to improve national policies and its own approach to gender justice. Because there's a need to have that convergence of national policies to support whatever is negotiated in the trade agreement. Yeah. So now that there's a rest period, it's time to improve and expand that concept within national policies and the expression of that in national policies, because that's going to make the implementation work towards the objective of gender justice.
I think that's really a positive, powerful way to end, which is, all the agreements can be made up there, but ultimately we need to nest it within the domestic context. Yeah. And that's supported by all the literature and academic reviews that I've seen on how do you embed these policies in domestic contexts. So that's all from us here. Thank you so much to my wonderful panelists, Wadarina, Nicole, and Marsha. And here's to the audience. We hope that you enjoy the rest of this wonderful, wonderful UNCTAD Gender and Development Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. My name is Roberta Clark, and I welcome you from the Caribbean to this global conversation with the Honorable Mia Amo-Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, as part of the inaugural Gender and Development Forum, UNCTAD's 15th session. For our global audience, the Honorable Mia Motley is the 8th Prime Minister of Barbados and has been active in political life for almost 3 decades. She is someone with a demonstrable breadth and depth of expertise and interest, as capable in political and economic discourse and policy making as she is in many aspects of popular culture. Her presentations are infused with the poetry of Caribbean expression, and she understands our deeply held aspirations for social justice and equitable development. I think her team will agree she seems indefatigable, someone with vision and the ability to motivate and inspire. I think she's that someone who comes along once in many generations in moments like this, when we are called upon to be brave and to be wise, to make the adjustments and the transformations to survive and to thrive. We meet on the anniversary of the UNCTAD Raoul Prebish lecture delivered exactly 2 years to this day, 10th September 2019, by Prime Minister Motley. On that occasion, Prime Minister Motley described herself as someone in the business of development. She has been and continues to be, in her words, on a lifelong journey representing and empowering people, giving opportunities and voice. It was also at this time that Barbados committed to hosting the UNCTAD 15th ministerial session, and that Prime Minister Motley championed this forum to examine the intersecting issues of gender, trade, and development. In her speech of 2 years ago, which I highly recommend as a masterclass in global political economy, Prime Minister Motley called for moral leadership. She called for a leadership that would guarantee fairness, development, and decency for the people of the world, and especially for those that she refers to as living between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, so long underdeveloped by exploitative and imperialist extraction and equal terms of trade and macroeconomic double standards. She called for reorientation of trade policies that would support both competitive global trade and, importantly, and most importantly, local resilience. Without local resilience, countries are exposed to the vagaries of climate change, as we well know. On small island developing states, we are exposed to the vagaries of food insecurity, crime, terrorism, and social fragmentation, especially as a result of inequalities within and between states. She reminded her audience that true freedom requires changing the structural imbalance in power and wealth in our midst. And I think this is something that feminists all over the world would agree with. In her presentation this week at the Africa Union Caribbean Community Summit, Prime Minister Motley urged that we, in the words of our poet song master, Bob Marley, emancipate ourselves from the mental slavery that that keeps us locked in the middle passage. What we need, she urged us, is direct trade, direct links, direct communications amongst the countries of the Global South. In the context of this Gender and Development Forum, we seek to center the differential experiences of women, men, boys, and girls of the present multiple crises, whether it's the existential crisis of climate change and environmental degradation, the crisis of the pandemic and its implications, or the crisis of the socioeconomic inequalities. We understand that gender inequality exacerbates the harm and the limitations experienced. We see, I think all of us know, how vital is the care economy and how we rely on women's labors in the homes, in schools, and in health facilities. Yet, this indispensable labor is invisible, undervalued, and exploited, much in the same way that the assets and contributions of the Global South are treated. The forum also focuses on the market economy, where women remain unequally inserted, concentrated in the informal economy, often without access to finance or adequate finance, without access to social protection or labor standards. Yet, many women stay resilient and are the shock absorbers for their households, their families, and their communities. This forum demands that the voices of women calling for equality, calling for fairness, calling for development, calling for environmental justice and climate justice be heard. That our influence expanded if the world is to extricate itself from this present steep downward spiral. In this session, this global conversation, we will hear from Prime Minister Motley her thoughts on the multidimensional crises that we're confronting, and importantly, on what must be done. So on behalf of the organizers, before we start our dialogue, I want to thank Prime Minister Motley for her championing of this forum, for her backative, as we say in the Caribbean. I want to thank her for her gift of thought and a gift of time. And I want to start off by asking your framing question, Prime Minister Motley. So in 2019, Barbados stepped forward to host this 15th session of UNCTAD. But so much has changed since this offer was made. So much has changed primarily because of the pandemic, but also we're now seeing, if we didn't see it before, we've seen it for a long time, a small island belt and states, but many parts of the world are now feeling the effects of the climate crisis. The world continues to undergo profound changes. Yes, I think that we know all of what those are. And the changes have been to the national economies, regional economies, and global economies. With long-term implications, we would have to see for how we organize ourselves to live. In small open economies such as ours in the Caribbean, we grapple with indebtedness, with vulnerabilities, reduced revenues, food insecurity, all the things that are so apparent as a result of the pandemic. But people are mistrustful, as we've just spoken about. They're mistrustful of globalization. They're mistrustful of trading arrangements that seem to reproduce inequalities between the global north and the global south. They feel beaten down by violence, by corruption, by troubled governance deficits in many parts of the world. So from the perspective of Barbados, from the perspective of the Caribbean and small island Belgian states especially, why do you think this UNCTAD 15th session remains relevant, and what are your expectations of it?
I think that, thank you, Roberta, and I really want to thank you and the organizers of this event for the tremendous amount of work that you've done. As I was about to say, I think that the first thing we have to do is to recognize that the choice is ours, how we run the relay. We can drop the baton, or we can run with it. And I say so because in a very real sense, one of the difficulties is getting people to appreciate context. And sometimes, especially among younger persons, if they don't believe they can immediately win the battle, they don't try. It is not ours not to try. And I always remember from a young teenager, Dame Billy used to quote me all the time and recite the verse from the Talmud that she kept dear to her, that it is not ours to complete the task, but neither are we at liberty to resile from it. And I start the conversation, therefore, against that background, but with a different metaphor coming as it does after the Olympics and the Diamond League that we have been watching our women literally soar and become the iconic figures of this year, as opposed to usually the men who are the iconic figures in Caribbean athletics. It has been the women this year. And the image of the relay race that we are running in terms of conquering the deficit that we must conquer to bring our women and our girls to where they need to be is one that motivates us still. There is no doubt in my mind that we are better off than we were from before we had the right to vote in the 1940s. But are we where we need to be in the third decade of the 21st century? No, we are not. And that is why I contextualize it in that manner. UNCTAD, this forum, is to remind us that women are not to be treated as an apostrophe with respect to the provision of opportunities for commerce, ownership, care, all of the other things that we've done well, but that we must now find platforms that allow women not to be invisible, as small island developing states have been for so many, and to begin to create those opportunities that will advance larger and larger numbers of us. Now, will we make it in my generation alone? I'm not going to stand here and tell everybody that I have the capacity or my government has the capacity to reverse all the wrongs, because we know we don't. But what we do have is the capacity to make serious and appreciable progress in this relay race. And whether it is through the UNCTAD Forum that we are doing, whether it is through our domestic development priorities, or whether it is through our international and regional advocacy, then there must be a synergy with respect to the objectives that we want. And what are those objectives fundamentally? And you know, for me, because I want us to reach as many people as we can reach, I try to keep the language simple and break it down simple. What is it that we really want to do? We want to give people the right to be able to eat and to have food. We want decent shelter. We want choice. As Amartya Sen has said, freedom is choice. And especially in our part of the world, where for so long in our modern settlement, citizens in general, but in particular our women, were deprived of the right to make choices for themselves and their families and their bodies. And that choice comes from the power of being able to earn and being able to have a family that is capable of meeting its needs in terms of whether they want education or their health needs or other higher priority needs that we've come to understand are critical for our mental health in terms of leisure, recreation, and spirituality as well. So that when we take all of these things together, I hope that we will create opportunities for women, particularly to be able to be agents of their own prosperity, rather than being a chattel or an ally of someone else's prosperity, as regrettably so many of them have been. And you know, one of the ways in which this hit me here the other day, especially as we seek to move into a post-independence period where we complete the circle of independence in our own selves and seek to make a Barbadian a Bajan head of state, and people look at the honors, and then one of the tensions is, well, will you still have knighthoods? And will you still be able to do those things? And it is for me reflective, because when you get a knighthood, the wife of a knight is immediately called a lady. When you have a knighthood of a woman, what is the husband of a dame called? You understand? And there are all of these symbols and things that continue to reinforce the inferiority of women in the eyes of those who structured our societies in this modern framework. And those reminders have to be confronted, and the agency of a woman being able to plot and chart her own success is what ultimately we're after. So yes, the freedom of choice, but equally the opportunity for prosperity charted by that particular individual as their own deliberate act rather than being an apostrophe to the whole equation.
And it's about I suppose, thinking about the metaphor of the relay race, there are many sort of social justice activists and scholars who are saying, but that relay race is not the race that we need anymore, that there are planetary limits, that we can't continue the neoliberal model, the market determines production and consumption, that we have to change the race. And just adding women to that race is not going to solve the existential issues that we are dealing with and the inequality issues. And you've spoken quite a bit about that as well. What are your views on this idea? What is the race? What does it look like? What are we going for?
I agree with you that the track has to change, but it's still a relay race. You understand? And the track has to change because, as you pointed out, the developmental priorities of the North Atlantic countries very often do not relate to where we need to be. I mean, you've already said the extent to which it has backfired on the global civilization, largely because it has been simply about extraction, to be able to empower a few. And what we are finding, as I said, and I continue to make the point, is that how do we meet the basic needs first and foremost of persons, I just referred to them, rather than those persons remaining invisible in this equation called democracy. And in a very real sense, democracy has really been simply about the posturing in many instances of some in order to create the illusion for many. And that's not enough. And COVID has shown in real ways all of the underbelly of why that has not been enough. And it has shown the inequity, and it has equally shown, as we are now learning, the extent to which we have to depend on those very same people that we forgot to see for too long, or those very same countries that we forgot to deal with. And what has been, and the metaphor perhaps here is best seen with vaccine inequity or vaccine apartheid, because we knew that if we didn't have equitable distribution of vaccines, that we would allow the opportunity for variants to develop. Yes. And the variants have developed. And the variants are proven more deadly than the original thing. So that this ability to be able to change the narrative, I think that the world in its own way through climate, through the pandemic, is basically waking us up to recognize that we are on the wrong track. Now, I say relay because in truth and in fact, it is not always easy to explode. Some things will go by revolution and some things will go by evolution. And what I am conscious of is that if we don't contextualize what we're doing, and if we don't moderate people's expectations, we lose them from the crusade. And if we lose them from the crusade, then the ability to reach where we want to reach with an alternative development model becomes that much harder. So I've learned that, especially with younger persons, that there has to be a level of realism and there has to be a level of frank discussion in understanding what we can do and what we can achieve, while at the same time being faithful to the aspirations and being committed to the principles. And it sounds like a lot of words, but what I'm really saying to you is look, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, but we can't do everything all at once, and that we need to be able to moderate and to prioritize. And that's what a mother does every day, particularly when she has limited options for how to keep the family together and how to feed them. And in a sense, I keep finding myself going back to metaphors and to the reality of the existence and the journey of women in basic household things, even as we talk about running a country or indeed engaging across the world.
Just this week, Prime Minister Moll, you spoke about that, the whole notion of the global South countries, small island development states being invisible, but yet indispensable. I think that was the way in which you kind of packaged that thought. And it really struck me that that's exactly what we're also saying, those of us who are looking at gender inequality, that the labors of women are indispensable, but they're invisible and they're undervalued.
That's it.
And you know, this reliance on the K economy, all those children who have to stay at home and be schooled there and supervised there, and who are they being supervised for? How do we first of all, recognize that care economy, value it, but also have it shared with the state and shared with men. It's one of the questions that we're asking.
Well, I think that the conversations have to start. I mean, in some households, it has happened out of necessity. But the reality is that we need more structure and we need also more sensitization. And what I'm finding is that somehow along the way, we drop the obligation to educate citizens. We need to. And it's an ongoing process. It's not going to happen overnight. And when we look at some of the things that we're asked to do, I ask myself, why are we not taking the time to talk with and to educate each other? I didn't say talk to, I said talk with deliberately. And the preposition matters. Because in the Caribbean, for example, and I suspect in almost all former colonies, there is that rawness still from the exploitation which took place in our history. You don't change the DNA of a people overnight or in 1 or 2 generations. And therefore that fear of exploitation and that sense that I'm not being given the opportunities that I could otherwise have continues to stalk the land. Now we have to find a way of overcoming that and to avoid what CLR James described would happen with the West Indian middle class back in the 50s, that they would simply take the place of the previous exploiters and continue merrily along the way. We have to change that framework. And we have to change and understand that, let's start with education. That education must mean each one must matter, not that you continue to educate an elite. That household chores, as we've been talking about, or keeping families together cannot be seen simply and accepted simply to be the task of women because women are the ones that bear the child. We've seen enough evidence in our society as to why fathering is as critical to a child as mothering a child. We've also seen that the notion in Tanya Stevens' song where she refers in Do You Still Care? Stop the noise, yeah, boy? That too many people have been told over and over and over that boys don't cry. And then what you get is dysfunctional relationships. And then you wonder why we have verbal abuse and why we have physical abuse. And all of these things I'm saying, look, break it down. If I had to describe my time in office, it would come to being the journey of breaking it down. Break it down, deconstruct and reconstruct, deconstruct and reconstruct. Because in a very real sense, and you said it just now, if you keep on the same track that you were going, you're going to end up in the same place that the world has already now found is not sustainable and is not good mentally for our health or fiscally for our condition. So that if this is not a wake-up call, 2 existential crises, butting their heads against each other, removing the belly, literally the underbelly of discontent and putting it right at the top. It hasn't obliterated it. It's just put it right up top for everybody to see. And then for us now to have to rely on those African and Latin American and Asian and Caribbean countries not to produce the variants. Well, how are they going to not produce the variants if you don't give us the vaccines? Yeah? Or alternatively, for those children in our society who have been deprived of a basic minimum floor as it relates to education and healthcare and community development and access to sports or cultural creativity, which we know to be critical to the mental health of our children. And then we wonder, why the violence?
Yeah.
Why the opting out? So that these things continue, in my view, to stalk us. And if we don't stop now and understand that we have to change the conversation and change the equation and start to reason. Now, I'll give you a perfect example. I clearly support vaccinations. I said so. But can I agree, or can we agree in this nation to potentially put at risk the stability of a country that is 166 square miles by seeking to mandate vaccinations for those who, for either religious reasons, medical reasons, anxiety or doubt are not prepared to come forward. It is our judgment that with the history that we have as Caribbean people, that what we will be doing is setting a permanent division that may take another 3-4 generations to remove if that is where we went. Now, what does that mean? That we have to work harder and smarter to be able to have the one-on-one conversations, to be able to do the heavy lifting, to persuade people. And the key people in this, in my view, are the women. Because as I move around the country, and as I watch what's happening in other Caribbean countries and other developing countries, a lot of especially in the Caribbean, a lot of it comes down to rep and it's not cool to do this and it didn't think for, and it's mainly a lot of the men who are on the front line of it. Yes, there's some women, but it's predominantly the men. And the women are very quietly in the households going and getting vaccinated.
Yes.
And going and taking care and holding the center. And then stopping and waiting for the moment to take and say, okay, this really ain't making a sense now. Mm-hmm. To start to have those one-on-one conversations. And I therefore continue to keep seeing the parallel between small states and women. Some may argue is because we're both operating from basically a position of discrimination that has been regrettably what we've had to face for too long, and for that lack of power and that lack of capacity to be able to have that agency to chart our future in our own way and in our own deliberate image. And therefore, the metaphors continue to be too powerful for me. So when I therefore had to ask the cabinet, what do we do? Do we come and legislate and go with a heavy hand? Or do we recognize, like most mothers sometimes, that you're going to have patience and take time and do the heavy lifting if you want to keep the family together? If you just want to abuse the fella, the boy that bad behaving at 13 and 14 and put him outside, what is going to happen to him? 70% chance that he ain't coming back in this family in any meaningful and sustainable way. And it's no different at the larger level of the country with respect to those divisions that the vaccination movement has thrown up.
Professor Moll, I want to say a little bit on the theme of COVID, and you spoke about the importance of education, talking with each other, not at each other, and also about the importance of choice, that having capabilities and choice so very important to development at the individual level, and I think we would agree at the level of states. I have some questions from people from around the world, but this question comes from the Caribbean, and I'm just going to read it to get your response. And one of our partners from the Caribbean says, the lessons learned from the COVID pandemic and also from previous poverty assessments suggest that women's employment relies on tertiary education. Women need to have gone to university to get jobs, so even low-paying jobs, whilst men do not. And these are often fragile jobs and in the first cut when the crisis comes. How then can governments ensure that the COVID-19 recovery, as well as the long-term labor market strategy, can produce more quality jobs for women and in general for everyone? What are we saying about the pipeline from the education to the labor market?
Yeah, I think there are a number of things there. The truth is that I don't accept that women need to have tertiary education to get good jobs. Mm-hmm. But I do accept that it is more difficult for women without tertiary education to get certain types of jobs. So that's the first distinction that I want to make there. Secondly, when you look at the Caribbean experience, the University of the West Indies has for the last, 15, 20 years, made the statement that the majority of people who are attending the university and seeking to get degrees are in fact women. And the whole debate has taken place as to why don't we have more boys coming forward into tertiary education. Now, this brings me to something which is, to my mind, neither women nor men. It's not gender sensitive. I think that we have to change our outlook for how we educate at the tertiary level in the Caribbean, and to recognize the distinctions between genuine education for the expansion of the mind, which is absolutely necessary for any society. And that is why the university must always be able to have its potential to to keep humanities and philosophy and those things going, because without thought, we can't discern and we can't protect and plan for the future. We don't know what is possible, and governments don't deal with possibilities, government deals with probabilities. So we need the academics and the cultural activists and the others to tell us what is possible, and then we deal with what is probable. So that aspect of tertiary education must remain. But what we are not doing well, in my view, is meeting the opportunities of the global economy as we see it today and as reflected in our own indigenous economies. So we have, in the Caribbean, produced a lot of scientists. Some may argue that we should produce more, but when I look at the numbers here in Barbados, we have had over 3,000 Barbadians pursue science within the last 5 years at Cave Hill at UWI. But yet, how many of them have ended up in research? How many of them have ended up in serious use of the science education that they have? And it's largely because there's a mismatch still between where the economies are going and what we're doing, both at the genuine university level or what I call the applied training that takes place in the community colleges and in the skills training programs that we have. And I think that we need to pause and get it right, because we are educating a set of people for here, but we are looking here for another set of people to drive these economies. And you perhaps are better off to also help with some of the discussion, because you did us the distinct favor and privilege of chairing for Barbados its first ever National Population Commission. And I think you have seen, therefore, the extent to which perhaps there ought to be a similar exercise in every Caribbean country. And that was a point I was also making in the CARICOM AU Summit earlier this week, because Africa is the youngest continent in the world, with 60% of its population under the age, I think, of 25. And therefore, there's a serious demographic dividend, even beyond that which India has reaped and China before, that needs now to be managed and planned out properly. But at the same time, you have a Caribbean region that is underpopulated and that cannot meet the true challenges that it faces, nor to pursue the level of development that we deserve, because we just simply don't have enough people. Now, you may ask what that has to do with the question that the lady just asked, or the gentleman that asked, because I can't assume it's a lady. It comes back to the reality that I am not sure that we are valuing the skills of our people sufficiently, and then seeking to see how they can build upon that to get the kinds of jobs that they deserve. There is no doubt that there will be a period of time as well that some of these jobs will not be immediately available in our societies. And to that extent, how do we bridge to the global economy and the global workspace to create those opportunities for many of the people that we have? I have found that more often than not, those who are not from us are prepared to give those who are from here a better chance, because they don't see the prejudices that and the biases, the unconscious biases that regrettably people have against women in their own society. Oh, look at her. I didn't like the dress that she used to wear when she was a teenager. You understand? So you immediately X her out. You know nothing about the woman capacity. And it's irrelevant to the job that she have to do. You understand? So that I think that bridging to that global economy by creating those opportunities for many of our women is where we need to go. And that's in, it can be from the creative areas, it can be in software development, ICT development, it can be in aspects of sharing and teaching, because look at what we're doing. I'm talking to you on Zoom. We can be easily in a class on Zoom. And therefore, I could be in Zimbabwe and you could be in Ethiopia. You could be in Latvia and I could be in Thailand. It doesn't matter. So how do we hone and create the confidence? Because before we create those opportunities, what I've also discovered is that women have first to believe, and girls have first to believe that they can. Yes. And regrettably, too many do not believe that they can. So I think that the conversation has to be much deeper, both at the level of bolstering identity, and that's why in our Covenant of Hope and in our development model, we believe that the reinforcement of national identity and the bolstering of confidence is the most important job for our governments in the new development policy. And that after that, then we can start to deal with the other things coming down. How do I educate and train you? In what? Because you can know that you can learn and that you can make it. And then how do I fix the university and the community colleges and the very much online and on-demand training that so much of it exists in the world? But how, while we do that, do I continue to root you where you need to be rooted personally and as a citizen of the Caribbean?
Yes. Ms. Mott, I want to stick with your, or transition from your point on the complementarities in the demography or the demographic transitions in Africa and the Caribbean. You spoke about the demographic dividend of the very youthful population of Africa. We have a question from someone from Botswana who says, is there, given the common economic, social, political inequalities that women in Southern Africa and the Caribbean face, she's asking, is there scope to strengthen technical cooperation South-South to promote a gender equality agenda and a development agenda, more generally speaking?
Absolutely.
I think you spoke about that this week in the EU Forum. Yes.
Absolutely. And the devil comes in the detail. You understand? Because it's easy to talk about it, Roberta. We're talking about it. But how do we make it happen? And how do we make it happen as independent states? Because guess what? It happened under the colonial empire.
Yes.
You understand? So how do we as independent states make it sensitive this time around that it can't be gender unbiased? Because, gender biased, sorry. Because in the 50s, Kamau went, Courtney Blackman went. We could call all the people who went to Africa to teach, who were there in the heady days as Ghana sought to pursue its independence. But how many went to meet with the market women in Nigeria? And the market women in Nigeria, we now know, were one of the biggest resistance fighters in Africa, in West Africa, in terms of fighting the colonial empire with respect to the level of taxation and the level of other things that they wanted to do to restrict and constrain them. How many now are meeting and seeing what are the opportunities for the production of video and audiovisual materials as you have Nollywood in Nigeria? How many are looking at the opportunities for training where there's a shortage of teachers? I'm happy to say that only this week I spoke to the president of Ghana again and reflected our absolute gratitude for the fact that we have 100 Ghanaian nurses in Barbados helping us on this journey of being able, not just with COVID, because we asked for them before there was a COVID, but we have a shortage of nurses, largely because we keep training and training, and the developed world keeps taking and taking and taking. And there's so many other opportunities. I know that the former principal who is responsible for coordinating all of these for the most honorable, Eudine Barato, has been working feverishly before she left on being able to also get Ghanaian medical students doing some of their first 2 years at Cave Hill. And why are these things important? We don't forget where we study. We don't forget the people that we meet. We don't forget the people that we work with. And if we don't create the opportunities for that platform for sharing, then we will continue on parallel paths and occasionally look over the parapet and say, yeah, we're on the same journey. But what we need now is that detail worked out. So how are we going to get Southern African women teaching in the Caribbean? How are we going to get Caribbean women teaching in Southern Africa? How are we going to tell the stories that we tell our children at night? How are we going to share the things that we do so that we begin to realize, look, we're really more common than we think. And when we went to Ghana and the Ghanaians came here, there's no doubt in our mind where most of us come from and why Barbados was an Akan-speaking nation in up to the 1670s and 1680s in the 17th century. And a lot of the food and a lot of the things and the manner in which we do things are all the same. But we only know that when we're exposed to each other. So I believe that there's an absolute imperative to create that platform for the movement of people and the movement of goods. And that's why I said earlier this week that the first thing we need to do is to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because too many of our people still see London, still see New York, still see Paris, still see Germany and Toronto as their first point of reference. I'm not saying that there's not reason, because we have family there now in the diaspora. But what I am saying is cut out the middleman, cut out the middle leg of the journey that says to come from Botswana to Barbados, I got to go to London. Cut out all the aspects of the Middle Passage, which regretfully has scarred our relationship because of the heinous way in which it perpetrated hate and crime, and that regrettably still stalks our mental landscape, even if not our physical landscape. And I feel that, look at Kenya, with how Kenya leapfrogged with the M-Pesa and the digital and the telephone. Because if they had to build the institutional infrastructure to empower the 49 million people that they had there, it probably couldn't happen in the time frame. But the ability to use this telephone and to be able to allow it to be the center of communication and commerce and all of those things, to make geography a consideration that was almost irrelevant in the conduct of our affairs, they have been able to leapfrog, in my view, a generation. I'm asking you now, how can we similarly leapfrog that generation by recognizing that we don't stutter when it comes to providing money for certain development activities in our countries? So why are we stuttering in terms of developing and putting the funds in place for those air links and those maritime links that will eliminate the middleman, the middle passage, and the middlemen, and the middle leg, sorry.
Prime Minister, well, that's also about the legacy of our history, the undervaluing of each other, the undervaluing of things that are not European, the European
That's why I said,
experience.
Emancipate yourselves first. And it hits me. From the time you emancipate yourself and you value this, you're going to find the resources for it.
Yes. And it starts off with something as simple as direct communication. How do we get information about each other, which doesn't have to pass through someone else's channel? How do we, and I think you've called for that, direct links of communication, trade, and air and sea transportation. I mean, West Africa is how far from us? 5 hours by flight?
It's closer than London. About the same, and closer than Montreal, about the same as New York. So that answers the question. And you know, one of the things that bothers me is that at what point we're going to stop talking about it. I am prepared, even where I stand, in an IMF program, in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a climate crisis, to recognize that if I don't share what little I have, to create that institutional framework for those, we start with charters, or for how we work together and pool together in the Eastern and Southern Caribbean, and agree that, look, one or two of us will have to go forward in order to make this thing sustainable. But at the same time, we need it on the other side too. And if we move information, move people, and move goods, we're going to win the battle. But there has to be a commitment to create the institutional structure to do that. Now, I actually feel that women have the ability to step outside of the box more than men, because women know what it is to have to try a thing, to try something, you understand, in order to see if it can work or not. And regrettably, the status quo doesn't want to do it because they don't need it. They're surviving without it. So how are we going to create those opportunities, recognizing that it is only those who don't have to defend the status quo and who don't want to defend the status quo that will bring about the change? And Graça Machel has been brilliant in articulating a lot of these issues in a number of the fora in the last few years that really says, look, what matters is this concept and the image of development. And what matters is recognizing that if you want things to remain the same, the inequities will remain. So I have to step out of the box to change it and to make progress on this leg of my relay.
I'm slightly off track, but I want to stay with this theme a little bit. You spoke about women's energies being needed. I think we would all agree. What we're on seems to me, as I said, a steep downward spiral where all kinds of crises and of course the existential crisis. And from the forum, I think one of the demands of women's perspectives, voices, and energies have to be part of the solution. What, from your experience of sort of claiming your space, not just as a leader, as a person, claiming your space, claiming your voice, what can you share with women who are seeking to find that place amongst those who are setting policy, whether it is within the state or the private sector or in communities? What would you say to them from your experience of getting there?
Break it down. Break it down always. Bite-sized chunks. Understand, one step at a time makes a mile. Sometimes you might jump even, but it's still one jump at a time, unless you want to fly. And we haven't yet gotten the ability to fly. And if you go back to Earl Lovelace's book, Salt, you will find out why Black people can't fly in the first 2 pages of that book. But to be back to seriousness, bite-sized chunks and deconstruct and reconstruct. I mean, people hear me say it and they feel that I just rest in a recitation over and over. But there's no magic bullet. You have to break it down and claim ground. Claim ground, settle and move again. And more often than not, the major battles of history were not won in one fell swoop. They were won because people fought, claimed ground, refocus, move again, claim ground, refocus, move again. And that's why I say that in a very real sense, these conversations are important because they give context and they reinforce in people that more often than not, you had the right instinct. You just didn't think that it was right because it came from within. and you need almost the experiences of others to reinforce and validate that you're on the right track. And believe you me, I know what it is to go through the hornpipe, as you know. You understand? In every sense of the word, in this thing called national service. And it happens in every forum, because that's what happens particularly in small states, but large countries have it too. It just presents itself differently. You're not going to always get it right either.
Yes.
There are going to be times when you have to pause and say, whoa, that one wasn't right. That's a gaffe. And how can I make it better? But as all of the personal empowerment things tell people nowadays, a bad is really just an experience, you know? And the conversations are necessary to validate in younger people that this is still the right path, even when you fall down, just as a baby will fall down as they're learning to walk.
When you say deconstruct, and really deconstruct, reconstruct, are you saying find the meaning of the moment, understand the causes, because you have to do that to find a way forward?
Yeah, basically it is to say, look, why are we really doing something?
Yes.
What is if it's at the national level, these are the questions that I ask every day. What is the public purpose of what it is we're trying to achieve? Break it down. What are we really trying to do? 2, what's the public mischief that we need to avoid or avert? How do we make sure that in doing what we want to do, we don't create something that is worse than what we have or that can hurt us more? That's what is the public mischief.
Yeah.
We live in a world where technology now is so ever present. So can we do it differently given the technological gains that we've had? Okay, and I can't even say over the decades because it's now over the months since we last dealt with this topic. And as always, there is always a consequence. So are there people who will now be enfranchised who were previously discriminated against when we make and settle this policy? Or are there people who we can empower? You understand? So you look at empowerment and discrimination, because if you don't see the people who are going to be impacted by the policy, then you've not done the job that you were elected to do or that you were appointed to do. And I say that with all sincerity, because we become sometimes too wrapped up in the notion of the academia of all of the other things, especially at the institutional level, and we forget to see each other. and we forget to understand who we're here to serve or what it is we've come to do. And that's why I keep saying, break it down, because you can get so lost in what is this noble goal that you're really not at the end of the day helping who you set out to help.
Okay. Thank you. I want to maybe continue along the lines of thinking about culture, because what you're talking about here to some degree is the culture of curiosity, the culture of analysis, the culture of inquiry as a precondition or as part of the praxis of living one's life.
Or leading countries that have had colonial experiences and for which much of the institutions are not designed nor set up for us in a modern world.
Yes. And I suppose too also, and not also, no, I suppose definitely the culture of gender inequality, because we are also infused with socialization about what it means to be a boy, a girl, a man, a woman. You know, we struggle with those messages, and we reproduce messages that are highly inimical to our development. So again, this whole question, or this quest to deconstruct, as you say, and to reconstruct, we have to make those meanings very apparent to ourselves. I want to maybe move on to something that question that we got from Belize, and it's a reflection of the Governor General of Belize, Her Excellency Froila Zalem, and she's thinking that the UN should add a fourth pillar to the Sustainable Development Goals. Besides the economic, besides the social, besides the environmental, she's thinking that we should add the pillar of culture. And I wanted and she's arguing that adding that cultural dimension to building sustainable development would bring about ethical development. I think what you were talking about, moral leadership as well, and respect for indigenous knowledge. What do you think about that?
We're singing the same song in harmony. We're singing the same song in harmony. Look, for me, the building and forging of a nation that is a previous and former colony cannot be done without deconstructing our culture and understanding which parts of it we need to keep and which parts of it we need to take out. How many Caribbean people tell you that when they were children, the grandparents used to tell them, stand out the sun, you're gonna get too dark. How many Caribbean people tell you that they hear people say, boy, I wish your hair was a little softer?
Yes.
Those basic things continue to haunt generations. And that's why I keep saying that even though we've removed the legislative and the outward manifestations of discrimination, apparently institutionally, the unconscious bias, wonderful phrase it is, that captures the cultural realities of how people behave and what people expect and how they frame their aspirations. That is what we have now to do. And I'm so happy that in week after next, that the United Nations is having a review on the Durban conference. I spoke about it earlier this week. You know, culture is really at the center. I call it non-formal education. That's how I define culture. Non-formal education as to who we are and how we do and what we do and if we do, etc. And we want to run governments and we want to build societies and we want to achieve economic growth, but we don't look at the cultural realities of the persons who have to do all of those three things. Now, if you don't understand why I am so adamant on training Barbadians in the creative field, not culture now, cultural industries, it is because we need to overcome the box that our educational system placed all of us in when we went through it. And equally, the religious institutions that were associated with the state equally put us in that box. So you have the Anglican Church, the Church of England, which was the established church until 1968. And therefore, all of the things that go with it that tell you, don't speak too loudly, don't do this, don't raise yourself and be seen. All of these things literally then have implications, in my view, for whether we are going to be productive or whether we're going to take risks, whether we're prepared to go into professions that don't have that comfort level and that box to hold us down. Or it explains why our children are so rambunctious and creative when we catch them on the side of the road or in a playing field, but you put them in a classroom or you put them in a church or you put them in a job, and all of a sudden, butter can't melt in the mouth. So that until we confront these issues, and in my view, we should have started before, but we certainly 40, 50 years after independence have to be in that space, because those of us who are children of independence have an absolute responsibility. And why? Because I'm already seeing in the generation behind us a willingness to accept the world in the image of mass media, mass social media. And yes, they see themselves as global citizens, and that's necessary. But you can't be a global citizen without Caribbean roots. Yeah. Because if you're a global citizen without those Caribbean roots, then the first high wind is going to blow you out and send you away. And I keep making the point that what we can't do is have that rigidity. We have to be able to bend. We have to be able, because we have gale force winds as part of our atmosphere, literally and metaphorically. And if we can't bend, we're going to break. So that how do we condition our people to look in the mirror, to love who they see, to have the confidence to know that I can say nuff, nuff. I don't have to say a lot. Mm. But equally, as I say nuff, nuff, I must be able to understand the English language, because if I only speak dialect, then I've given myself and literally made myself an amputee, because I then can't engage with the rest of the world. So how do we get that balance? That those civilizations that have existed for millennia in Africa, in Asia, tell you about balance. Because that is the experience of humankind to survive. It is only in this latter part of civilization, the last couple of centuries, that we believe that the exploitation of a few in wanting to conquer the world and in wanting to see the world only in their own image, that must be elevated to what global civilization must be about, and what we've found, COVID and climate crisis. And if this is not a wake-up call to reverse centuries of that exploitative behavior, then we're in trouble. And what is the difference? Even when, because mankind is naturally aggressive and competitive, that's a fact. But even when we did that before, we were curtailed by the fact that we couldn't reach as far and we couldn't do as much. But now that technology allows us to reach where we want and to do what we want, we're finding now that it is becoming our biggest enemy. We are the architects of our own destruction. And if we don't pause and get the cultural balances right and the power relationships right and see the people that we need to see, just as the mosquito can be that insect that causes so much devastation, but we hardly ever see the mosquito when it is biting us, then those people on the earth that we do not see are going to be the architects of our own destruction, because we have left them with no choice but to survive in the only way that they know how to. But the consequences of them surviving in that way is the very undermining of the rest of us. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, but that's how I see it.
Perfect sense, perfect sense. I think we all agree. Yeah, and I also like the metaphor of the mosquito. You don't see it, but it's biting you. Yeah. And it's there in multiples. It's there in multiples. I want to ask you, the sisters in the Asia Pacific region, they speak about it in the language of climate and environmental justice. And they point to the fact that the countries and those who have profited the most from this so-called development agenda, the post-World War II agenda, have contributed the most to climate degradation, environmental degradation, and that we have to get powerful countries to step up and be accountable, not only for cleaning up, but also for changing the development paradigm. I know that's also something you've been talking about quite a lot, for quite a long time. are those countries hearing us? What can we do as civil society actors, those of us who are in civil society, to support this call, which of course has some urgency now?
You need to know where power is located and get them to change how they exercise it.
Mm-hmm.
And I say so with all sincerity. And I will say a lot more as we go along this journey, not necessarily in this interview.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the institutions that make the decisions now globally were formed at a time when the reality of the world was different. And the countries that came together to form them were those that existed at the time. Barbados was not a nation state. Trinidad and Tobago was not a nation state. Ghana was not one. Nigeria was not one. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
In Latin America, you know, you have the reality that even though some of them existed, they were not taken to be on the same level, especially with the doctrines espoused from our northern neighbors that gave them that sense of superiority without calling themselves one of the original imperialist countries. These countries continue to be at the core of these institutions. And the institutions have invariably developed bureaucracies that are so Byzantine in structure that the ability to be able to talk to those who can make decisions, they have mirrored us in our invisibility, but don't get tied up.
Yeah.
We have this power and they have this power. But why have they done it? Because if we don't see them, we can't easily get them to change their mind and do the right thing. So management tells you it's up to the nation states. And the nation states tell you, well, we can't really do it on our own. And what you have then is a system of being unequally yoked, to use biblical language. So leaders of small island developing states, leaders of developing countries across the world, speak what they believe is truth to who they believe is power, only to find out that the rules of the organization don't allow for that kind of conversation. And that even if at the individual level, people appear to be sympathetic and empathetic, the decision-making process is ground to a halt and nothing happens. And we come back the next year and we have the same conversation and nothing happens. And we come back the next year and we have the same conversation. And regrettably, what is happening is that left to its own continued path of inaction, you then get societies being split and not being able to respond to their own citizenry. And then you get, in the shadows of 9/11 tomorrow, you get the terrorist events that rocked a whole world only because of the power of their media. But those terrorist events are happening in Africa and Asia without necessarily meeting and being seen globally because they don't have the platforms and they don't have the empathy for the loss of their lives in the way that we must have empathy for the loss of lives on this side of the Atlantic. All of these are things that I believe that should cause us to recognize that you can't keep saying the same thing over and over and over and nothing happens. And why is nothing happening? Because the power is invisible and the power is being exercised in the interest of a few, but remains deaf and blind to the condition of others. And that is why I say that COVID and climate offer opportunities. And even then, they still don't want to hear you. And even then, they still only want to see it in the context of the wider issue. You mentioned earlier my reference to the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. You know why I use that? No? Because when small island developing states were talking about our realities with climate, whether in the Pacific or the Caribbean or the Indian Ocean, who's listening? When we tell you that we need 1.5 degrees to survive and that we are seeing the consequences of climate, we call the groundwater crisis and the sargassum weed that comes up and literally stops people from making a living in coastal areas where the sargassum takes over. You know why what we call it? We call it the chronic NCDs of climate, because it's daily, insidious, every day. And you know what we call the hurricanes? The hurricanes are the heart attack of the climate environment. And we all know, and how many times have we said it? We didn't start it. You go to Paris and you agree to something called the Warsaw Mechanism for Loss and Damage that is supposed to compensate those who are the victims of that behavior. That has largely been spurred as a result of greed or recklessness. What happens? There's no framework to give it teeth. There's no flesh on the Warsaw Mechanism. But yet, we're being told that we must follow, excuse me, a system that literally, at the private level, penalizes us if we do wrong to somebody else. Law of tort. We're not prepared, excuse me, excuse me. We're not prepared for it to go down a line that mirrors private behavior. So national entities can do as they like, cause these things to small island states, and nobody takes it on. So we change the narrative. Those countries between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, because that's the next group of countries to be on the front line. And that's what I said to the UN back in September 2018. Are we invisible? Are we dispensable? Does it matter? And if it matters, then where's the action? Where's the action for adaptation? Don't tell me you're only interested in global mitigation, but you're not interested in adaptation, which is national. Don't tell me that you want to put $100 billion on a document to get small island states to sign off in Paris, and it never reaches reality. And 5-6 years later, 100 billion doesn't have the same value that it did then. But apart from anything else, you must understand and recognize the need for a disproportionate allocation of that to those who truly need. And those of us on the front line as small island states with limited capacity are the ones who need. And that's why I've been calling that of that 100 billion, if that's where it stands, or whatever amount it is, that while the small island developing states, AOSIS, represent 25% of the nations of the global community of nations, that we should get at least 40% of whatever is allocated, because we're starting from way down here to get up here. And therefore, there's a serious handicap that we start from. And don't let me add to that the absence of a development compact at the time of independence, because you left us with nothing, having extracted for centuries. And I use Haiti as the most powerful example of it. Not that it didn't happen to the rest of us, but the manner in which it happened to Haiti, for stepping out first on its own to want to choose to be free, and then having chosen to be free, to pay damages through having to share your customs revenue with a country that is no longer your colonizer. And then at the time when it matters most, when you need help, nobody's there to help you. And the help that you need can't just be dealt with even with a check, because it has to be accompanied by the reform of their behavior, because the check alone is not enough to stop the iniquity and the decline in the conditions that we have because of the climate crisis. So I really, really feel, Roberta, that what we're facing is going to continue for a little longer, because we've not had the recognition for the reform of behavior that is necessary globally. And if I doubted it, I go back to the vaccines. And if I doubted it, I look and see how the recognition that hurricanes can do serious damage in the US, but we don't remember that hurricanes and storms do serious damage in the Caribbean. And how are we going to work together to be able to avert or to mitigate, at the very least, what is happening to us? And part of me says that the battle is no longer, and that's why I call for global moral leadership, because it's not just about the conversations taking place at the level of world leaders. World leaders, and I've been in politics long enough to know that politicians and leaders respond to populations and contexts and circumstances. And what is needed is not a guerrilla movement of no's to vaccines that really is a natural outcrop of all of the negatives that I just explained. What is needed is a serious movement of leaders across every level of society and every level of economic endeavor to be able to accept first what are the principles and what are the objectives that we really want to see. And to that extent, if you say we are a global village, then these are the things. We want to establish that in each country there should be a minimum level of development. There should be a floor to development. And if you don't know how to make it happen globally, start with Haiti.
Yes.
Start with some of us in the Caribbean and the Pacific that are already on the verge of having to make serious decisions because of these multiple crises that we are confronted. And don't only believe that the crises are health or climate related. Let's deal with the consequences to domestic production and agriculture that the WTO put on us by ensuring that we lost the capacity to produce because we could no longer protect those who needed protection at the very time that it happened. And all of these complex areas of development, or that there has to be you don't want to call it reparations, but call it development. There has to be a development compact to make up for the fact that at the time of independence, you didn't leave us with the capacity to provide schooling and housing and healthcare facilities because our capacity to tax and our capacity to grow was constrained by the fact that we literally had everything extracted from us to build wonderful museums and wonderful institutions and railways and airlines and shipping lines. You know, 5 million people from Nigeria died between World War I and World War II. 5 million Nigerians. You know that food was grown in the colonies to send back to the metropole to get through the wars. You know that our people gave their blood, and yet less than 2 decades later, people walked away without the settlement of any kind of development compact. So that when we talk about reparations, whether it was in Chile, when we did that 20 years ago this year, or when I went to Geneva and met with all of the delegations, and when we left Chile, there were only 2 countries in the hemisphere against the need for reparations: the United States of America and Canada. And both hid behind the fact that they felt that it would create precedent with their indigenous people. Well, it should create precedent with their indigenous people.
It should.
Okay, that's the point. And then you go to Geneva, and the only other countries on top of those 2 that came then were the Western European countries. And I'll share this, I've never said it publicly before. When I was there in Geneva meeting, and I went, and God bless Owen Arthur for this, because he understood the need for us to go at the time and have the level of consultation that we needed to lay the framework, because Barbados was that society where the modern construct for racism was practiced, refined, and developed, because it was that jewel in the British Empire, as you know, in the 17th century. And ironically, the 400th anniversary of modern settlement will come in 2025, less than 4 years away. But when we did that, what happened was that we lost the whole plot, and we became part and parcel of an appendage to a metropolitan and an imperialist ambition that they, having recognized that they could no longer have an empire, did not even have the decency to say enough is enough. So we go to Geneva and we say, let's talk, because something is fundamentally wrong. And I quoted Earl Lovelace earlier, because Earl's book, Salt, is that book that deals with reparations for us. And it took him 10 years to write it. And I believe that that long journey is because of the complexity and the emotion involved with what I'm dealing with here. So we go to Geneva and we meet with every delegation that we can, in groups and individually. And all but the Western European countries and the US and Canada say no. But you know what was happening at the very same time? There were riots in England, not by Black people this time alone, but by Blacks and Asians the same weekend that we were meeting in Geneva. And the Germans were formally apologizing to the Jewish people for the Holocaust. And here am I in Geneva, meeting with all of these people. And yet there continues to be a refusal to treat Black people with the dignity and to say first and foremost, sorry.
Yes, say sorry.
Say sorry. And then secondly, to then recognize that even if I don't want to call it reparations, that these people live in this world and that ancestors of mine would have treated their ancestors in a way that prevented them from being able to develop. And Europe didn't only underdevelop Africa, in the words of Rodney, it also underdeveloped the Caribbean. It also underdeveloped the Pacific. And all I'm saying is that we're meeting a moment in time where these conversations have to be had, where there has to be that kind of intervention. And the intervention can't be just words alone, but we need a development compact. And if you think that it is only for us, the climate crisis has shown that the migrants that will flow will affect you. And if you think it is only for us, the vaccine apartheid has shown that the mutations are affecting also those who have access to the largest amounts and who have held everything close to the chest. It is a lesson in motherhood.
Yes.
It is a lesson fundamentally in motherhood. You understand? You reap what you sow.
Yes. Prime Minister Motley, we are at the end of our session. I want to ask you, what are your reasons to be hopeful?
Because I think that there's sufficient of those of us who, even though we don't have the power to change everything, and bewitch, Elizabeth used to do so and twiddle the nose, or in a genie, even though we don't have the power to change it instantly, that we are hearing and seeing things change and voices resonate with us, recognizing that 20 years ago, nobody believed that the climate crisis was real.
Mm-hmm.
But we now have people across the globe understanding that it is real. 10 years ago, nobody talked in mainstream media about the inequity of development, whether it is in the North Atlantic countries or in developing countries, but they talk about it now. And we are now having people recognize that books that talk about human capital are as valuable as books that talk about financial capital. And that in truth and in fact, when Fidel Castro spoke about the international financial markets being casinos, he wasn't mad, he wasn't deranged, but he was speaking about the fact that the world is trying to make money out of something that is ephemeral and fleeting. And what is futures and derivatives if not that? And that really and truly, how can we concentrate on those things without first concentrating on obliterating hunger, obliterating poverty? And the UN has tried, and many good people and many developmental scholars and developmental activists have carried us. That's why I say it's a relay. But perhaps the language I should end on is not a relay. The language I should end on is like chipping in carnival. 3 steps forward, 1 step back, because history doesn't necessarily go in a straight line. And I am hopeful because when I look at history, even when there is that step backwards, like in mass, we continue to have a forward trajectory.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Motley. This was, again, another tour de force. You break down very complicated, complex issues in the language that we can all understand. Your use of metaphor, your use of culture, all of it is intelligible. And to say I leave the global audience with your words, deconstruct, find meaning, understand the causes of your context, and reconstruct, find the solutions. And I like how you say, claim ground.
I want to say to you as well that I am so proud of the work that you are doing, not just in this Caribbean region, but what you've been able to do in the United Nations system, whether it is in the system itself or in Thailand or wherever else you've served. And the truth is that when you asked me earlier about the jobs and the opportunities for women, it is more like you and others that we need to be able to be carrying the flag, because the one thing I've learned is that you cannot have an army of 1 or 2 or 3. And in Barbados, we have that saying that one blow is kill old cow, because it is the cumulative impact of all of us acting together that will make the changes in the world. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Motley, and I also recognize Professor Barreto, the Honorable, who stayed with us for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Udine.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. You can't come